couple weeks before, but as a writer, you always open it to correct misspellings, alignment of paragraphs. Every time I open it, it adds that it's been seen or edited.
Was this journal in a format called Google Docs?
Yes.
And in Google Docs, every time you open a document, does it update the date?
It does, yes.
Okay. Did you, you've reviewed these journals, right?
Of course, yes.
And were you going to send them to a friend named Julia Post?
Yes, I had sent them to her already.
And what was the purpose of doing that?
The reason why I spent time with a few weeks before and why I had sent them to her is she's great with grammar and she's great with words, so she was helping me out. She was kind of my consult for cleaning it up.
Okay. I'm going to put this now on the Elmo. We're not going to read everything, but I'm just going to ask you in this journal what you're talking about and why, just in summary form.
All right.
So just to summarize, this part of the journal, when you're talking about moving back, it was the past summer and you had moved. Where had you been before the summer you moved back with your parents?
The summer before I moved back with my parents was spent in Marinette, Wisconsin, and that's where I was starting my first year of secondary school.
Okay, so after your first year of, so secondary school for you, does that mean, are you referring to college?
Yes.
Okay, just some people call secondary school high school, so I just
That's
wanted
true.
to clarify
College.
that. Okay, and so after your first year of college, are you telling us you had gone back home?
Yes, I am.
All right. Now, when you went back home, did you then write in your journal about your relationship with Jason Mangle?
Yes, I did.
You used this sentence, "Months have passed between us and love had grown. It's an ancient love so powerful, it often scared both of us. I became sick and had the suspicion of what it could be." So what do you mean when you're writing in those passages?
What I mean by, as I said in there, an ancient love so powerful. Many times between me and Jason, our own philosophical discussions, we talk about past loves, being old spirit. We both consider ourselves, even though I'm young, to be very, very old spirits. So,
Is that expression people use sometimes? Oh, he or she's an old soul?
yeah, all the time, all
Okay.
the time. He would describe me as his old soul. So, as saying that this love, this passion, this love, it was just, we felt so much love and so much in common with each other right away that that's just how I express that.
In the essay, did you go on to talk about your abortion?
Yes, I had.
And did you express how the abortion impacted your relationship with Jason Mango?
I expressed how it impacted us greatly, yes.
Okay. And did you then write in this journal about after, you said in this journal that you became, I think the word is, a husk of a woman.
Yes.
And what did you mean by that?
What I meant by that is after the operation and after everything that had happened, I felt like a part of myself had been taken away. I felt hollow inside.
You then start talking about two individuals invading your empty mind,
Yes.
dragging you down a rabbit hole, told what ideas to follow, masks you should wear. Can you explain what you meant when you wrote about that?
Yes. So during this incredible, vulnerable time when I had terminated my pregnancy, the two dominant voices I'm speaking of here were friends, Alex and John Hansen. I was talking about in this how during my vulnerable state, I was being told kind of how to feel, how to get over things, what to do, just kind of I describe it as a mask, just kind of how to move past this in ways they thought might help, or what I should do, they thought.
So this is your feelings then, but as you were going through this, you talked about developing feelings of love for Alex.
Yes.
So in here you're expressing it completely differently.
Yes.
Why the difference?
The difference is coming out of the relationship.
I don't want you to look at this, I just want you to talk about how you feel.
All right, so coming out of the relationship, in that relationship, I felt all of this love and this warmth and listening to him and him telling me what I should do and what I should think, essentially. In that moment, all I felt was that love. That's all I could notice. And then being completely removed from a relationship, and from that relationship, I noticed all of the red flags or things that really didn't fit right with me, and that it's opposite now because I'm expressing what I had ignored because of love.
Let me ask you this. Okay?
Yes.
In this,
Yes.
without putting on the screen, you wrote, I was an object even called a fetish. And that it horrified you to be described as a fetish. Can you tell me what you mean by that?
What I meant by that in this essay, or journal as you can call it, was that the person I had loved at that time, where instead of just being me and wanting to be seen as me, they started to express how I was a fetish to them, how I identified, how I looked, what they wanted from me. Instead of essentially being Ezra McCandless, the person, I was just the want, the fetish, the sexual aspects.
Is that how you felt at that time in your relationship with Alex?
Yes.
And you talk about what happened with John and vomiting and
Yes.
fears. And then you also then talked to that you had turned to your other friend for advice and concerns.
Yes.
And what do you mean by that, you would turn to your other friend? What were you writing about?
I had talked about in there turning to my other friend, being Alex, about what had happened between me and John.
And you said that when you turned to Alex, you wrote, you said, guilt towards our friendship only to once again for it to turn to his desires of making me the boy he wanted. What did you mean by that?
When what had happened between me and John had happened, I quickly, shortly after I went to go talk to Alex, I told him my fears about what had happened, the confusion, the kind of the betrayal aspect of it. And during that time when I went over to his house to see him, he just kind of told me, well, I can make you forget it. You can sleep with me. We can spend some time together. Let me make you forget.
What you wrote in your journal after that was, quote, it was painful, and I often said stop.
Yes.
I can't, and then you wrote but I think you mean but he would then
Yes.
change the position and proceed to say, I'm fine and just too sensitive. Earlier you talked about your sex with Alex, talking about you're fine,
Yes.
that he should finish. Is that what you're referring to in this journal?
Yes, and I was referring to, yes, the sensitive, feeling bruised. I was referring to that, yes.
And at the end of the journal, you have a section called What is Next?
Yes.
What are you talking about in the What is Next section? Do you need me to put it up on the screen for you to refresh your memory?
Sure.
Okay. Trying to just put that section. Okay, so just, again, I don't want you to read the whole thing, but,
I'm refreshed, yes.
okay, so let me ask you this. When you're talking about this in this section, about what is next, what are you talking about in this journal?
What I'm talking about in this journal, there were sections of this in this journal going through my relationship, my loves I had had, and in this what is next is I was writing about, like, what am I going to do next? What can I become? I felt that my opportunities are endless. I can keep pursuing the career I want. Very inspired by a conversation I had with my father and how I can take a course of action for myself. I can become who I am.
When you said I betrayed the one I love in many ways and felt nothing but regret and pain, knowing how far I lost myself, you put that in there.
Yes, I had.
And were you talking about how you were going to change that, or what were you talking about?
What I was talking about that, not that I was going to change the betrayal and the feelings of guilt, is that just acknowledging that this had happened. I'm not going to hide from what I had done, and I acknowledge the fact that my partner at that time was deeply hurt, and I can recognize that and acknowledge it.
You ended this with writing, "I cannot hurt myself anymore. I cannot hurt the ones I love. I
Yes.
can become Ezra McCandless again. I am worth it." What did you mean by that?
What I meant by that is there was so much going on in the past months. There was drama, there was loss, and there was pain, and there was love. And I've stepped back and I recognize all of it. I recognize that I am worth it as a person. I can be what I want to be. I can do what I want to do. As in career-wise, as an artist, I can just express myself and embrace that it's time for a change.
Let me ask one thing. In this journal, and I'm trying to find the line,
Yes.
and I think Mr. Okay. The part about what is next, you talked about being inspired by your dad. Did you write the whole paragraph, what is next, or was that just a feeling you're having? I'm a little confused. The whole paragraph at the end, what is next?
Yes, I wrote it, yes.
I know you wrote it, but did you
Yes.
write that whole paragraph that night, or did
No,
you write it?
no, it kind of corroborated the fact that I can do this. I am worth it. He helped me embrace that feeling more with our talks.
Okay. And you also, and I'm not going to dwell on it, but you also
Yes.
wrote what's called Journal 2.
Yes.
What's Journal 2? What are you writing about in Journal 2?
In Journal 2, it was more of a reflection of the guilt, the pain, the relationship issues I had had. It was kind of disconnecting myself from another in a relationship and looking at that, reflecting on that and how I felt about that at that time.
Is that Journal 2 much more specific to your relationship with Alex Woodward?
Yes.
Okay. And again, you end that with saying, "I do not discount my part in the abuse. I do not feel innocent." Are you referring also with Jason when you say "I do not feel innocent"? Who are you referring to?
I'm referring to all of it, to Jason, to all of my relationships at the time.
Okay.
My mother, my father.
Are you feeling that you're taking responsibility, or
Yes, very much so.
is that a theme in therapy? Was your, you know,
Yes.
that,
Objection.
Sustained.
were you wanting during this period of time to take responsibility for your own actions?
Very much so. I wasn't running from anything I've ever done. I was taking responsibility for my actions, and even if I didn't want to look at all of the ugly parts, I was going to do it because I have a responsibility to grow as a person, and that's a big step of that.
You ended that essay with, "I know I can be human, I know I can be free, I know I can love, I know I can only strive to never do this again." What did you mean by that?
What I meant by that is to be more aware, to be more conscious of my relationships. What I meant by that is I can be human, I can express myself. I'm not hiding, and I'm not, essentially that was mostly about cheating and leaving someone for certain reasons.
Now, after you, did you send those journals to Jason Mengel?
Yes,
Did you want to show your journals to Alex and John?
yes,
Objection, hearsay, or I'm sorry, meeting.
I'm sorry, what?
Was there?
Meeting.
Okay, besides,
Sustained.
let me just rephrase the question. Besides giving the journals to Jason and Julia Post, did you want to go show these journals to anybody in person?
yes, I wanted to discuss these in person and talk about it and show them, yes.
Who did you want to show these journals in person to?
Alex and John, they're integral parts of the journal, so I thought they should be shown.
And of those two people,
Yes.
who was more important for you to do that with?
Alex.
Did you bring physical copies, or were you just going to look it out on your phone, or what were you going to do?
I didn't bring any physical copies. I have it always loaded up on my notes and in my Google, so there's really, if I want to read it to him or if I want to look at it, I can just pull it up.
So on the morning of March 22nd, did you come into town?
Yes, I did.
And when you came into town,
Yes.
I'm going to ask you about coming into town that day, all right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted to evidence as Exhibit 424. Can you see this from where you are?
Yes, I can see this.
Okay. This is called the timeline of events of March 22nd. Do you remember
Yes.
this?
Yes, I do remember
All right.
this.
So when you first came into town, where did you go first when you drove into town?
First, when I drove into town, I went over to Alex's to see if he was even home yet. or
What
he
happened
was
when
home.
you got there?
I knocked on the door, and nobody answered at all.
So when nobody answered, what did you do?
Just go to Racy's, continue on my day.
When you left there, I think you're saying you went to Racy's. What did you do when
Yes.
you got to Racy's?
When I got to Racy's, I got my favorite drink, a mocha,
Okay.
and I noticed my friend Max.
Before noticing Max, was Jason Mangle at Racy's?
Yes, he was out front smoking his usual cigarette, so we just kind of exchanged some quick words. It was brief.
Okay. When you go in, you've seen the tape, you going in.
Yes, I have.
Okay. Then you walk up to the, what do you call that, the counter? Is
The
it
bar,
The bar, the coffee bar?
coffee bar.
Okay, not a bar.
No.
Okay. So you walked up to the coffee bar, and I think you were
Yes.
just saying you talked to Max.
Yes.
What was your conversation with about Max?
Well, after I got my coffee with Max, I was just like, hey, I've got the painting I'd like to give you in my car. I'm in town today doing some errands. I was wondering if you'd want to do the art swap now.
Okay. So had you put the painting in your car, when you say you were in town to do errands, was that one of the errands that you were hoping to do on that day?
Yes.
So apparently, was it your original plan, first you'll talk to Alex and then you'll then you'll talk to Max and exchange
Yes.
paintings?
Section leading,
Sustained.
Okay, I'll rephrase that. What was your plan when you were coming in for the order in which you were planning to do things on that day?
Yes. So that day, first I was going to, well, I gathered my things and I put my painting in the car, and I was going to go talk to Alex and get that done for the day, and then I was going to go to Racy's and see if I could find Max and do the paint swap, and then I was going to see, before I had to go home to watch my little brother now, I was going to switch over. I had a change of a mail address that needed to be handled.
Okay. So after seeing Max, what did you do?
After seeing Max, he was pretty excited that I had the painting for him, and he had this painting he described to me as a cosmic goat that I would really like, so we exchanged those paintings.
And during this period, there's a picture of your car at Racy's and then returning
Yes.
to Racy's. So what did
Yes.
you do after seeing Max?
After seeing Max...
Or after going to Max's house?
Oh, after going to Max's house, we talked for a little bit. He went inside, grabbed his paintings. We came back to Racy's, and I dropped him off, gave him a hug.
Did you tell Max what your plan was
Yes.
after you were seeing him?
Yes.
What did you tell him?
I told him that I wanted to go over to Alex's house. There was a lot I have to talk about with everybody, and I definitely wanted to talk to him today.
All right. So, let me just ask, why did you only have a brief exchange that morning with Jason when you saw him?
When I saw him, he seemed kind of occupied. I thought he was busy.
All right. Was that unusual to you?
No.
Okay.
We've had many times where we just pass.
When you left Racy's,
Yes.
after seeing, I think that at least they have your return to Racy's here at 11:13, right? Did you
Yes.
stay at Racy's very long after you dropped Max off again?
No, I think I went to the bathroom and got ready to go.
And after using the bathroom, where did you go?
To Alex's.
Same route as before? Do you know? Do you know the route you took?
I take a couple routes to get to Alex's. It was probably the one I take usually, just right over.
Okay. And when you got to Alex's house, what did you do?
When I got to Alex's house, I parked my car in the driveway, I left it running, and I grabbed his heating pad and such, and I went up to the door and I knocked on it.
All right, let me ask you about the heating pad. Why did you have a heating pad with you?
I had a heating pad because I had some really awful menstrual cramps, and I was like complaining about it one day, and he's like, oh, here's a heating pad I never use, why don't you use it?
But specifically, maybe my question wasn't clear. Why on that day did you have the heating pad in the car with you, and why did you take it out to Alex's house? That's what I'm going to ask.
So when talking to an ex, it can always be awkward. It was my way of kind of having an icebreaker, a buffer to start a conversation.
Were you planning to do something with the heating pad?
Give it back to him, yes.
Were you also planning to retrieve anything from his house?
Yes, I was hoping that he still had a few clothing items, and possibly I left an antique cup there that I really liked.
I think last week it was mentioned that The Little Prince, had he ever given you a book, The Little Prince?
He had given me 2 Little Princes.
What was the difference between the two of them?
The difference between the 2 Little Princes is that one was a kind of, I call it a children's style book. So it was in English, and it was wide and large. And the other Little Prince he had given to me was a smaller version, and it was in French.
Had you brought one of those copies previously back to Lacy's?
Yes, I had.
Do you remember which one it was?
It was the large child's version, as I would call it.
So you go to Alex's house, you ring the bell. Are you afraid of him?
No.
What happens after you ring the bell?
I knock on the door, and
Oh, you knocked on the door, not ring the bell? Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
no bell.
Okay.
I knock on the door, and I hear some kind of shuffling around, and I noticed his roommate kind of comes down the stairs and pops his head in, and then he's gone.
When you say his roommate, was this anyone you had ever met before?
We hadn't met, but I had seen him plenty of times. It was Dave.
Had you ever really talked to him though?
No.
All right, so he popped his head, and then what did he do after popping his head? that
Kind
you
of,
could see?
well, I seen that he just kind of seemed like he went and got Alex, and then he just kind of scurried off somewhere.
Was Dave Stoiting dressed when he came to the door?
No.
Okay. You said you thought he got Alex. Why did you think that?
Because Alex came down shortly after.
And when Alex came down to the door, what happened?
Alex looked a little surprised to see me, and I said hi, and I was like, I have the heating pad and stuff for you. And he took it, and he was like, do you want to talk? And it was a quick exchange of words before we went upstairs.
When you were going to see Alex,
Yes.
what are the things that you wanted to do or accomplish in having a conversation with him?
What I wanted to accomplish in having a conversation with Alex is that I abruptly broke off our relationship, which I felt was unfair. I thought it was immature, the fact I did it over text, first off. I just wanted to make sure he was okay and how he felt, and I just felt that he had the right to express himself fully about how he felt our relationship was going, how things ended. Just wanted to check in with him.
Did you also want to talk to him at all about
But I'd
John or anything like that?
Yes, I knew that because he was close friends with John that I wanted to ask him about, it was an apology actually. I was like, I'm sorry if you have to talk to any investigators. I know this situation's uncomfortable. And I wanted to share to him about my counseling and writing I've been doing since it.
So with all of these purposes in mind, you go up,
Yes.
you go inside with Alex. Where do you and Alex go?
We go to our usual spot, which is his bedroom. And I sit on his bed, and he's kind of milling about his room. And then he sits next to me, and we start talking.
Are you afraid of him at this time?
No.
What were you and Alex talking about?
Well, first I said my apology about, I'm sorry that if you're uncomfortable because of you might have to talk to an investigator, there's things going on. I also mentioned I seen a photo with my name and with not my name but my number and some crude words. Do you have any ideas who might be doing this?
Are you referring to the Lacy's bathroom? hall?
Yes, I'm referring to the Lacy's bathroom hall.
Okay, and so you tell him those things.
Yes.
And how does the conversation proceed from there?
The conversation proceeded from there. I was a bit tearful because I was expressing to him about how upset I was about what had happened and how I had been seeing some help about this and how I was expressing myself, kind of writing, and I was telling him roughly how I felt.
Had you brought a knife into the room?
No.
There was some testimony that I think Jason Mingle said he noticed a knife in the room when he got there. Was that something you had brought into the room?
Hold on.
I don't believe there was any such testimony, number one.
I don't recall any testimony to that
Oh,
effect.
okay, maybe that's a mistake. Did you bring a knife in the room with you at all?
No.
Okay, or why not?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled, you can answer.
Thanks. Why didn't you bring a knife up there with you?
Well, I didn't bring a knife up there because we were talking, we were spending time together. I don't see any reason for a knife at all.
All right. Did you, do you know how long this conversation was going on?
I never wear a watch. I'm bad at keeping track of time. So, no, I don't.
At some point, as you're having this conversation, let me ask, what's the tone of the conversation between you and Alex as you're having this conversation in this room?
The tone of our conversation was somber, very solemn between us. We were both pretty quiet and soft-spoken, and it was just a gentle conversation at that point.
And I think, did there's come a time where something interrupted that conversation?
Yes.
All right. Judge, do you want to take a lunch break now? or-
Well, I'm just kind of waiting to hear whether there's food. I'd like to go up until we're ready for the jury. We don't have any word yet, so as soon as we get word,
Okay,
we're going to break here real soon.
all right. All right. I asked you about an interruption, and
Yes.
and you said there was an interruption.
Yes.
What did you hear that made you realize that somebody else was there?
What made me realize someone else was there is that I heard a ringtone very loudly, not far outside of the room we were in. I was surprised by that, kind of taken back.
I think I forgot to ask you this. What had you done with your car when you had gotten over to Alex's house?
I left it running.
Why?
I often leave my car running because it's, I don't take care of my car like I should, and there's sometimes when if I don't leave it running for periods of time, it will just not start again, and I also didn't really think I was going to be there that long.
Were you afraid because your car's running, somebody might steal it?
No,
Okay.
it's an ugly car.
When you heard the ringtone, were you saying anything to the Alex about having Jason help him?
No,
Were you saying let him help you at all?
no,
Was Jason invited to come into the house?
no, he just let himself in.
All right, so had you heard a knock at the door or the bell ring or anything like that?
No, I didn't even know the door had opened. He just kind of burst in.
Were you surprised, or let me rephrase that, what was your feeling or your emotion when you heard Jason's ringtone?
I was surprised and just kind of, it shocked me. I was like, why did he just let himself in? What's going on?
And when Jason all of a sudden shows up on the scene,
Yes,
was there any change that you saw in Alex's demeanor?
yes.
Why don't you tell us what that was?
After Jason just let himself into Alex's home, I could tell that Alex, he was no longer sitting next to me like he was. He stood up, and he was very, I call it being bristled, but he seemed on edge.
What conversation took place with Jason, you, and Alex in the room?
Jason kind of burst into the room, and he was just using his hands a lot, and he was saying, "What's going on? Is everybody okay?" And he was talking, and I kind of stepped in, and I said, "Everything's fine, we're just talking." And trying to calm him down, I said, "We're fine, we can talk in a public place."
Who suggested public place?
Kind of all did. We came to this conclusion that we should go somewhere public.
But was there something to be afraid of that was going to happen in the bedroom?
No.
Were you concerned about what Jason might think, that you were in Alex's bedroom?
Yes.
And what was that about?
I knew that he'd probably jump to the conclusion, because that was our place where we talked, that he would assume that I had decided to sleep with him that day.
Had you decided to sleep with Alex on that day?
No.
So after this conversation with Jason, and again, is Alex showing any other reaction or any other part of that conversation?
He's, as I said, bristled. He's frustrated. He's a little, he started to get quiet, and I always see that as a sign that Alex isn't particularly very happy.
Who left the room first?
Jason.
After Jason left, what did you and Alex do?
I kind of looked at him and I said, well, I guess we both kind of were like, I guess we should go somewhere to talk.
All right. So did you and Alex leave the room?
Yes.
Where did you go?
We went downstairs and outside.
When you get downstairs and outside, what's going on?
I was so confused to see that there were police vehicles there. And Jason was...
Did you call the police?
No.
At the time, did you know how the police happened to be there?
No, that's why it took me by surprise so much, that all of a sudden there's these 2 police vehicles, there's police officers. I was just like, what's going on?
Did the police officers come and talk to you at all?
Yes, they did.
Do you remember anything about that conversation?
I do, yes.
What do you recall?
I remember the usual police contact. They asked for my license and my name. They asked if everything was fine, and I said, yeah, we're going somewhere public to speak. Everything's fine. I had no concerns.
How long did you talk with the police for?
It wasn't very long, no.
And when you were talking with the police, was there anything worrisome to you?
No.
After the police left, were there any words exchanged between you and Jason, or Jason and Alex at all?
Yes, I had said a few things to Jason. We talked before we got in the car and I talked to Jason before he rode off on his bike, and then I got back in the car and we left.
I'm going to ask you some questions about what you were wearing on that day.
All right.
How were you dressed that day?
That day I was more layered and casual. I wasn't planning on dressing up because I had errands to run.
Okay. Aside from underwear, what was the first layer on top against your skin? What was your first layer next to your skin?
From top down. So my first on top. My first layer was a yellow tiger shirt I have.
Is that the t-shirt we saw on the screen before?
Yes.
And on top, what was the next layer that you had on?
Was my favorite button-up, which seems to have, it looks like dots, but they're little plants. It's a blue button-up.
I hate to ask you an embarrassing question, but were you wearing underwear under your clothes that day?
No.
Okay. So you had no underwear on, no? All right.
No.
And after the blue button-up shirt, was that common for you to not wear underwear under your clothing?
Yes, I had tights on, so that kind of what I thought counted it as underwear.
And a bra, is it common for you to not wear a bra?
Yes.
Okay. So, all right, let's go back. I want to go back to the top garment. So I think we've talked about the t-shirt, the button-up.
Yes.
After the button-up, what was the next thing you had on over that?
The next thing I had on over that was my gold sweater.
Okay. And is that the gold sweater we've seen the pictures of?
Yes.
Sometimes looks gold, sometimes looks brown?
Yes, it looks brown, but it's gold.
Okay. And after the gold sweater, what did you have on top of that?
I have this very large, it's a flannel, it's very large on me, so I kind of use it as a coat or an overcoat.
Okay. Anything else on your top half of your body?
Well, around my waist I kind of had another sweater kind of tied loosely. It's like a long sweater.
Do you know what color that was?
It was kind of goldish.
Okay. All right, let's talk about the bottom half of your body.
Yes.
I think you mentioned tights.
Yes.
Were those the tights we've seen the pictures of?
Yes, my knit tights.
And on top of the tights, what did you have?
I had what's been called as mom jeans, but some light wash, high-waisted pants.
Okay.
Okay, is this a good spot?
Let me just
Great.
ask what she had on her feet, and then we can
Okay,
finish
get
this.
through all the layers and we're good.
Yeah,
For
okay.
lunch, okay.
Were you wearing shoes on that day?
Yes, I had my work boots on.
Okay. That's it.
Okay, all right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for...
We're at the point where the police had left and you and Alex are now leaving his house.
Yes.
All right. Whose car were you in?
My car.
Who was driving?
I was driving.
When you left Alex's car, did you go to drive, Alex's car, excuse me, your car, Alex's
Yes.
house? Sorry, I'm talking too fast. Did you go to drive anywhere in particular?
No.
What was your intentions?
It was briefly discussed about maybe possibly going to a park or just somewhere in common to speak. We didn't settle on something.
As you were driving, were you paying much attention to where you were going?
No, just driving.
What was the subject of the conversation between you and Alex as you're leaving his house and starting to drive?
What we had started talking about is like feelings towards the relationship we had had, and he started to now speak about how he felt about my relationship with Jason and how he felt about our relationship ending.
What was Alice's mood or demeanor during this conversation?
Alex was very solemn and he seemed frustrated.
As he was talking and you were talking,
Yes.
what was happening to you and your feelings?
I started feeling anxious after our conversation being abruptly interrupted. And now we were driving and talking about me and Jason and things like that. I started to feel anxious, just uneasy.
What did you do as a result of that anxiety?
As a result of my anxiety, I asked him if it would be all right if he could drive for a while.
How did he respond?
He said, yes, yeah, I can drive. It's fine.
So what happened after he told you he could drive?
After we briefly parked, we switched drivers and he started to drive me.
Do you know where you were at that particular point?
No.
When he was driving at that point, did the conversation continue?
Yes.
Were you paying attention at all to where he was going?
No, I was trying to focus on what he was saying.
Did you know where he was going or direct him to a certain direction at all?
No, we were just driving.
What was the conversation about then?
The conversation was more led by him at this point, and he was voicing his opinion about my continuation of the relationship with Jason.
And as that conversation continued, was there at some point that Alex stopped the car?
Yes.
Do you know where that was?
It was just some road. We just stopped.
When he stopped the car, what happened?
When he stopped the car, when he stopped the car, we sat there for a moment, and a car passed us. Not much happened other than he started to pull into what seemed like a driveway.
And was this, okay, just to clarify, where he initially pulled the car over, was it on the muddy road or was it on a paved road?
It was on a paved road, turning into the muddy road. It's the best way to describe it.
All right, but at that point, had he completely gone onto the muddy road yet?
No.
After he decided to start driving again,
Yes.
what did he do?
He proceeded to drive up the muddy road, and that's when we started to get stuck.
First of all, you've seen the pictures with the gate at the muddy road. Was the gate
Yes.
open or closed?
It was open.
All right. So when you say he got stuck or started to get stuck, what do you mean?
As we started to drive up this muddy road, it's kind of at an incline. We got stuck in the mud the first time.
Was there conversation about why he was driving up the muddy road?
No, well, it was just kind of, this seems like a nice place to stop, I guess.
All right. Was there a plan to do something once?
To get out, and we both love nature, so to get out, maybe look around a bit, explore, talk.
When he got the car stuck, what happened?
When he got the car stuck in the road, I said, I can take over. I think I can pull it out of the mud. So we then again switched drivers.
What happened when you decided you were going to try to, well, let me ask you first. Had you ever been to this place before?
No, I've never seen it before.
Did you know where you were?
No.
You get in the driver's seat. Were you able to move the car?
Yes.
Were you able to do that without the assistance of any objects?
Yes.
Okay. And once you were able to move the car, where was Alex sitting when you did that? Or where was Alex? I'm sorry, that's what I meant to ask.
Alex was in the passenger seat with me.
When you were able to move the car, what did you do?
I was able to move the car because I maneuvered it onto what seemed to be grass, so it wasn't muddy. It seemed like the frost hadn't given out yet. So I proceeded to drive up this hill of sorts, and then I got stuck in the mud.
You've seen the pictures of your car stuck in the mud.
Yes.
Did your car ever move again while you were
No.
there? Let me ask you now, you're stuck in the mud.
Yes.
What efforts do you make to get unstuck?
Well, I tried your typical backing up a little bit, moving forward, maybe turning the wheel this way, turning the wheel that way a little bit, but
You mean you turn the wheel to right and to left?
yes,
Okay.
to see if anything would help get this out of the mud, but it just, the tires at one point just started spinning. There was no use.
Did Alex get out and try to help push at all?
No,
And did you try to use any objects to get yourself unstuck?
I looked for some in my car, yes, after we stopped.
Okay, first of all, did you look for things in the inside of your car?
Yes,
What did you look for in the inside of your car?
I was hoping there would be a brick in my car, a board, anything I can use to wedge under maybe one of the tires to gain some traction.
Did you find anything you could do that with?
No,
Did you look in the trunk of your car?
yes.
What did you look for in the trunk of your car?
I looked for the same thing, but there wasn't anything that I wanted to have to stick under my tire and see it break or get ruined.
Was there something specific in your trunk you didn't want to get ruined?
My tent.
And did at some point you take a blanket out?
Yes, I took a blanket out when I was looking in the back of my car, kind of in the back footwells, in the seat area. I set it on the ground near the open door. I wasn't too concerned that it was on the ground.
Okay. When you say the open door, which door are you referring to?
The driver's side back seat door.
Why was that door opened?
The door was open so that I could look for anything.
And did you ever close that door?
No.
What about a pillow? Did you take a pillow out at all?
Yes, a pillow had come out when I took the blanket out.
So that just happened?
Yes, it just happened.
Okay. So you're in the mud, you're
Yes.
stuck.
Yes.
What is Alex doing to try to help you get unstuck?
At that point, he was very quiet. He wasn't doing really much. He kind of stepped back and he seemed like he was just letting me look and try to figure this out.
The things that were in your trunk, I know there's been some pictures shown that there's a couple of knives back in the trunk.
Yes,
Were you aware those were in there?
not consciously, no.
Do you know how they got in the back of your trunk?
There's always various knives from moving place to place between my mom's and my dad's, and there was a lot of things in my trunk from moving out of my apartment. So somewhere between moves.
Was one of those knives something Jason had given you?
Yes.
And what condition was it in?
It was, one of the clasps was broken.
We also saw a picture of what looked like a steak knife or a kitchen knife.
Yes.
Did you know that was in there?
I didn't know that was in there, no.
Did you take those knives out at any time?
No.
Did you go into your center council to try and get anything to move the car?
No, I didn't really look in there.
At some point, did Alex get out of the car too?
Yes.
And at some point, did you move other items from around in your car in the back seat? Just as, well, what I want to ask you about is the paintings Max gave you. Do you know if you
Yes.
moved those at all?
I did move the paintings. One of the paintings was upright, so I moved it to the front seat. I didn't want it to get ruined in me rummaging around. And the other painting had slipped under the seat.
So when you moved that painting, the larger
Yes.
painting, or maybe we could call the abstract painting,
Yes.
where was Alex at that point?
Alex was outside of the car.
After not finding anything to move the car,
Yes.
what were you going to do next?
Breathe. I was like, oh, great. I don't know where I am. I have no idea. I'm stuck in the mud. I don't know what to do. I need to breathe.
I'm just going to show you this diagram that has been used previously. It's exhibit number 285. Thank you. And just to orient you,
Yes.
do you understand what is being shown
I
here?
do.
Okay, so this diagram shows tire marks in two different places.
Yes.
All right. The diagram shows to a pillow. Is that the pillow I was asking you about?
Yes, it's my pillow.
Okay. And although I'm sure it's marked on here, it's not. The diagram shows a blanket?
Yes.
All right. Now, this is your car. Did you notice something next to your car by where you were stuck?
Yes, I noticed a large, what seemed to be military trailer.
At some point, did you go over by that trailer?
Yes.
Why?
It was a bit tall for me to look inside, but I kind of peeked at it to see if there might have been something. I stopped focusing on it and I decided to go sit just kind of on the hitch of the trailer.
Okay. Do you see this pointed object near where it says trailer?
Yes.
Is that a visual, though not accurate, representation of the hitch?
Yes.
So when you went over to the hitch, what did you do?
I went over to the hitch of the trailer and I decided to sit on it. And I was just trying to breathe through the anxiety and the feelings of being stuck, not knowing where I am. And I was just kind of looking out into the woods, sitting on this hitch of sorts.
During the time that you're sitting and looking out into the woods, was Alex talking with you at all?
He was behind me, but he was at my car at that point.
Was he in your line of vision, or how? Let me just ask this, how did you know he was at your car?
I could hear him open and close the door.
Was he talking to you at all?
No,
During this time, were you facing towards Alex or away from Alex?
I was facing away from Alex towards the woods.
Did there come a time where, as you were facing away from Alex towards the woods, that he approached you at all?
Yes, he had approached me from behind.
Well, since he's from behind, how do you know he's there?
I could feel him. I could feel that he was there. I could hear him approach. I could feel just that somebody was behind me.
When he approached, what happened?
As I was sitting there, he approached me from behind and he wrapped his arms around me. It was kind of a hug. He held me there for a little while.
Did you say anything?
I kind of tensed. I didn't really reciprocate the hug. And it was kind of a silent moment between us, but I felt awkward and uneasy, and it wasn't in a time for me to feel like I wanted a hug, I guess.
And let me ask you something else. Do you know whether or not Alex had a phone with him?
Yes.
Did you have a working phone with you?
No.
You had your iPod, I gather.
Yes.
And the phone without the minutes?
Yes.
All right. Did you ask Alex at any point to make a phone call on his phone to try and get
No.
a tow truck?
No.
Did
I did
he
not.
offer to make any calls or try to get a tow truck?
It was a very brief kind of quick conversation about, should we call somebody for this? And I was like, I can handle it, I think. So, no, we did not make a phone call.
All right, you could handle it, but you hadn't been able to move the car. What are you thinking when you're saying, I can handle this?
What I'm thinking is, I don't want to get my car towed because of how expensive it is. I didn't want to have to pay for that.
Okay. So let's go back to him coming over. He gives you a hug.
Yes.
What happens after he gives you the hug?
After he gives me the hug, and I tense. I think he felt that because he let go after he held me for a while. And I think he could see that I was breathing. I was trying to breathe through some anxiety, and he suggested that maybe I should go lay down or look around in the car again.
Okay, when you say you were breathing, can you describe what you mean to all of us?
What I mean is I'm sitting there and I'm just a lot is running through my mind, and I was breathing heavily. My anxiety was heightened at that time. I was trying to breathe through it, so I was trying to deeply breathe. It wasn't working too well.
Is deep breathing something you've used to try to control anxiety?
Yes.
Did Alex say anything else to you after he had eventually come over?
He suggested that I might want to lay down for a while and maybe just relax.
What did you think when Alex said that?
I just shrugged and was like, all right, maybe, and I decided to walk back towards the car.
When you walked back to the car, did you go in the car?
I went into the car, yes.
Where in the car did you return?
I returned to the car. I returned to the driver's side. Back door was open, and I approached into the car. I kind of looked around a little bit, moved some things a little more, and that's how I was getting into the car, was from the back.
Why were you going to the back seat and not the front seat?
I was thinking, maybe he's right, I need to lay down for a little bit.
Did you lie down?
I did.
At some point after lying down, did Alex join you?
Yes, he did join me.
How were you laying down when he came over?
When he came over, when he first came over, I was still in a somewhat crouched position. So I I heard him approach, and I laid down. I got into the car further, and I laid down on my back.
When you laid on the back, what happened with Alex?
When I laid down, Alex had started to come into the car with me and position himself above me. You could say, straddled.
Was Alex speaking to you at that point?
Yes, he started to speak to me at this point, yes.
Can you tell us the words you heard Alex speak to you?
What he said to me at this time was, he started to describe me, and not in a third person sense. And he also started to speak of how he deserves this.
Well, let's just stop, because I don't know what you mean by he describes you in a third person sense. Can you tell us specifically what you remember him saying?
Specifically, what I remember him saying is, Ezra is beautiful. Ezra is my shining sun. Ezra, in the sense he kept saying my name and then something after that. Ezra is so handsome.
All right, so Ezra is beautiful, Ezra is my shining sun, Ezra is handsome. Had he ever talked to you that way before?
He hadn't talked to me. He's said pet names before. He's sweet talked me before, but this was different because it was disconnected. It was third person.
So in other words, are you, like before he would say, you are this, you are that?
He would say, you're beautiful, you're handsome, you're this, you're that. But at this point, at this time, he was saying Ezra is, instead of, it was more as if I was an object.
After he's saying Ezra is beautiful,
Objection
Ezra
to
is,
that last comment, it calls for speculation.
that's how she felt. I believe that's perfectly admissible.
Are you objecting to the previous question before
Yes,
the
Your
answer?
Honor. Previous answer, before counsel started again.
I'm going to overrule it. Go ahead.
All right, so you're feeling that he's referring to as an object. What else are you feeling at that point?
At that point, I'm not so sure how to really think about what was happening. I was a little confused because He hadn't come on to me earlier that day. I didn't think he was going to do this. I was starting to feel my anxiety come back full force.
Did he do anything with respect to your glasses?
Yes, he started to do things slowly and methodically. He first removed my glasses.
When your glasses are off, can you see?
No, not at all. Barely past a couple inches in front of my face.
So when he removed your glasses, what were you able to see?
I was able to see that he was in front of me. I can't see much.
I think you were saying that in addition to his referring to you in the third person, he was also saying something else. Can you tell me what else you heard?
That I was handsome and that he deserved this. I had betrayed him. I went back to Jason. He was upset about this and that he deserved me.
After Alex says he deserved you and takes off your glasses, what does he do?
He then takes my scarf and he places it over my eyes. And I felt his hand on my face and he asked me if I could see him. And I told him, no, I cannot.
So he puts this, you tell him you can't see him. What does he do next?
After he asks me a few times if I can see him, and I tell him, no, I can't see you, Alex. I can't see him, but I can feel him start to touch my clothes.
What's going through your head?
What's going through my head at this time is I don't know what I was assuming what I thought I knew what he wanted, and I wasn't sure, and I was anxious, and what was going on was going through my head.
Were you going to tell him to stop?
I hadn't really voiced much until after he had kissed me.
Then, after kissing you, but about the other things he was doing, touching your clothes, caressing you, or whatever he did, I'm not sure what he did, but...
No, I just was quiet and I was still.
Okay, I want to get back to his actions as you were quiet.
Yes.
What is he doing besides kissing you? What does he do?
After he kisses me and I pull my head back a bit, I felt he touched the hem of my sweater. I could feel a pull on it. And I wasn't sure at the time really what he was doing, but I could feel it start to give away. It felt looser, and my sweater had been opened.
Did you know how he had opened your sweater?
After I felt my sweater start to give away, I took off the scarf and I could see that he was cutting my sweater.
All right. When he kissed you, did you tell him to stop?
Yes.
Why say stop about the kissing?
He didn't ask me if he could kiss me. I couldn't see he was going to do it. It was so sudden and it caught me off guard and it was strange.
It caught you off guard. You asked him to stop. Did he stop kissing you or continue?
He tried to kiss me again, but I tried to pull away with my limited room where I was.
So now he's cut your sweater open. Do you tell him stop then?
No, I froze.
What does he do after he cuts your sweater?
After he cuts through my sweater, he then starts to cut through my second shirt.
Do you move then?
No,
Why not?
I'm just trying to breathe. I'm frozen. I don't know what to do.
When you say frozen, what do you mean?
What I mean when I'm frozen is that I'm still. I'm limp. I'm not moving or resisting or fighting. I'm there.
Why?
I didn't know what to do.
After he cuts through your shirt, what's the very next thing you feel?
The next thing I feel is that my second shirt starts to get cut, and I can feel that he's cutting it, but I also feel a slight prick or something. And After that, he moves to my pants.
Were you able to see what he was cutting with?
Yes,
What was it?
it was a knife.
Now, about that knife, had you taken that knife out during the time that you were stuck?
No,
When you came back to the car before you got in the back seat, had you noticed that something was different?
I noticed something was different. I looked into the front of my car and I noted how it was strange that my wallet was out of the console and that my middle console was open. I thought it was strange.
Let me take you back to the cutting. So
Yes.
he's cut through your sweater, he's cut through your shirt, he's cut a little bit into your T-shirt, you have felt something on your
Yes.
stomach, I believe. And after that, what does he do next?
After that, he starts to cut through my pants. He's starting near the button, well, below that. It's on the front of my pants or the inner thigh, you can say. I can feel that he's pulled on it to give room so that he can cut through.
Was there, besides your pants, was he cutting through anything else at this point?
At this point, he had cut through my tights as well.
Where on your pants and your tights has he cut through at this point?
At this point, he had cut through the inner thigh area of my pants and tights.
After he's cutting through your pants and your tights, what happens next? Do you feel anything different at some point?
What was different at this point is that I could feel the knife start to graze and cut into my skin.
Where in your skin do you feel it?
I feel it on my vagina, I feel it, it's inside the hip region. I could just feel a pinch and I could feel that the knife had been meeting contact with.
Are you moving?
At this point, I was still frozen.
After he feels you feel him cut you in the vaginal area and in the inner thigh, what does he do next?
After I felt that, at this point, I had started to shift and I brought my leg up.
Okay, I'm going to do before you brought your leg up, though.
Yes.
All right? What I want to ask you, as you're there, as you're frozen, as you're thinking,
Yes.
what is going through your mind?
Before I even moved, what was going through my mind is he's going to do what he wants. He's going to take anything he wants. He's going to use me. I don't know what to do. I'm terrified. I couldn't move.
Had Alex ever cut you with a knife before?
No.
What is different about this as you're laying there and he's cutting you with this knife?
What's so different about this is that in the past, only clothes had been cut, but this is the first time he ever cut me with the knife.
What are you afraid of now?
I'm afraid he's going to kill me.
As you're afraid he's going to kill you, at some point, why are you afraid he's going to kill you? Let me just first ask that.
I'm afraid he's going to kill me because he has a knife, and I'm afraid that he's going to take whatever he wants and he's just going to finish this.
All of the things you've read about Alex, and I'm not going to go through his books and his philosophies again, were the things that he had talked about with you, the names he had called you, the discussions about sacrifice, consent, did
Yes.
that, I mean, is your mind swirling? Or what are you thinking?
My mind is running through his words that he deserves this. My mind is running through all of the possibilities of what he could want, of what he's going to take. I was wondering if he was going to kill me and then he was going to kill himself so that he didn't have to be alone.
All right, you're wondering this. At some point, do you manage to work yourself out of your frozen state?
Yes.
Tell us when that happens.
When this happens, I bring my leg up to position it more between Alex's legs.
When you say you bring your leg up, do you know which leg you're talking about?
Yes.
All right, and at this point, do you feel anything?
Yes, I feel him run the knife down a few times, the pants open, and then I feel that he punctures my leg.
At the point where he's running the knife and cutting
Yes.
you and punctures you, are you, besides the fact that you've brought your leg up, are you moving your leg at any point yet?
No, I was just closing off the area of my vagina.
I know that we're talking about this slowly, but in terms of the time it's taking as he's doing this, what fast, slow?
It was very slow at first. It was slow. It was very slow. And then as I brought my leg up is when it started to happen faster. Things were starting to happen now.
After you feel the puncture in your leg.
Yes.
And he's cut these, into your leg.
Yes.
What do you do to try to move?
What I'm doing to try to move is I have my right hand gripping the side of the seat. I was just thinking maybe if I can pull myself away, maybe if I can do something, I can get out, I can get away from this. I need to move. I need to start to move. I was screaming at myself internally, you need to move.
Are you saying anything?
No.
Did you try somehow to reach for anything with your other hand, your left hand?
Yes, when my leg was pulled up, my leg is pulled up and I'm closing off the area of my vagina, I take my hand, my free hand, my left hand, and I grab for and bat at the knife that is puncturing my leg.
What do you feel when that happens?
I feel like a pinch or a prick on my hand every time I go to block it.
So when you feel that cutting into your hand, what do you do with your hand?
I pull my hand away.
Do you do something else then to try to resist him?
Yes, my
What do you
hand,
do? Go ahead,
as
I was
my
just
leg
asking you.
is between his knees at that point, gripping the seat, I decided then to knee him in the groin.
What happens when, you decided to knee him in the groin. Did you actually do it?
Yes.
What happens then?
He reacts and he drops the knife at that point.
When he drops the knife, what do you do?
Instantly, I grab the knife and I've used my arm to pull myself into the footwell. And that's when everything really starts to happen.
All right, I'm going to talk to you about everything starting to happen. You have the knife.
Yes.
What are you doing with the knife?
At this point, I have the knife. I'm trying to get out of the car. I need to get out. I need to get away is all I'm saying. And I can't get out of the car and he's still grabbing for me. And this is when I began to defend myself and stab Alex.
Now, you're saying you want to get out of the car. You're no longer lying down on the seat with your head by the passenger side door. Where in the car are you at this point as you're trying to get out and you're holding this knife?
At this point, when the knife is in my hand, I am trapped between the open door and the middle of the car, so where the console would be, or the seat.
You said you grabbed the knife and you start
Yes.
stabbing.
Yes.
Where's your back at that point, or which direction are you facing it?
I'm facing, what would be forward at this point is the rear of the car. I'm facing Alex, but my back is pressed against the driver.
Where is Alex?
Alex is in front of me. He's in between, he's not directly in front of me, but he's in between me and the door.
Are you trying to get out?
Yes.
You said you're unable to get out, so what do you start doing?
What I start doing is defending myself. As Alex is grabbing me, I started stabbing him anywhere and everywhere I could. I didn't know what was happening. I just needed to get away. I just needed to get out of the car.
Were you consciously aiming for any particular place when you were stabbing him?
No, it was happening fast, and it was anywhere and everywhere.
Do you have any memory of the order in which you stabbed him at all?
No.
Do you have any memory in particular of him attacking you as you're stabbing?
Yes, as I'm trying to get out of this car, as I'm trying to make my way to the open door, Alex grabs me by the throat, and I'm pressed, my body and my head is pressed against the driver's side back of the seat.
And is this happening before you stabbed him, as you're starting? Do you remember?
It's happening as I was stabbing him.
Okay. So he's grabbing you by the throat. You saw a red mark from these pictures on your throat?
Yes,
Is that where he was grabbing you?
yes.
And besides grabbing you in the throat, what else is he doing to you? Do you know?
His hand slips from my throat and it moves to the back of my head where he grabs my hair.
What happens when he grabs your hair? Do you remember?
I remember as he grabbed my hair, he was holding it very tight, and he was pulling my face towards him. And I remember that's when I had stabbed him inside the head.
Why did you do that?
It was a response to being pulled so close to his face.
When you did that and you're stabbing him and he's grabbing you by the throat, he's pulling your hair, as this is going on, at some point, does he let go?
Yes,
When he lets go, what does he do?
he didn't just let go, he had ripped my hair out from my head. And he then got out of the car.
When he gets out of the car, well, let me ask this, first of all. Before he gets out of the car and you're doing the stabs, are you trying to kill him?
No,
What are you trying to do?
I just want to get away. I need to get out of the car. I need to get away as fast as I could.
So why do you keep stabbing him while you're still in the car?
Because he wouldn't let go. He wouldn't let me out. I was terrified.
He wouldn't let go of you?
No,
Where?
my throat and my head.
When he lets go and he goes out of the car, do you run after him and keep stabbing him?
No, I was...
What do you do?
I was crumpled. I was inside the car still, and I was sitting inside the car on the driver's side seat.
At some point, do you get out of the car?
Yes.
And where is Alex at that point in time?
Alex is standing up near what was the green trailer.
Did Alex say something to you as he's standing up there?
Yes, I was confused. I didn't...
Well, I just want you to tell us.
What he said
What
to
he
me,
said.
what I heard him say to me was that he needed help to go to the bathroom. He needed help doing this.
When he said to you he needs help going to the bathroom, what do?
I instantly just wanted to help him, so I got out of the car and I approached him.
When you approached him, how are you feeling when you approach him?
Disconnected and dizzy and full of... I couldn't breathe.
Well, if you're so afraid, why do you go by him?
I just wanted to help. That's my first response, is to help someone.
So you go by him, you're going to
Yes.
help him,
Yes.
and at this point, what does he do?
When I go to approach to help him, I come near him, and this is when he grabs me again, and he pulls me very close and tight to his body.
Where's the knife?
The knife is in my hand still.
When he pulls you close and tight to your body, what are you thinking?
He's going to kill me.
What do you do as you're thinking he's going to kill you?
I reached around and just quickly stabbed him in the side, hoping he would let go.
Why do you think he's going to kill you at this point as he's grabbing you close?
I thought he was going to pull me down to the ground and get the knife.
Why do you reach around and stab him? Why, I mean, are you not face to face or?
It's because I'm pulled tight to his body, and that was the only place my arm could go.
Did you stab him anymore after that?
No.
All right, after this last stab wound, where do you go?
I retreated back into the car and I sat there shivering.
When you're doing that, were you watching at all what Alex was doing?
Yes.
What did you see him do?
Alex took his coat off and he laid it on the ground near the trailer, and then he proceeded to lay down on the coat.
You know, I think I had forgotten to ask you, but in this earlier struggle in the car, had your boots come off at all?
Yes, one of my boots had come off.
Do you know which one it was?
No.
And did you later take off another boot?
Yes.
Had you done that yet at this point?
No.
He's laying on his coat. Is he talking at all?
I could hear him speaking, yes.
Can you hear what he's saying?
I could hear him saying that he had been waiting for this for so long. I heard him saying strange things about roommates, and he just kept saying he's been waiting for this for so long.
After you hear that, what do?
I was still in the car at that point, and I was breathing, and I kept saying out loud what's happening, what's going on, and this is when I decided I needed to go. I needed to get away.
All right, so you decide you need to go. Are you kind of like almost feeling like things are black at all, or are you conscious, or what's going on with you?
I'm feeling like I feel dizzy and faint, like I can't catch my breath, that things are starting to go black at the sides. It felt like I was in a tunnel, like I could only see so much around me.
Does Alex keep talking, or eventually, or, does he stop at some point?
He was not talking anymore at that point.
And when you're in the car, do you find your glasses?
Yes,
Was this the first time you found your glasses?
yes,
Up until that point, you had problems with what you could see?
yes. I couldn't see at all. I hadn't put my glasses on yet.
When you put your glasses on, what do you do next?
I put my glasses on and I could see everything, and I'm sorry. This is the point when I decided I needed to go. I needed to get out of there. I was panicking. I couldn't breathe.
Did you see a phone?
Yes,
Whose phone?
I seen Alex's phone.
Did you take it?
Yes.
Why?
In my head, I wanted to call the police. I wanted to get help. I wanted to do anything I could do.
All right, at that point, you're thinking that as you leave the car, do you still have the knife?
Yes.
What do you do with that knife?
What I did with that knife is I looked down and I opened my sleeve with the tip of it, and I hastily scratched the word boy into my arm.
Okay, everyone wants to know, why did you scratch boy into your arm?
I've thought about it, and when I think about this, I don't know. At that time, it's something that just happened. It was just a reaction. I don't know why I did this.
Had you ever cut yourself before?
Yes.
When had you cut yourself before?
In the past, when I had cut myself on my arm, was at times when I felt like I couldn't breathe, when I felt numb, when I felt like I needed to act because I couldn't feel anything. It woke me up in a sense.
Did you feel that way at this time?
Yes.
Objection. Relevance. I know 402 or 404, I mean.
I think I'm asking about her feelings right afterwards. We're right in this incident. I'm asking her what she's feeling.
Well, I'm going to overrule. Go ahead, continue.
Thank you. All right, you've already said how you feel. After you cut boy in your arm, do you know where you were when you did that?
At that point is when I was staying away from Alex because of the fear. I was at the end of the car and I had my hand placed on the back of the car.
After you cut boy in your arm, what do you do? Well, first of all, is your second shoe on at this point?
No.
When you leave, where is Alex?
Alex is still laying on his coat.
Do you know, or had you noticed whether or not he had his shoes on at that point or not?
He still had his shoes on at that point.
And when you say he's laying on his coat, where is he laying on his coat?
He's laying on his coat near the green trailer.
You've cut boy in your arm.
Yes.
You told Detective Prock that you wouldn't forget. You did to not forget. Today you're saying you're searching your mind and you just don't know.
There's so many things I could think that it could be, but I search my mind, and when I think about this, I really just don't know the answer.
Where do you go after you have cut boy in your arm?
After I cut boy in my arm, I started to make my way down that dirt driveway.
You told Detective Prock that you could not get this outside of your head. What did you mean by that?
I couldn't get the feeling outside of my head. I couldn't get the panic, the visual of the horror of seeing Alex and seeing the blood. Some of the things that you've said in court, but what I meant to ask you before that was, the way you've related this is a little bit different than some of what you related to Detective Prock when you told him what happened Yes.
a couple of days later. And do you have an explanation or know why you remember this a little differently now?
I've had time to process it. I've had time to process it. And the moment, while speaking to Proc, it was fresh, all of the feelings. I was feeling the emotions and sights, and now I've had significant amount of time to process what has happened to me.
When you told him then that you couldn't get it out of your head, was it like replaying it in order? Was
No.
it fragments? Was it here and there? Was it, you know?
It was fragments, it was even smells. It was just a mix of parts of what had happened.
Okay. I'm going to have to take you back now to going to the farmer's house,
Yes,
to Mr. Sipples, okay?
yes.
What do you remember about going there?
I remember a farmer, he took me into his house, sat me down and got me a blanket.
Before you got to his house, where were you going? I mean, do you remember how you got there at all?
I just remember stumbling down a road, falling on a paved road a few times, just feeling like I could barely get my feet to move. And I noticed some cars in a driveway, and I thought, someone's home. I have to see if someone's home.
Do you know at all when you fell, what happened to the, well, first of all, you were carrying the knife and the phone, I think you
Yes.
said that. When you fell, did something happen to those?
When I fell the first time, I had hit my hand very hard, and the phone, I dropped the phone and I broke the phone.
And what about the knife?
The knife I just dropped.
Were you trying to hide them?
No,
I think you were talking about what Mr. Sipple did when you got there.
yes,
When you got there, was there some point where somebody asked you your name?
yes,
Do you remember at all what you said when you were there?
no,
Do you know whether when you were there, what your state of mind was?
I was just panicked.
Okay, I'm going to ask you about your name, Monica Carlin.
Yes,
You've heard the testimony that you gave your name as Monica Carlin.
yes, I've heard that.
And I think as you're saying now, you don't remember doing that.
No,
Was there an earlier time in your life when you had a traumatic car accident?
yes,
What happened then?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Yes.
I believe I was asking about a traumatic accident you once had with a horse.
yes.
Can you just briefly tell me about that?
I had just gotten my license and I was returning some movies to town, and I was driving my car and a
First of all, how
horse-
old were you? You said you'd just gotten your license.
16.
Okay.
I was driving and a horse and buggy bolted through a stop sign and went through my windshield.
After that happened and the horse went through your windshield, what happened to you?
I was taken to the hospital by ambulance.
A couple of years later, did you have another car accident?
Yes, I did.
When you had the second car accident, what did you do that time?
That time I had blacked out and opened my eyes, and I was in the ditch on the side of the highway. I'd gone through a fence.
After you were on the ditch on the side of the highway, did you go to the hospital again?
Yes.
Who visited you there?
My mother and my boyfriend at the time, Jason.
And when you were in the hospital, what were you talking about at the hospital the second time?
The second time at the hospital, when I woke up, I was asking, where's the horse? Is the horse okay? Is everybody okay?
Was there a horse in the second accident?
No, I was right back into the first accident I had had.
And what name did you give after that?
I gave my name Monica.
Do you know this because you remember it, or were the people who with you told you you had done this?
The people that were with me had told me that this was happening.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this as being hearsay,
All right, sustained on hearsay.
and
No.
ask that
And
that be
last
stricken.
answer would be stricken.
Okay, now after, I'm going to go back to this. So when you're at the farmer's house,
Yes.
are you aware of just happened to you? Of what had just happened to you at that point?
At that point, I wasn't aware of much other than being panicked and terrified and hurt.
You said you were attacked by them. Is them a word you would use referring to a singular person?
Yes.
And why do you sometimes call a singular person them or they?
I've been known to do this many times. It's a pronoun that I've been used to using. It's neutral.
You said you were attacked, but without giving details when you were there. Why was that?
I said I was attacked because the feeling of fear of having to get away from this individual, of feeling like someone was coming, or that I was hurt by someone and that something had happened. I looked down at my clothes and I could see they were open and I was terrified.
The police came. Did you talk to the police?
Yes.
Do you have any memory of those conversations?
No.
Do you know how you got to the hospital?
By ambulance.
Do you have any memory of that ambulance ride?
No.
What about getting to the hospital? Do you remember what happened once you got to the hospital?
I remember bits and pieces of what had happened when I got to the hospital because they had started to take my clothes.
Do you remember doctors, nurses, anything else?
It's all, I barely remember faces. It's a blur of movement and people checking in and people being with me constantly and talking to me and asking me questions and prodding and poking at me.
Do you remember any of your statements to the police that day? That day, the first night at the hospital?
No.
Was there a point in the hospital where your memory began to return to you?
Yes.
When was that?
The point when things started to flood back to me was when I finally was able to take a shower that night. And I went to get some soap or shampoo from the wall, and when I pumped it onto my hand, I felt how much it stung. And I looked down and I could see my hand was cut, and I could feel everything start to come back.
Was that, all right, let's start that. The next day, Detective Prock came to see you.
Yes.
Do you remember talking to him?
I do remember speaking with him, yes.
Do you remember speaking with him twice, or is it a blur, or how do you recall that?
My talks with Proc, when I remember them, it feels like it's just one interview. It doesn't feel distinctly two different interviews for me.
All right. Whether you remember it as one or two, Detective Prock came to see you the next day, and he was asking you where Alex was.
Yes.
And the next day, when he's asking you where Alex was, did you tell him about
No.
what had happened?
I did not tell him, no.
Why not?
I was overwhelmed and I was terrified. I didn't know what to do.
When you don't tell him, was there any thought in your head that had you told him some help could be gotten for Alex, or what did you think had happened to Alex at that point?
At that point, I thought Alex was dead.
Was that also something you thought as you cut Boy into your arm and ran away from the car?
Yes.
Why did you tell Detective Prock that Alex put Boy in your arm?
Why I told him this was that I was afraid that because I did this to wake myself up, that he wouldn't believe that anything else that had happened to me was true.
But at this point, you're not telling him the other things that have happened to you.
No.
And you're making a decision not to.
Yes.
Why is that?
Because of how terrified I am of what had happened.
The next day, and again, I realize these seem like one incident to you, but Detective Brock comes back with another investigator,
Yes.
Mr. Conkey, and he's asking you questions, and you don't tell him then right away either.
No,
Do you know why?
because of how terrified I was. I wasn't ready to tell anybody. I didn't know how to process this. I didn't know how to handle this.
At some point in that conversation, he told you that they had found your car. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
When he told you that, did you start talking about what happened?
Yes, it started to come out then.
And eventually, in that conversation, not right away, did you tell him that you had put the word boy in your arm?
Yes,
And again, were you hesitant to tell him that?
yes,
I mean, even after you told him all of these things and what happened, were you
yes,
hesitant?
I was.
And why was that?
Because after I told him, I still had that thought in my mind that he would assume that because I had done this, anything else that happened to me was my fault.
Ezra, the night before this happened, did you have a talk with your father?
Yes,
What was that talk?
I'm sorry. That talk with my father was about life starts now.
And when you had that talk, did you plan to start life by killing Alex?
No,
Did you come to Eau Claire to kill him?
no.
What were you hoping to do when you saw Alex?
I was hoping we could be friends still, even after everything that happened between us.
I have no further questions at this time.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 15-minute recess.
Your Honor, we believe there's two things that the defendant, through her testimony, has opened the door to. The defendant testified that she had an argument with her mother and that she then, after that argument, moved out of the house, implying that it's her decision to move out of the house. In fact, and we had an earlier hearing on this, and the court had said that we couldn't bring in the fact that she was kicked out of her mother's house. But I think that she has created the implication through her testimony that it was her decision to move out. So I believe we're allowed to cross-examine her on the fact that she was kicked out of the house at that point in time. And I don't know if the court wants me to address both points that I believe she's opened the door to, or if you want to argue each of them in turn.
Judge, I don't object to Mr. DeFore saying, were you kicked out of your mother's house? I didn't intend
Then that takes care of that.
I thought that that was clear, but if he wants to ask that as one question and not go on and on about it, I don't object to it.
I don't intend to go
Okay.
on and on. I'm just going to ask that question.
right.
Second point, Your Honor, is that the defendant, through her testimony, as it relates to her sexual experiences with Alex, made the statement that she absolutely does not like to be in the, in her words, prone position. Your Honor, I believe that opens the door to a specific text exchange that she had with John Hansen in February of 2018, in which she sends a picture to Mr. Hansen by text of herself in the prone position, and then follows it up with, I want to do something similar, but I'd like you to tie me up for it.
Judge, first of all, I think that the state misunderstood. When she said she didn't like being prone, she was asked about prone at two different points. Earlier in the testimony, she was asked about being prone as in lying face down and having sex with Mr. Woodworth behind her. I didn't ask her if she liked it or didn't like it at that point. At a later part in the testimony, I was asking her specifically about BDSM. And I said, you've said something about prone. Now, was there a different kind of prone? I can't say those are my exact words, but I asked her, and she specifically referred to the fact that prone in this context meant that Mr. Woodworth was choking her. And that's when I said, did she dislike it? And she was referring to that, not to lying down on her or being prone as opposed to face up or in the missionary position, as it's called. So those are two very different things, and it does not open the door whatsoever, nor would I call the photograph prone at all that Mr. DeFore is referring to. I know what Mr. DeFore is referring to. I ask that it not be shown to the cameras, but if Mr. DeFore in his argument wants to tender it to the court, he should, because I don't know that the court has necessarily seen it. So I would say that this has not opened the door, and it's certainly, she talked about her sexual relationship with Alex. And things she didn't like regarding choking, and that really has nothing to do with the photograph that she sent to John Hanson.
Well, Your Honor, if it's that's not how she testified. She testified she didn't like to be in the prone position, period. That's what her testimony was. Secondly, if it's in regard to bondage situations, again, this was followed up with she wants to be tied up. I will show the court the picture of all that's not going to be viewed by any cameras.
You're talking about the second one?
I'm sorry.
Talking about the second one?
Yes, Your Honor.
What about the first one?
I'm sorry.
What about the other picture on this page?
I wouldn't necessarily need to display that photo or publish that photo in any way, shape, or form.
So we're just talking about the one photo?
Right.
All
The
right,
other
well-
thing is that Ms. McCandless is talking about a photo shoot, not about sex, with Mr. Hanson in that particular conversational thread. She's showing him several pictures, what I would call selfies, that she had taken of herself. They were talking about doing a photo shoot at a later time and doing photographs. There was no discussion of Alex Woodworth tying her up and whether she liked it or not liked it. She said she didn't like the knife and the choking. That's what she talked about.
All right. Well, my recollection was there was an area of questioning just prior to 11 a.m. today that went into BDSM and so forth, and whether there's had a safe word or not, and so on. And she took the role of submissive, and there was talk about the chokehold. Again, these are things that the court allowed in because a defendant had said that these are things that made her fearful of the defendant and that she acted in the way that she acted. That was part of the constellation of thoughts that led to her actions. And she talked about how he demanded her to be in a vulnerable position. And a little bit later, then she said, her position in this position, it wasn't with my alignment. I think that was the words that she had used. So frankly, on that issue, in the court's opinion, given that, the reason that it was allowed in, that it is fair on cross-examination for the state to go into that, and because it is inconsistent with, again, you can argue it, but I'm going to allow the state to go into that. Just the one picture, not anything else on there at this point.
Judge, I have some further things.
And
Number
then
one, I would argue that that picture not be shown to the jury.
No, Your Honor, it's got to be shown to the jury.
Nothing
I don't have
has
a
to.
problem with not publishing it in the sense that it's going to be put up on the screen and displayed for everybody, but I would ask to be able to publish it to the jury privately. They can pass it around and publish it that way. I'm also, are we also able to get in then the text where she says, I want you to do something similar, but I'd like you to tie me up for it?
Well,
Okay.
That is more important than the picture, frankly.
Okay.
So that, and the picture can be published privately to the jury, but we're not going to put it up on the screen.
I haven't completed my argument about why the picture shouldn't be published.
Okay, go ahead.
This is 9060802's evidence. In other words, the state wants to cross-examine her because of this, because they are claiming that this goes to her truthfulness, that this prior occasion where she texted something to John Hanson shows that she's an untruthful person. And under 90608 sub 2, they cannot bring in extrinsic evidence. They can show her the picture and ask her questions about the picture, but to publish the picture is to bring in extrinsic evidence, and to talk about being tied up is extrinsic evidence of a collateral matter, and it's not permitted under the statute.
Well,
The
I
court-
don't see it as extrinsic evidence in that sense, because it would be, and the state will be bound by the answer. In other words, you can't bring John Hanson back and all of that.
Isn't this in effect bringing John Hanson back by showing she sent a photo
Well,
shoot of herself?
Frankly, he was never here, but
That's true.
I think that, all right, we'll be in recess?
Excuse me, Mr. DePort. I did object, and I'm not withdrawing my objection to the photograph and the conversation, but the date of that conversation has no relevancy whatsoever. That it has a date of February 10th of 2018. The fact that it occurred on the 10th has no relevancy to the actual picture being shown. If they want to say February of 2018, or cross out the number on the date, that's fine. But to show a date is to particularly show that this has occurred after the sex that she had with John Hanson. And there's no real reason to show it in a timeline of whether or not she sent this photograph and the photo shoot to John Hanson, or expressed that she wanted to have a photo shoot with him at a later date. There's no reason to have the exact date on that, and that could be very prejudicial in terms of the whole incident and other issues the court's not going to allow. So I'd ask that the date be redacted, or at least the 10th be redacted.
Well, Your Honor, we believe the date is certainly relevant, because this is during the time period where she claimed that this was a type of activity she didn't want to engage in, because counsel made it clear that she was asking about if she didn't want to do those types of things during the time period of January, February of 2018. So the date is actually very relevant to it, and I think, nobody's arguing that she made a false claim of sexual assault. The court has specifically ordered that we can't, and we're not making that claim, so it's not prejudicial, because it's not in some way showing that when she reported this that it was somehow false. So I don't see how it's prejudicial to have the date, and it certainly has relevance.
Well, the defense objection is duly noted, preserved for the record. However, the court is going to allow state to use it with the date on it. And, okay, so let's bring the jury in.
All right. Ms. McCandless, you had gotten a new driver's license in around June of 2017, is that correct?
Yes,
And on that driver's license, you listed your height as being 5'6".
I did.
And you put on there that your weight was about 130 pounds, correct?
Yes,
And you were weighed when you got into the hospital, correct?
I don't remember, no.
You may. And I'll just note that there's sort of an objection, there is an objection, and we'll make a record later, but I don't think the word objection was actually made, but I'll note it as an objection on the sidebar. Objection
I'm
overruled.
showing you what has been marked for identification as Exhibit 699. This is your Instagram homepage, correct?
Yes,
All right, and it contains on it a phrase that says, "I am the fox, a tricky one," correct?
yes,
Your Honor, I move the admission of Exhibit 699 as published to the jury.
All right, and subject to the objection, Exhibit 699 will be received. It is 6.
Now, so we are clear, you met Jason Mengel during the summer of 2017, correct?
yes,
And very shortly after that, you became seriously romantically involved with Mr. Mengel, correct?
yes, we were boyfriend and girlfriend.
I'm sorry?
Yes, we became boyfriend and girlfriend.
And in fact, shortly after that, you moved in with Jason Mengel, correct?
Yes, that had happened.
And you had met Alex Woodworth around that same time period?
Yes.
And in the future, I'm just going to refer to him as Alex. I know there are two Alexes here, unless I specifically say Alex Zink. Whenever I'm talking about Alex, I'll be talking about Alex Woodworth, okay?
Okay.
You became friends with Alex, right?
Yes.
Would talk with him frequently?
Yes.
Would go for walks with Alex?
Yes.
And around that same time period, you also met John Hanson, correct? When you moved in with Jason, the expectation was that you were going to be paying part of the rent, correct?
It was mentioned a few times. It wasn't really an expectation, just kind of like a, get me back when you can.
And for a time, you were paying part of the rent, correct?
Can you please restate that? I didn't hear you clearly.
Sure. For a time, you were paying part of the rent, correct?
No, I was helping with groceries.
All right. So you never paid any of the rent?
No.
You worked for a short time at Joann Fabrics?
Yes, seasonal.
And after you lost that job, or after you were no longer working there, you weren't paying anything anymore, correct?
Hey, do you,
object to the phrase lost that job.
I didn't lose the job, no.
I'll rephrase. After you were no longer working at Joann Fabric, you were not paying anything towards your support at Jason Mengel's apartment, correct?
I was doing side jobs with my dad and things like that, so I would chip in with
Ma'am,
groceries.
question is,
Okay.
were you paying something or not? Period.
She was answering the question. Could she be permitted to please finish her answer?
No, she's not, and I'll ask that whatever she said be stricken because it was unresponsive to my question.
Okay, well, I'm going to sustain the, well, I'm not sure what I'm sustaining here. You may continue, Mr. Dufour, and I'm not going to allow her to elaborate. It's not responsive to the questioner's question.
My question is, after you were no longer working at Joann Fabrics, you weren't paying anything towards your stay at Jason Mengel's apartment, correct?
I was still helping with groceries and odd things.
Sometime in late September or early October, you found out you were pregnant,
Yes.
and you asked Jason to pay for that abortion, correct?
I didn't ask him. We both kind of agreed on it.
You never asked Jason if he was okay with your getting an abortion, did you?
It was a time when we didn't have much conversation.
So you never asked Jason if he was okay with you having the abortion, did you?
I did ask him, yes.
And you, by the way, when you went to the appointment where you confirmed you were pregnant,
Yes.
you asked immediately for information on an abortion?
No.
You asked at that same visit for information on an abortion, didn't you?
Yes.
And after you had the abortion, you began to get closer with Alex, correct?
That is correct.
And began to have a sexual relationship with Alex, correct?
Yes.
And while you started that sexual relationship with Alex, you were still living in Jason's apartment, correct?
Yes.
Still occasionally having sexual contact with Jason?
No.
There was absolutely no sexual contact between you and Jason between the time you started seeing Alex and the time that you stopped having sex with Alex?
The sexual contact wasn't intimate. Do you want me to elaborate on what I mean?
No, I'm not asking you to elaborate. I'm asking you, are you telling me that you had no sexual contact between...
I'm going to object. Can we please approach the bench?
Objection overruled, and Mr. Dufour, you may go ahead. I don't know if you remember the question.
Repeat the question, ma'am. My question is is it your testimony then that between the time you started having a sexual relationship with Alex and the time that you ended that, that there was absolutely no sexual contact between yourself and Jason Mengel?
No,
Okay, so in fact, there was sexual contact between yourself and Jason Mengel during the time that you were having the sexual relationship with Alex, correct?
later in the relationship, yes.
You may.
Ms. McCandless, I'm showing what has been marked for identification as exhibit number 700. Can you tell me, does that appear to be a document containing a series of text messages between yourself and Alex Woodworth?
Yes,
All right. And you had deleted all of those text messages from your iPod, correct?
I had deleted the app, yes.
And that deleted all of those text messages, correct?
Yes, that would do that.
And you agree, why don't you, you talked in your direct about flaws. Can you turn to the second last page on that exhibit?
Yes,
All right. I'm going to ask you to the sixth text down is a text that came from Alex Woodworth that talks about flaws, correct?
yes,
And you texted him back that flaws can be pretty interesting but hard to show, correct?
I think I might be mistaken on my page. Yes,
That was on October 29th of 2017, correct? I'd move the admission of exhibit 700 at this point.
All right, any objection?
Judge,
And then you do microphone.
yes, I'm sorry. Judge, I don't object to the admission of what's been testified to. I don't,
Okay, so if there's more, we'll address those one at a time, but Exhibit
Yes.
700 will be received as the text messages.
Can I approach again, Your Honor?
You may.
okay, wait, I'm sorry. Are you on a different exhibit?
Yes, this is exhibit 701, this is the one I just gave you.
are we moved on from this?
I'm done with that one for
Okay.
now, thank you.
Yes,
Showing you what has been marked for identification as exhibit 701. That is an additional exhibit that contains additional text messages between yourself and Alex Woodworth, correct?
yes,
Actually, I'll leave you that.
thank you.
Specifically, you turn to the third page of that exhibit.
Yes,
All right. Referring on the third page, do you see a text that starts, "People would be jealous"?
yes,
All right. And that text, in fact, is one from Alex to you, correct?
yes,
All right. And on that one, it states, "People would be jealous, but wouldn't even know how much better your booty looks without any clothes," correct?
yes,
Your response to that is, "OMG, I'm blushing," correct? I'm
Yes.
blushing, correct? And OMG is short for "Oh my God"?
yes,
All right. And then you further respond, quote, "Nobody knows how nice your cock is," correct?
Yes.
And Alex responds to you, "Oh, but you do. I love how much you love my cock inside of you." Correct?
Yes.
And you respond, "I do. Let's be honest," correct?
Yes.
And the date on those text exchanges was January 25th of 2018, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, I'd move, again, for purposes of the texts that have been discussed at this point, I'd move the admission of Exhibit 701.
All right, Ms. Fishney?
I don't object to the lines that have been read thus far.
All right, so that portion of
Part of the
it,
exhibit being admitted.
okay, that portion of Exhibit 701 will be received.
And again, that second set of messages that we talked about in Exhibit 701, those were also deleted from your iPod, correct?
Yes, I had deleted the app, so in return that deleted everything, yes.
Now, you testified on direct that you did not like it when Alex had you in the prone position. Do you recall that?
Yes.
May I approach?
You may,
Mr. Canlis, I'm showing you what has been marked for identification as exhibit number 702. That is a photo of yourself that you texted to John Hanson, correct?
Yes.
All right. And on the second page of this is a text where you state, I want to do something similar, but I'd like you to tie me up for it, correct?
Yes.
And that's referring back to the photo that's on the first page of that exhibit, correct?
Yes, for my photo shoot.
Your Honor, I move the admission of Exhibit 702. I asked to publish it to the jury. I have copies for the jury.
all right, Exhibit 702 will be received, again, subject to the previous ruling, and objection preserved, can be published to the jury, but not published on the media.
Thank you, Judge. I'm also going to ask that that exhibit be sealed after the jury sees it.
We'll take that up at a later time.
All right, thank you.
I don't know that I can.
Ma'am, you also testified, I believe, on direct about something you called wax play. Do you recall that?
Yes.
All right. You never mentioned to Detective Prock when you talked to him that there was wax play or anything to do with candles, did you?
What interview are you speaking of?
Well, let's start with the interview on March 22nd or 23rd of 2018. You never mentioned in that interview to Detective Prock anything about wax play, did you?
No.
And in the interview on March 24th, the second interview you had with Detective Prock, you never told him anything about wax play in that interview, did you?
No.
And you also testified on direct that on one occasion that you could recall, Alex had cut your pants with a knife. Do you recall that?
Yes.
You never mentioned that to Detective Prock in your interview with him, did you?
No.
In fact, in your interview on March 24th,
Yeah, I'm going to object to that being a misstatement of the testimony. She says she recalls the interviews, but they seem like they were jumbled together.
I'm going to point her out to a specific page and
Oh, that's fine.
of the interview, counsel.
Sure.
You recall that interview, correct?
Bits and pieces, yes.
All right. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
In that interview, you were being asked about possibly being sexually assaulted, and on page 1636, isn't it true that you said, but I think I might have because of where the cuts are and stuff, because I don't know why somebody would cut my pants or anything, correct?
Yes.
That was your answer, correct?
Yes.
But you never told Detective Prock that the defendant had previously cut your clothes while you were in a while you were with, that Alex had previously cut your clothes while you were with him, correct?
Correct?
You never told Detective Prock that Alex had actually strangled you previously, did you?
No.
In fact, all you said was that he put his arm by your neck at one point in time and that made you uncomfortable, correct?
Yes.
The relationship with Alex that you had continued until February 24th of 2018?
Around then, yes.
All right. And that's the date you sent a text to Alex and told him that you were no longer wanting to be involved with him, correct?
Yes.
All right. You told him that he never knew you, correct?
I don't exactly remember the text, no.
You told him that he should forget you, correct?
I could have said that, yes.
And you told him that you never knew him, correct?
Yet again, I could have said that, yes. I don't exactly remember the text message.
And you knew that those messages would be very hurtful to Alex, didn't you?
Yes.
And after the text of February 24th of 2018, Alex never initiated another contact with you, did he?
We passed each other at the coffee shop, but it was very brief interactions and we had stopped texting.
He never initiated a contact with you, did he?
No.
And sometime in February, you began this flirtation with John Hanson? Or was it earlier than that?
Yes.
It was earlier than Jan?
No, it was in that time range.
Okay. And you eventually had 2 sexual encounters with Mr. Hanson?
Yes, I had.
And the one was in John Hanson's apartment, correct?
Yes.
And the second one was in the apartment that you shared with Jason Bengal, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, that one was on Jason's bed, correct?
Yes, it was on our bed.
All right. And hanging above that bed was the picture that you gave to Max Martinson on March 22nd of 2018, correct?
Yes.
So you did not paint that picture for Max Martinson, correct?
No, not specifically.
I have Exhibit 176, please. Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Page 4.
Is that an admitted exhibit? Is that already in?
What's that?
Mr. DeFore?
Okay.
Sorry, I don't have the exhibits memorized, I don't think.
It's the interview of March 23rd.
Okay, thank you.
All right. On page 4 of here, you said to Detective Prock on March 23rd, so I went and made sure all the stuff was in the trunk and the painting because I painted something for Max, a friend, correct?
Yes, I had said that.
And the painting you were referring to is in fact the one that had been above the bed in the apartment you shared with Jason Bengal, correct?
Yes.
Because that's the painting you gave to Max Martinson on March 22nd, 2018, correct?
Correct.
A painting that reminded you of the sexual encounter you had with John Hanson, correct?
It didn't remind me of it, but it was there when it did happen.
And it reminded Jason of that sexual encounter, correct?
It reminded him, yes.
Okay. So it's something that was standing in the way of your continued relationship with Jason, correct?
No, I still loved my painting.
During the period from October of 2017 to the time that you moved out in early February of 2018, Jason Bengal was still paying all the rent for that apartment, or at least his portion of the rent for that apartment?
Yes,
In fact, he was paying 2/3 of the rent, and Alex Zink was paying 1/3, correct?
I don't know exactly what their deal was.
Jason was paying for the vast majority of the food that you would consume in the apartment?
No,
He was paying for the utilities for the apartment?
that was split between them, yes.
And this allowed you weren't working at that from the time you left Joanne Fabrics, except for an odd job here and there?
Yes,
It allowed you to work on your art?
yes,
It allowed you to spend a lot of time at races with friends?
yes,
And then you moved out in early February of 2018, correct?
correct.
Right. And you sent a text message to Jason Mengel to basically break up with him, correct?
Correct.
You stayed some of the time with Alex Woodworth?
I didn't stay at his house, like live in, no.
All right. You didn't stay any times overnight at his house?
And before that, yes, I stayed overnight at his
Okay.
house. I wasn't living there though, no.
So you didn't stay overnight at Alex's after you broke up with Jason Mengel? Is that what your testimony is?
Maybe a night, but yes.
So you did stay over?
Yes, I had it confused as if you were saying if I had been living there.
And then you moved back to Stanley, Wisconsin?
Yes,
And you were first staying with your mother?
yes.
Right. And then you got into this fight, correct?
Yes, we had an argument, yes.
And your mom kicked you out of the house, correct?
Yes, she kind of gave me an ultimatum, either leave Jason or you have to get out, so
She kicked you out of the house, correct?
I guess you could say that.
And then you moved in with your dad.
Yes,
At that point in time, though, it would be fair to say you would prefer to be in the Eau Claire area, correct?
yes,
Wanted to still be with Jason at that point in time, correct?
yes, I was exploring the idea of continuing our relationship.
You wanted to still be with Jason, correct?
Yes,
And spent a night or two with Jason in a hotel room, correct?
correct.
Despite all the things that had happened, you still love Jason, correct?
Are you saying now?
No, at that time.
Yes.
In February and March of 2018.
Of course, of course.
And you referred to it, I believe, in your journal, Silence Broken, as being an ancient love, correct?
Correct?
And you were continuing to try to repair that relationship, correct?
Yes, we were working on things.
I have Exhibit 4.
You may.
Ms. McCandless, I'm going to show you what has been previously marked and admitted as Exhibit 420, which was identified as a communication timeline, and you were present when Ms. Wright testified how this was created. Do you recall that?
Yes.
All right, and this is essentially a listing of all your Instagram messages between yourself and various individuals during the relevant time period. Do you recall that?
Yes.
All right. I'm starting on what is marked as DOJ 005088. Does that start with a communication between yourself and Jason Mengel on March 11th of 2018?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to leave that with you,
Okay.
and I'm going to pull it up here a second, and I'm going to go through some of this, and I want you to tell me if I'm reading them accurately, okay?
Okay.
All right. So here I am. The top of page 5088 that you see there
Yes.
is an Instagram to you from Jason Mengel, correct?
Correct.
And it's talking about basically a sexual encounter that the two of you had, correct?
Correct.
All right, and he states, "It was nice going slow until you told me faster, and your warmth and your smell, it all sticks with me," correct?
Correct.
Right. And then he continues on, kissing and kissing, feeling like I could cry and smile at the same time, scared of how on fire it felt to kiss you, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now let's skip down a little bit. Turn to what would be 5090.
Yes.
And towards the bottom, the third from the top, or third from the bottom, I should say, is a message from Jason Mengel to you, stating that I was always so aroused by you,
Correct.
correct?
Correct.
And then comes on, the next one, again from Jason, is part of the reason, like I said, I slept on the couch, to prevent myself from the urge and possibly doing something, correct?
Correct.
Right, and then you reply, you know that if we sat down and had a conversation about the urges and what would happen if we both decided to go with them, I would have told you a lot about what was on my mind, correct?
Correct.
Right. And then going to the next page, you continue, I would have opened up about the ideas I wanted to explore, correct?
Correct.
And if you move to page 5093, it'd be the
Did you say 5093?
5093. Message from Jason indicating I would have been proud to be your husband, correct?
Correct.
And you respond, I know, correct?
Correct.
And then he responds, and raise your kiddos, correct?
Correct.
And then you respond, you know your children will be raised so well, correct?
Correct.
And continue on, and that's a fact, correct?
Correct.
And then continue on, I'm weirdly good at mothering, correct?
Correct.
If you go to 5094, the very last text on that page, you state, or Instagram message, I should say.
The bench, please.
All right, you may proceed.
That text on the bottom, I'm not going to read the exact quote, but essentially, you indicate that you would be portraying the pregnancy you had if you ever tried to have children with anyone else, correct?
You said portraying. Did you mean betraying?
Betraying, yes.
Yes.
And you continue on with the next page, top of it. It's a deep feeling, and that's just it, correct?
Correct.
And then you say, another one from you, can't shake it and feel dumb and silly about it, correct?
Correct.
And then you say, hurts to know I'll never be able to have a child, but I just know what would feel right to me, and that's all, correct?
Correct.
And continue on, I feel so strongly when I feel, and it scares me a lot of the time, correct?
Correct.
And continue on, I'm passionate in love, and I'm hate, and then, correct? And I assume
Correct.
hate was not what you meant there, right?
Yes.
All right. And you corrected in the next one to in, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then next one is I don't know, correct?
Correct.
And then Jason replies, me either as, correct?
Correct.
And you state, you state next, I'm sorry, correct?
Correct.
And Jason then replies, I don't want kids with anyone but you, correct?
Correct.
And you state, that's how I feel also, correct?
Correct.
It just feels wrong, correct?
Correct.
Mr. DeFore,
I'm not going to ask the next,
okay.
going to go on. And on the next page, which would be 5096, the second text down, or the second Instagram message down is, it's not because how cute and the wonderful genetics we pass on, it's, and then you continue, more emotional and ancient, correct?
Correct.
All right, I think that's it for that particular exhibit, thank you. I'll take that back for now. Actually, no, why don't you keep that? So that was on, keep that for now, that was on March 11th, correct? Those Instagram messages we were just
Yes.
talking about? All right. Now, a short time later, on or about March 19th, you got a call from Jason, correct?
Correct.
All right. And in that phone call, he told you that Jenna Van de Zandt had given him some additional details about your relationship with Alex Woodworth, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, he told you that Jenna had told him about an incident where you were in the shower with Alex, correct? Not introducing you.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Yes.
All right, and you came out of the bathroom in a towel, correct?
Okay, now I'm going to approach it.
I,
Okay.
I don't object to that last question.
Okay, you may continue.
Actually, no, I do object. If you're going to ask her if she said something, that's fine. I object to hearsay if it's something else.
Well, I'm again not introducing the matter for the truth of the matter asserted, Your Honor, but rather to show the knowledge that there is between her and Jason Mengel as of March 19th of 2018.
No, I'm going to object to hearsay. And if it's not for the truth of the matter, it's not got any relevancy to this. It's just gossip.
Well, I guess I'm not exactly
Can
sure
we
what it is
Your
you're
Honor, I'll
objecting to.
explain.
No, I think, is this about the same thing we had the sidebar about?
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, and is this,
I've got, yes, two more questions.
okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. DeFore.
All right. So, Jenna told Jason, and then he told you that you would come out of the shower with just a towel on, correct?
from what I remember, yes.
All right. And then the last part of that conversation that Jenna had with, Jenna Van de Zandt had with Jason Mengel was that Jenna told Jason that you had told Matt Schreiner that you had just broken up with Jason, and isn't that great, correct?
I don't remember exactly, no, what I had said to Matt or if I talked to him.
I'm not asking you what you said to Matt Schreiner on,
Okay.
when you, in that thing, I'm asking you, isn't it correct that Jason told you that Jenna told him that you had told that to Matt Schreiner, correct?
Correct, yes.
Thank you. After telling you about that, Jason hung up, correct?
Yes,
All right. And then you called Jenna Van de Zandt, correct?
yes.
And told her she had to fix this, correct?
I don't believe those are my exact words, but I was just kind of like, what's going on?
You wanted her to clear it up with Jason, correct?
And not exactly, I wouldn't say I wanted her to clear it up with him. He knew everything that had happened already. It's just, I was like,
So-
can you talk to him about this? He's angry and frustrated.
So you wanted her to talk to him about it, correct?
Yes.
All right. And then either on the 20th or the 21st, Jason gave you the letter that Jenna Van de Zandt had sent, correct?
I don't know the exact date, but at some point he had given me the letter.
And in that letter, you read the letter, correct?
Yes, I read it.
And Jenna essentially said she was washing her hands of the situation, correct?
Yes.
Can you turn to, you still have Exhibit 420 up there?
That is correct.
Can you turn to, it's towards the end, and unfortunately my copy here doesn't have the DOJ page numbers on it, but it would be, I believe, 5361.
I have that page pulled up, yes.
All right, and is the top message on there one from Jason to you that says, he said this isn't usual Jason breakup behavior?
Yes.
All right, great. This Instagram exchange appears to be around 17:07, which would be around 5:07 PM on March 21st.
Yes, early in the morning.
All right. And
Wait a minute, I'm confused. Is this UTC or is this Wisconsin?
this is Wisconsin time. This exhibit converted everything to Wisconsin time.
Okay, so just so it's clear to me, I'm sorry, Counsel, 17, you said 17:07?
Yes, which would be 5:07,
Oh, in the evening? Is
Correct.
that what you're referring to?
correct.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay.
All right. And let's go towards the bottom. Jason sends a text here, it's the second last one on there. Says, "I'm worried right now, if I sleep, what will happen," correct?
Correct.
And continues, "What will I dream," correct?
Correct.
And continues on, going on 4 months of this restless sleeping on a couch, correct?
Correct.
And the next text is, "And the new trauma really draining my hope," correct?
Correct.
And what he's referring to there by the new trauma is the information he got from Jenna Van de Zandt, correct?
I believe so, yes.
All right. And then you respond, "If you let yourself only think of negative things before you sleep, you let yourself lose," correct?
Correct.
And you state you become nothing, correct?
Correct.
And he responds, "I can give hope," correct?
Correct.
But then continues on, "But I feel like I lost mine," correct?
Correct.
And continues on, "I'll faking it till it returns," correct?
Correct.
And you respond, "Yes, it's hard to try and stop thoughts, but it's not hard to replace them in positive ways, and the more you do it, the better it will get," correct?
Correct.
And continue on, "Sorry if I seem slightly distracted. I'm filling out an application also," correct?
Correct.
And then Jason replies, "I was drinking enough to forget and see her," correct?
Correct.
Literally, it continues on, "Literally, how sad is that," correct?
Correct.
And you respond, I'm right here, correct?
Correct.
And continue on, each time you say that, you throw her away, correct?
Correct.
Then continue on and push her further and further down, correct?
Correct.
And continue on, that's how I feel, correct?
Correct.
And then Jason responds, you know what I mean, correct?
Correct.
And then continues, the idea of you,
Correct.
the one, correct?
Correct.
The girl to prove me wrong, correct?
Correct.
Everything I never knew I always wanted, correct?
Correct.
And you respond, yes, but I'm not an idea, she never was. I am a human, she's alive, fighting harder than, correct?
Correct.
Just know that and respect her, correct?
Correct.
And then Jason responds, I can, correct?
Correct.
It also continues on, but I also can't hold my tongue. Now speaking thoughts isn't going to help either of us, correct?
Correct.
And continues, kind of what got us in this situation, correct?
Correct. I think he might have meant not speaking.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
And we're going to continue down a little bit. Going to, it should be 5365 at the bottom. Are you there?
Yes.
The second last message is one from Jason indicating, do you want me to call, correct?
Correct.
And now we're at about 1853, which would be about 6:53 p.m.
Yes.
All right. And you respond, yeah, please, correct?
That is correct.
And then continuing to the next page, about halfway down, right after it indicates that Journal 2 and Journal 1 were last updated. Do you see those?
Yes.
All right, it says, there was a message from Jason indicating was nice talking, correct?
That is correct.
And you say very nice, correct?
That is correct.
And he then states, hope you feel a little better, correct?
Correct.
And you respond, I do, I hope you also, correct?
Correct.
And you state, it's nice to hear a voice that makes me calm, correct?
Correct.
And Jason then responds, all things considered, I miss your voice, correct?
That is correct. Yes.
And you respond, well, you know it's the same for me, correct?
Correct.
And then skipping a couple, it says, truly it was nice talking, let's keep it up, correct?
Correct.
And he replies, we should try, correct?
Correct.
And then states, with you working, it's going to be less often, correct?
Correct.
And he says, and same here, hopefully, correct?
Correct.
And you then respond, good days, bad days, I'm happy to talk. Oh, don't worry, plenty of time between work and sleep to talk with the jobs I'll be having, and I'll happily talk, correct?
Correct.
And continue on, don't forget I also have the phone next to me at night. Here, if late night you really text, need to call, correct?
Correct.
And Jason responds, good to know, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And then asks you what time you're thinking of coming Wednesday, correct?
Correct.
All right, and this is an Instagram message that was on March 21st of 2018, correct?
That is correct.
All right, which would have been a Wednesday, correct?
Yes.
All right, because we know March 22nd was a Thursday, correct?
Correct.
So this is referring to the next week, meaning March 28th, correct?
Yes.
All right. And continues on, and do you have to work that night, correct?
Correct.
And continues on, and do I need anything prepared, correct?
Correct.
And then you respond, well, the appointment was for at 1, and yes, I work that night at 9:45, 10 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And then state, I would just bring your IDs and stuff, correct?
Correct.
$53.70.
I am there, yes.
All right, and do you see the text that said, Pops will be proud?
Yes.
And then that came from Jason, correct?
Correct.
And this is at about 8:31 p.m. It says 2031.
Yes.
And then he responds 9:19, correct?
Correct.
And then you state life starts now, correct?
Correct.
And Jason's response to that is no more excuses, correct?
Correct.
No more lies, correct?
Correct.
And you respond, I thought about it a lot, and I think I'll call Wintership to return the tattoo gift so I can for sure pay for therapy, correct?
Correct.
And respond, continue on, it's more important, correct?
Correct.
All right, and he responds, it's up to you, not even 100% sure if you can, correct?
Correct.
And you say that's why I'll call, correct?
Correct.
And continuing to the next page, which is 5371, you see the last text on, or Instagram message on that page is from you to Jason, correct?
Correct.
And it states you are loved, correct?
Correct.
And then good night, correct?
Correct.
And then Jason responds, good night, Ezra, correct?
Correct.
And then he states, you don't understand, he builds bicycles, correct?
Correct.
And then says guys, correct?
Correct.
And then these wheels, correct?
Correct.
And your response to that at 9:38:11 is an Instagram that says, my husband, correct?
Correct.
And his response is dream wildly, correct?
Correct.
And that would be the last Instagram outside of it looks like a photo or some type of link that's received between you and Jason Mengel on March 21st of 2018, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. You can keep that up there for now. We'll probably be talking a little more about that. So let's get to March 22nd of 2018. You woke up that morning, correct?
Yes.
And you had to find your keys that morning, correct?
I knew where they were, yes.
But your dad had hidden your keys, hadn't he?
He didn't hide them. He said he hid them, but he just placed them on top of the cupboard the tall cupboard.
A place that would be harder for you to reach, correct?
Yes, I'm not very tall.
Be harder for you to reach, correct?
Yes,
And he did that because he told you you shouldn't be driving, correct?
yes,
And I think in your interview with Detective Prock that we heard the other day, there was something about insurance, correct?
yes. It was about insurance.
And you had to walk to get your car, correct?
That is not correct.
Okay, your car wasn't at the gas station in Stanley?
No,
And then you drove over to Alex's house, correct?
correct.
All right. And that's the first place you went when you got to
Eau Claire?
Eau Claire, yes.
Yes, that is correct.
All right. But you told Officer Reeves when you talked to him that you went to Lacy's first, didn't you?
Which officer was Officer Reeves?
Officer Reeves was the Eau Claire police officer that you talked to at the hospital on March 22nd of 2018.
There's a lot about speaking with individuals in the hospital that I don't remember.
Okay. You told Detective Prock when you were interviewed on March 23rd that the first place that you went, I'm sorry, on March 24th, you told Officer Prock that the first place that you went was Lacy's, correct?
Yes,
That wasn't true, was it?
I had misstated yes.
It wasn't true, correct?
Yes,
And the reason that you were going to meet Alex was to return a heating pad and a bookmark?
I had said that yes. I just had some various things. The heating pad for sure.
And there was an enclosed porch on Alex's residence, correct?
Yes, it's
And
Enclosed.
you could have left the heating pad and the bookmark on that porch, correct?
yes.
You never told Detective Prock when you talked to him on March 23rd that you were going to or wanted to show Alex your journals, did you?
No,
And you never told Detective Prock when he interviewed you on March 24th that you wanted to show Alex your journals, did you?
no, I don't believe I did.
And you never actually showed Alex your journals, did you?
We just discussed them, yes.
You didn't show him your journals, did you?
Not physically, no.
That's a no?
Yes, sorry.
And you agree that when you went to see Alex on March 22nd, that Alex was afraid of you, correct?
That is not correct.
All right, well, let's take a look. Can you turn to 5161
Counsel,
in Exhibit 420?
excuse me, Counsel.
Yep.
Mr. DeFlorge.
Yes. Your Honor, it appears that the times may be off by an hour. I'd have to look at it to be sure, but I'm not going to dispute the counsel is correct, but it may be that the times on March might be at the end, towards the end of March, might be off by an hour. They might have been adjusted for standard time versus daylight savings time. So,
Yes, I showed Mr. DeFore the original what the actual UTC was, and it was daylight savings time by then.
Yeah.
That's all.
daylight savings time, and I understand, and I checked it, would have started March 11th, and I don't have a problem with the court taking judicial notice of that.
Any issue with that?
No.
Okay, the court will take judicial notice of that fact.
Are you at 5161?
You said 5161?
Yes.
Just about there.
When you're there, let me know.
Yes,
All right. And just so that it's clear that we're on the same page as the last Instagram on there, say yes, hun. on 5161?
That is correct.
Okay. Go up a few from there.
Yes,
Fifth one up from the bottom is an Instagram from yourself to Jason Mengel, correct?
Just for accuracy, counsel, could you just state what the date of that conversation was?
Sure. This is on March 12th of 2018, correct?
yes,
All right. And the fifth one up there is, quote, "he's scared of me," correct?
yes,
And you're talking about Alex Woodworth in that conversation, are you not?
yes,
But you were not afraid of Alex, correct?
no,
You went back from Alex's to Lacy's after you were there the first time, correct?
correct.
And at that time, you met with Max Martinson, correct?
Yes,
All right. And you eventually went to Max's apartment,
yes,
exchanged paintings, correct?
yes, that is correct.
And then you returned to Lacy's, correct?
Yes,
When you got to Lacy's the first time that morning, you parked on the street, correct?
yes.
Shut your car off, correct?
I don't remember exactly, but I might have, yes,
And then went into Lacy's, correct?
yes,
All right. Came back out, started your car back up again, correct?
yes, I drove my car.
And then drove to Max's, correct?
Yes,
Shut your car off when you got to Max's?
no,
Okay. Went back to Lacy's, parked again, correct?
yes.
All right. Shut your car off and went back into Lacy's?
I'm not exactly sure if I shut my car off that time or not.
And I just want to talk very, very briefly about the clothes that you were wearing that day. I want to start with that yellow shirt that you had on, okay?
Yes,
That was the shirt,
Talking about a yellow shirt or yellow sweater?
no, the yellow shirt.
the last layer of clothing, the yellow tiger shirt, I believe?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
The
That,
inside.
yes.
Okay,
Yes.
That's why I was confused, I'm sorry.
yes,
And that yellow shirt was the one that was closest to your body, correct?
yes.
And that was actually Jason Mengel's shirt, wasn't it?
That was one of his shirts, yes.
All right. And one that you had referenced to Jason Mengel as sleeping next to because it had his smell on it, correct?
Yes,
So that shirt was important to you, correct?
it was a shirt, yes. I just
And
liked it.
in fact, you had told Jason Mengel in an Instagram message that you were concerned that it had been washed and that would have washed his smell off of it, correct?
Yes, the boyfriend smell.
And you were wearing some jeans, correct?
Yes,
Right. And in fact, you told Detective Prock that you had made those jeans, correct?
yes, they were very large when I bought them, and I really liked them, so I had to tailor the waist in quite a bit.
Ma'am, my question is, you told Detective Prock that you made those jeans, correct?
Yes,
You didn't actually make those jeans, did you?
I didn't manufacture them, no, but I did alter them.
Ma'am, you didn't actually make those jeans, correct?
No, I did not manufacture those jeans.
You didn't make those jeans, correct?
Asked and answered.
It hasn't been yet,
Well,
that's
it
the
hasn't been
problem.
answered. I think just have to answer the question.
Okay, yes,
Thank you. Once you got to Alex's apartment the second time,
yes,
you knocked on the door the second time, correct?
yes, knocked on the door.
And then you saw Mr. Studing, correct?
Yes, I seen Dave.
And eventually Alex came down and answered the door, correct?
Yes,
And you, without any question, went up to Alex's room with him, correct?
there was a brief conversation before we went upstairs, yes,
Right. But then eventually you went up to his room, correct?
correct.
didn't protest that at all, correct?
That was our meeting space.
You didn't protest that at all,
No.
correct? You didn't say, let's meet down here in the living room, let's talk outside, let's talk in my car, anything like that, correct?
No, I was comfortable going to his room.
And you had no idea if Mr. Studing was staying, leaving, what he was doing, correct?
No, I just assumed he was home.
And went into Alex's room, correct?
Correct?
Door was closed, correct?
Yep. Yes.
And you said you started talking to him about your relationship with him, correct?
Yes, and many other things.
And you told Alex in that conversation that your relationship, you thought that your relationship with him was wrong, correct?
Not that it was just wrong, that I had a lot of mixed feelings about it, and that it shouldn't really have gone the way it did.
You said, you told Alex that you thought the relationship made you feel really like gross and like wrong and things like that, correct?
Yes, it brought me a lot of anxiety and guilt.
Question is, you told Alex that it made you feel really like gross and like wrong and things like that, correct?
I don't remember specifically saying it on that day, no.
You told Detective Prock that that's what you told Alex, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you asked Alex if he felt the same way about the relationship, correct?
I believe I asked him questions, yes.
And Alex told you he didn't feel the same way about it, correct?
That is correct, yes.
All right. In fact, he didn't feel guilty at all about your relationship, correct?
Yes, he didn't feel guilty at all.
While you're in Alex's room, he never threatened you at all, correct?
No.
Never told you he was going to harm you, correct?
Correct.
Never told you that he wanted to have sex with you one more time, correct?
Correct.
And then Jason got there at some point in time, correct?
Yes.
Came into the bedroom, found you,
Yes.
correct? You didn't tell Jason that there were any problems, correct?
Correct.
In fact, told Jason everything's fine, correct?
I believe so. Yes.
And then Jason left for a time, correct? He left, right?
Well, he went downstairs and outside and waited by my car.
So he left from Alex's bedroom, correct?
From the bedroom, yes.
And you stayed in Alex's bedroom for at least a little while after Jason left, correct?
Not long after, no.
You stayed in Alex's bedroom for a little while after Jason left,
A
correct?
little while, yes.
And then you left, correct?
Yes.
Alex left the
Yes.
bedroom, correct?
Yes.
And you went outside at that point, correct?
Yes.
And when you went outside, the Eau Claire police officers were there, correct?
That is correct.
There were two of them, right?
Yes.
And they asked you if everything's okay, and you told them everything's fine, right?
Yep. Yes.
And at the time you met with the Eau Claire Police Department, you knew about all the things you testified about that related to your relationship with Alex previously, correct?
Yes.
You knew all about these journal entries or these essays that you've talked about, correct?
Yes.
You knew at that time all about the things you testified about your prior sexual relationship with Alex Woodworth, correct?
They weren't on my mind at the time, but yes.
And you knew all about the things that you've testified this morning that made you uncomfortable about your relationship with Alex, correct?
Yes.
Despite that, you told the police that everything was fine, correct?
At that time, during that part of the day, I believed everything was fine. That is correct.
Your Honor, I'd ask that everything before that is correct, be stricken as unresponsive to my question.
No, Judge, I would object to that. Many witnesses have added something in as they've explained their answers. They're entitled to explain.
I'm just going to let the answer stand. Go ahead, continue, please.
And your plan was at that point in time to go someplace public to talk to Alex, correct?
It's what we talked about, yes, it was on
Something.
our minds, yes.
Something like a park, correct?
Yes, we had mentioned it together.
And you were driving when you left from there, correct?
That is correct.
Oh, by the way, when you were there, Officer O'Neill asked to see your driver's license, correct?
That is correct.
And he asked you if you could find it, correct?
Correct.
And your license was in your wallet, correct?
Correct.
All right. Your wallet was in that center console of the car, correct?
I believe so.
Well, in fact, you testified on direct
Yes.
that
Yes, it was.
there, correct?
That is correct.
Center console also was where the knife was, correct?
I don't know exactly where the knife was. I believe it was in the center console.
All right. And you told Officer O'Neill you couldn't find your driver's license, correct?
I think I was having trouble shuffling around. Middle console is full of a lot of papers and things also.
You told Officer O'Neill you
Yes, that I
couldn't
was having
find
trouble
your
finding it. Yes.
driver's license, correct?
That is correct.
Can you describe your wallet for us?
Just kind of a regular wallet.
How big is it?
Smaller, just a regular leather wallet. Your
I mean, is it
typical wallet.
a wallet that you put in a pocket, or is it a larger wallet that you'd put in your purse?
It's a smaller one. I don't usually carry a purse.
So, after you're done talking to the officers, they leave, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And then you talked for a short time with Jason Mengel, correct?
That is correct.
And then drove off, correct?
Yes, we left.
And when you drove off, you were the one driving the car, correct?
That is correct.
And you didn't, Alex had gotten in your car, correct?
Yes.
Didn't tell him you didn't want him in there, did you?
No.
Had no issue, in fact, with Alex coming along with you, right?
No.
You wanted to continue to talk to Alex, correct?
Yes.
Admitted as Exhibit 419B. You see that?
Yes.
All right. And that, you recognize, this is Alex's residence right here?
Yes, I can see that.
And you were driving, right? Correct?
Are we speaking of after we had left the residence?
Right, after you left the residence, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you said you wanted to go to a park, correct?
Yes.
You were familiar with Phoenix Park, because in fact you mentioned Phoenix Park to
Yes.
Detective Prock, correct?
Yes.
Phoenix Park is right here, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And Half Moon Park is right here, correct?
That is correct.
Both of those are within a few blocks of Alex's restaurant, of Alex's residence, correct?
Yes.
You didn't drive to either of those parks, did you?
It wasn't really concrete, so I just drove.
You didn't drive to either
No.
of those parks, did you?
No.
Instead, you headed west on Cameron Street, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And just basically headed out of town, correct?
Yes, just basically.
You wanted to be in a place where it was in public, correct?
Correct. That had
That
been
would
mentioned.
imply other people being present, correct?
Yes, that would imply that.
Phoenix Park would be a location where other people would be present, wouldn't it?
At times, yes.
All right, and Half Moon Park would be a place where other people would be present, correct?
At times, yes.
And you didn't go to either of those locations, correct?
No.
You passed by a park as you got into Dunn County, correct?
I'm not aware of any parks in Dunn County.
Oh, you drove on County Highway E, correct?
No, I'm going to object, that's
I-
misstating the testimony, because she said
Really
they
don't.
switched drivers, and,
Well, she said she didn't know when.
Yeah, it's not clear when and where they switched drivers, so you may continue this line of questioning.
I honestly was just driving. I wasn't really paying attention to where I was going. I was just on a road driving.
Going to someplace public to talk, correct?
That had been mentioned, but sometimes we drive around and we talk.
Now, you said that as you're driving, you started to feel uncomfortable, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Didn't turn around and just come back into town or ask Alex to get out of the car? Didn't do either of those?
No.
Now, I seem to recall when you talked to Detective Prock that you told him that Mr. Sipple seemed familiar. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you know, now at least certainly, Mr. Sipple lives on 430th Ave, correct?
That is correct.
And 430th Ave happens to be the exact road that you turned off of when you turned off of County Highway E, correct?
Yes, that's the road Alex turned off of.
And you told Detective Prock, actually, strike that, withdraw that. The stop along 430th was at the very first field road that happens as you got to 430th, correct?
Yes, that's where he had stopped driving.
And I want to talk a little bit about the circumstances once you got there. You said that the vehicle got stuck and just couldn't get it out, correct?
The first time it got stuck, I maneuvered it, but the second time, no, I could not get it out.
Yep, and that's what I meant, and
Okay,
thank you
thank
for
you.
clarifying that.
Yes.
Once it got stuck, you said you sat for a period of time on the trailer hitch, correct?
Yes, after looking around a bit.
5-10 minutes you sat on the trailer hitch?
I can't tell you an exact time, no.
Short period, long period?
It felt like a long period of time.
All right. You don't know, though?
No.
All right. And then Alex came up to you and talked to you, correct?
He didn't really speak. It was more of an action.
Okay. He hugged you, you said, correct?
From behind, he approached me and he hugged me.
So let's talk about your getting in the back seat. You
Yes.
said you got in the back seat and your story today was that you laid down on your back, correct?
Yes.
All right. Isn't it true that you told Detective Prock?
no, I'm going to object, that misstates the testimony. She said she went in the back seat, she was curled up in a certain way, and then she turned on her back.
Yes.
Well, the jury heard the testimony, so they decide.
You told Detective Prock that you were actually on, and, well, all right, well, let's just complete it then. Your story that you told the jury today was that when Alex got into the car, you were on your back, correct?
Yes, I had repositioned myself after I felt him approach.
Ma'am, my question was, your story that you told today when you testified was that when Alex got on top of you, you were on your back, correct?
Yes, when he had gotten top of me, I was on my back.
Right. And in fact, when you met with Detective Prock and then Investigator Conkey, you told them that you were on your stomach when Alex got on top of you, did you not?
I don't exactly remember, no, but I've seen it and I've read, yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, do any of you need a recess? Maybe nobody wants to,
Your Honor, I'll get back to this later,
Okay.
that's fine.
I just wonder, and if
Yeah,
you let the bailiff.
that's all right.
If you need a recess.
Just
Okay.
trying to find it. We'll get back to that. But you never told Detective Prock that that Alex told you to go lay down in the seat, did he? Did you?
I believe, no, I did not.
I'm sorry?
No, I did not, no.
In fact, the only thing you told Detective Prock was about going into the back seat to look for something to get you unstuck, correct?
Yes,
And you told Detective Prock that it was when you were in the back seat trying to find something to get the car unstuck that Alex supposedly attacked you, correct?
correct.
You never told Detective Prock that the defendant put the scarf over your eyes, did you?
No, I had not said that.
And if I understood your story as you told it to us today, this morning, or actually this afternoon, you need Alex in the groin and the knife fell out of his hand, correct?
Correct,
And then you grabbed the knife, correct?
correct.
It's not what you told Detective Prock, is it?
I don't believe so. I would
In
have,
fact, you told Detective Prock that you grabbed the knife by the blade, correct?
I believe I've said that, yes.
All right, and got it away from Alex by grabbing it by the blade, correct?
I might have said that, yes.
And you said that it hurt a lot when you did that, correct?
Correct.
Judge, if he's going to do that, I just asked that there be exact lines and that she be shown a transcript, because she testified she doesn't remember exactly what she said, but she's acknowledged whatever's in there is
This is-
accurate regardless of her memory. So I would ask she be given an opportunity to look at the transcript before she answers her questions.
This is cross-examination, Your Honor.
I'm going to overrule the objection.
Could I have Exhibit 196, please?
Is that the 23rd or the 24th? Counsel?
Exhibit 196
The
is
24th.
one of the articles referenced by Dr. Tillotson.
Oh. I'm sorry. I'd like to approach.
Thank you for clarifying that. All right, there's no objection out there at this time.
Please switch to the phone line for just a moment. Now, you were present in court earlier in the trial when Dr. Tillotson testified, correct?
Correct,
And you were also present in court when Dr. Tillotson testified at an earlier hearing, correct?
correct.
And you were present when Dr. Tillotson showed a photo that is part of Exhibit 196 that shows what a hand would look like when it would grab a knife by the blade, correct?
It's not true.
Specifically-
That's not his testimony. What he testified about was what was in a learned treatise by Spitz and Fisher.
Specifically, you saw this photo at both the pretrial hearing and at the hearing at this trial, correct?
Yes,
So now your testimony was that you got the knife out by kneeing Alex in the groin, correct?
that is correct.
Let's talk about where you were when you stabbed Alex various times. First off, which hand did you hold the knife in?
I assume it was my right hand.
So you were holding the knife in your right hand, correct?
Correct,
All right. And if I understood your testimony correctly, there was one time you stabbed Alex when he was outside of the car,
yes,
and that was in his side?
yes.
All right. Which side?
I can't answer that.
Okay. You don't remember which side?
I just remember reaching around and stabbing Alex, yes.
In the side,
Yes,
all right. And he had his coat on at the time, correct?
yes,
And you also the rest of the times you stabbed him, he was in the car, correct?
correct.
He was on top of you, correct?
No,
You stabbed him, when you stabbed Alex in the side of his head, he was in the car, correct?
correct.
When you stabbed him in the genitals, he was inside the car, correct?
Yes,
Right. When you stabbed him 3 times in the left side of his neck, he was inside the car, correct?
that had happened in the car, yes.
Right. When you stabbed him, the other 2 times in the left side, he would have been in the car then, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And when you stabbed him in the stomach, he was in the car, correct?
Yes,
When you stabbed him in the right leg, he was in the car, correct?
I don't know precisely each wound, I just know all of this happened in the car, yes.
And, well, and you were here when Dr. Mills testified to where Alex was all stabbed, correct?
Yes,
All right. And you stabbed him then the 2 times in the back when he was in the car, correct?
yes,
And the 3 times that you sliced across his neck, he was in the car, correct?
correct.
Where was Alex in relation to you specifically when you stabbed him in the head?
He was facing me.
All right. How close to you was he?
He was very close to me.
Within inches?
I can't tell you within inches he was in front of me, he was face to face with me.
You could see his face?
Yes,
All right. And you said you didn't have your glasses on at the time, correct?
correct.
All right. So if you could see his face, he was probably pretty close to you, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you stabbed him using your right hand, correct?
I stabbed him, yes.
And you said you were using your right hand to stab him, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And when you sliced him across the neck those 3 times, was he
I'm
also?
going to object to sliced across the neck 3 times, and it's been asked and answered.
Well, in a different way. You may proceed, overruled.
All right, well, let's do it this way. When you sliced him across the neck the first time, he was right in front of you then as well?
I don't remember distinct separate times.
Okay, well, when you sliced him across the neck, then all 3 times, he was right in front of you, correct?
Yes,
Within inches?
I don't know within inches, he was
What?
in front of me.
Okay, again, you could see him at that point in time, correct?
I can see a person is in front of me. It's if I can see detail or not.
Just so that we're clear, you took the word boy and carved that into your arm yourself, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Did you take off that blue flannel shirt before you did that?
I believe so, no.
All right. Did you cut through this blue flannel shirt to do that?
Yes,
All right. Did you take off the blue, and I'm sorry, I didn't understand exactly what you said. It's spotted, or it's not spotted, it's actually got something else on it?
it appears to have small plants on it.
Okay. Did you take that shirt off before you carved boy into your arm?
No, I hadn't taken my clothes off.
All right. So you just cut through those shirts?
I cut through a shirt. I don't remember if my other shirts were pushed up or if something else was in the way. I remember cutting through my blue shirt, yes.
I'm sorry?
I remember cutting through my flannel, my
Okay.
outer shirt.
And the other shirt was underneath it, right?
Yes,
And the spot where you had boy carved into your arm was up almost to your elbow where it started, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And actually, Your Honor, just so that we're clear on it, could you switch to my computer, please? I'm showing Exhibit 317 at this point in time. That's your arm, correct?
Correct.
All right, and it appears to be almost up to your elbow where the B starts, correct?
It's lower than that, but it's near, yes.
All right, and then continues down to about probably halfway down your forearm, correct?
I would say the word itself is in the middle of my forearm.
Okay. All right, thank you. Continue, correct?
Correct.
All right, and it appears to be almost up to your elbow where the B starts, correct?
It's lower than that, but it's near, yes.
All right, and then continues down to about probably halfway down your forearm, correct?
I would say the word itself is in the middle of my forearm.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, so after you did, and you were, I think you said by the trunk of the car when you did that?
Yes,
All right, and after you did that is when you took off running from there?
yes.
All right, down that muddy road?
It was stumbling, falling. It wasn't like I was running, but
Okay.
running in a
All
sense,
right.
yes.
That's fine, and fair enough. But that's when you took off down the road, correct?
Correct.
All right. And went right from the trunk down the road, correct?
Correct.
Can we switch to my computer again? I have Exhibit 72 up. So can you, and here I'm going to give you a laser pointer. Could you show us on here where Alex was laying down when you left from that area? You said it was by the trailer, so I just want to know exactly where he was.
He was, I don't know, he was in this area.
Okay. So the area around by the number 9 on there.
Yes,
Okay, great, thank you.
yes.
And you can switch off his coat was off?
Yes,
He was laying down on top of his coat?
that is correct.
What was on top of his coat, his head or some other part of him?
His body was on, he was on top of his coat. I can't specifically tell you what parts, exactly what were on the top of the coat. He was laying on top of the coat.
And I think you said you took his phone, correct?
I grabbed it from the car, yes.
All right, and you took his phone so you could call for help, correct?
Yes.
Didn't dial 911, did you?
No.
Didn't call Jason Mangle, did you?
No.
Didn't call, in fact, anybody for help, did you?
That's what I wanted to do, but I couldn't.
You didn't call
No.
anyone for help, did you?
No.
Where did you grab Alex's phone from?
The car.
I'm sorry?
The car.
Where in the car?
It was in the back of the car.
Where in the back of the car?
I'd seen it in the footwell.
I'm sorry?
I had seen it inside, I spotted the phone inside the footwell.
Okay. Passenger side or driver's side?
It was in the footwell. It was just amongst,
You don't know whether it was the passenger side or the driver's side?
I remember just grabbing it from where your feet would go in the car.
Again, my question is, you don't remember if it was the passenger side or the driver's side?
Not specifically, no.
Okay. And you also took the knife along,
Yes,
carrying the knife in your right hand, correct? Or your left hand, I'm sorry, correct?
Yes.
Right. The phone was in your right hand?
Yes.
And then you said you fell and the phone broke and you just kind of left it there?
Yes, the phone had busted, a part of it.
And then but you kept the knife with you at that point?
It was still in my hand, yes.
And you carried that knife until you got to the driveway of Mr. Sippel's daughter's residence, correct?
I had dropped it in the ditch, yes.
And that's where you dropped it in the ditch, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Just before you got to that driveway, correct?
I don't know exactly. I've seen the photos, so I know where it was, but from my memory, I don't know exactly what place I dropped the knife.
And in the photos, it shows it dropped just before that driveway, correct?
Yes, that is what the photos show.
And then you walked up to the back door of Mr. Sippel's residence, correct?
Yes, I found my way there.
You walked up to the back door of Mr. Sippel's residence, correct?
Yes,
All right. And rang the doorbell a number of times, correct?
rapidly.
Rang the doorbells a number of times, correct?
Correct.
And when you got there, you went there to try to get help, correct?
Yes,
And first thing you asked Mr. Sippel to do was to call or take you to a hospital, correct?
that's what I've heard, yes.
All right. You did not ask Mr. Sippel to call the police, did you?
No,
All right. You didn't ask Mr. Sippel to make sure no one else could get there, correct? Get in there, correct?
no,
You didn't ask Mr. Sippel if he had anything to protect you at that point, correct?
no,
But you did ask him to take you to the hospital.
yes, I've heard that, yes.
That's what you asked him, correct?
Yes,
You never told Mr. Sippel that the person that you are claiming assaulted you was lying severely wounded back where your car was stuck in the mud, did you?
no,
You never told Mr. Sippel that you had stabbed Alex Woodworth?
no,
Shortly after you arrived at Mr. Sippel's house, law enforcement officers began to arrive, correct?
yes,
All right. A number of them arrived at the residence, correct?
yes,
And at that point in time, you knew there were all these law enforcement there, right?
yes.
You knew you were safe at that point in time, didn't you?
What is hard for me with this is that I don't remember much
ma'am?
from that interaction.
If the answer is no, that's fine. You can say no. If you don't know the answer, that's fine.
Yes,
But just tell me, the question is, you knew you were safe at that point in time, correct?
I
She has a
don't
right to
know.
explain if a question can't be answered by yes or no. Other witnesses have certainly done it, and this court has permitted it, and I'd ask that the same consideration be given by Mr. DeFore to Ms. McCandless.
Well, that's just fine. If she can't give a yes or no answer, can't answer the question, then you tell him, you don't remember.
Yes.
Can't answer the question.
I
That's
don't,
you, Judge.
I don't remember, no.
Okay, fair enough. And after law enforcement got there, you got in the ambulance with the paramedics, correct?
Yes,
Right. And you didn't tell, by the way, you didn't tell law enforcement that your car was back stuck on that mud road or that farm road, correct?
yes,
You didn't tell the law enforcement officers that first got there that you had just stabbed Alex Woodworth a number of times, correct?
correct.
And you didn't tell Mr. Wayne, the paramedic, that there was this other person that was lying there with a bunch of stab wounds in him, did you?
No,
Right. Didn't tell him that maybe Alex was dead or dying there or needed help, did you?
no,
Then you got to the hospital, correct?
Yes.
Right. At the hospital, you met first with a female nurse, correct?
I don't remember much. I remember a lot of different interactions from the hospital, but specifics are very hard for me.
Right. But you didn't tell that nurse where your car was, correct?
That is correct.
All right. In fact, at the hospital, you told people at the hospital that what happened at Owen Park, didn't you?
That's what I've seen and heard, yes.
That's what you told them, wasn't it?
Yes.
And you knew at that point in time that nothing happened at Owen Park, didn't you?
Yes.
Did not tell that first nurse that you met with that somebody was attempting to sexually assault you, did you?
Can you please repeat that question?
Sure. The question was, you didn't tell that first nurse that you met with that someone was attempting to sexually assault you, did you?
I don't remember what I told the first nurse.
Isn't it true that what you told them is you don't remember what happened, correct?
That is correct.
And then you met with the same nurse, Jennifer Morris, correct?
Yes.
And you knew at that point in time you were safe, correct?
Yes.
Right. You did not tell Ms. Morris what happened to you, correct?
No.
In fact, you told again Ms. Morris that it happened at Owen Park, didn't you?
I don't remember saying it, but if that is in the transcript, then yes.
And you didn't tell her that you had been sexually assaulted, correct?
I don't remember what I said to her, no, but
In fact, what you told
Yes.
Ms. Morris was you couldn't remember, correct?
correct.
And then you spoke as well to Kelly Swartos, correct?
Yes.
All right. And at that point in time, I think we heard from one of your interviews, you were in a unit that was locked, correct?
Correct.
So you knew at that point in time as well you're safe, correct?
Yes, I had known I was safe.
And you didn't tell Ms. Swartos what happened to you with Alex Woodworth, did you?
I was not ready, no.
All right. You didn't tell her, correct?
Correct.
All right. You told her you couldn't remember, correct?
Yes.
And at that point in time, you knew what happened, didn't you?
There was only bits and pieces of what had happened that was coming back to me.
You knew those bits and pieces, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that it had happened in that farm road near Mr. Sippel's residence, correct?
I didn't know exactly where that road was, but I know that it had happened on that road.
All right. And you knew that you had stabbed Alex Woodworth repeatedly, correct?
Yes.
And you knew the story that you told earlier today about Alex attacking you with a knife, correct?
No, I don't understand your question.
You knew what you testified about earlier today about Alex attacking you with a knife, correct?
I only knew parts of what had happened at that time.
But you didn't tell Ms. Swartos any of that, correct?
No.
All you told her is you can't remember anything, correct?
Correct.
Ron, I don't know how much longer the court wants to go. I mean, I'm fine to keep going as long as the court wants to, but I've got a ways to go yet.
How much more cross do you believe?
Probably more than an hour.
All right, and Ms. Fishney, I assume there would be redirect for a substantial period of time?
I would not assume that, Judge.
Okay,
I'm not even sure there's going to be any.
all right. Well, then I think this is a good time to break for the evening. Okay, council wish to go through today's sidebars, or do you want to wait till after the witness is concluded?
However the court wishes to proceed, Your Honor, is fine with me.
All right, well, let's get through some of these. I'm going to go back to approximately 8:47. It was during direct examination. Exhibit 697 was discussed at the sidebar. There is a portion of Exhibit 697 which was objected to by the state because it was a journal after March 1st, and it was expected that, given that Ms. McCandless and Mr. Woodworth were not together during that period of time, that there wouldn't have been an opportunity for her to have read any of those journals. So that portion would not be accepted or received. So we have to do something. I don't think I would allow the jury to have the journals themselves, but the portion after March 1st or later was not received. Anything the other counsel would like to put on the record about that?
No.
Nothing,
None?
Your Honor.
Okay. Okay, at 9:14 a.m. approximately, there was an objection by the state to questions where Ms. McCandless was talking about what Alex said about going home for the holidays and getting into his background, and I think explaining her answers rather than just answering the questions. And court sustained that on relevance. We had a sidebar, and I think Ms. Vishney indicated she was going to move on. I don't think that there's any further objection about that. Anything further, Ms. Vishney, on that? Mr. Dufour?
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right. Then, let's see. The next sidebar that we had was approximately 11:21 a.m. And this was also on direct. I believe that the objection was withdrawn. And this was reference the interview with Officer Vang and the people that provided pamphlets, and whether Ms. McCandless had ever used the terms assault or rape. I think was just before that. And I don't recall the specific objection, but it does say withdrawn, so I think that...
Right, that's a non-issue.
Non-issue, okay. Check that off. All right, at 2:04 p.m., still on direct examination, and there was questions about the previous vehicle accidents, and state object on relevance, and court overruled that objection. And I think at the sidebar basically just clarified that the court had ruled that this witness, or, the defendant could testify about her previous experience as well as the expert witness, and the state still objected, and court overruled the objection, and the questioning continued on that. Anything in addition you'd like to say about that, Mr. Dufour?
No.
Okay. All right, then, let's see, it was on the record. Sometime shortly after 2:16 p.m., we just took up the issues before cross-examination began. The first was a non-issue, as it turned out, about why she left her mother's residence. And but the state has made the argument, and later was allowed to present evidence of this text message. I can't remember now what exhibit it ultimately was. I think it was ended up being exhibit
598? 702?
I think it was 700, if I can find it.
700?
No,
John Hanson picture was 702,
Yep.
Judge.
702? Yes. And, but the discussion about that was before direct started. Court ultimately received Exhibit 702, and it was published to the jury along with some text. Now, give Ms. Vishney an opportunity to make a record as it relates to that objection.
Well, I objected on multiple grounds, and I argued it was irrelevant, prejudicial, that even if she was cross-examined, it shouldn't be shown to the jury under 90608 sub 2, and the court overruled all of those. Then I made a further objection that the date on the texting part should not be shown to the jury because the date itself was not relevant, and that I thought that the state was trying to leave some kind of inference that she was untruthful about what happened with sex with John because this picture was texted afterwards, and the court overruled that as well.
All right, yeah, and I think you had an opportunity to make a record there before
Yes.
Cross started. Anything further, Mr. Dufour, on that?
Just to, and not to belabor it, but I just don't see how 90608 sub 2 applies, because 90608 sub 2 applies to the situation if I asked her, for example, isn't it true that you lied to so-and-so on sometime previously, and she says, no, I'm stuck with that answer. This is different. I'm impeaching her on her testimony as opposed to something that was out of court, and that's not what 90608 sub 2 deals with.
Well, I clearly disagree with Mr. Dufour's interpretation, but I think that I made an adequate record on that objection, so I don't need to further argue it.
All right, and just to indicate further, the court's reasoning is, and this applies also to the objection at 2:40 p.m. of the homepage, Instagram homepage. There's a document showing the witness, and it had that information on it. From the court's perspective, as I had indicated at the sidebar, it did not believe that was the type of extrinsic evidence that should be excluded under 906.08 sub 2, because it was right here, you can show it to the witness. We're not calling another witness or trying to go off on a side mini trial on that issue. And simply, the state would be then precluded from going further than simply asking the question and getting the response. But because it did involve showing her a document, that's something that's here. In the court's opinion, it's not the type of extrinsic evidence, because that rule is one to try to keep these trials from lasting forever, because they would if we do those sorts of things. It's, we don't want to exclude relevant evidence, but in this particular case, it was not a waste of time in the court's opinion, and that's just my reasoning. You've made your record on as to both of those. Okay, there was then at 2:49 an objection on the relevance, and this was the defense objection. Mr. Dufour was asking questions essentially about overlapping a sexual relationship, Alex and Mr. Mangle. And anything further either party would want to put on the record, I overruled the objection.
No, Your Honor.
It was a 90403 and 90404 objection by the defense.
Okay.
And 90402, I'm sorry.
Anything further? Just
No.
preserve that for the record. So that will be,
Preserve that.
that objection will be preserved.
Thank you.
Okay, then 3:23 p.m., there was a sidebar. It wasn't really an objection, but it was a sidebar. I'm not going to elaborate on that any further, but it was just Mr. Dufour explained how he was going to question a particular topic. Ms. Vishny raised her concerns, and Mr. Dufour essentially indicated he would steer around that area, and I'm not going to elaborate for the reasons. Okay, anything further other counsel wanted to say about that?
No.
Just so that the record's clear, related to an Instagram message, so that when the record is reviewed later, if it becomes necessary. That's all.
Yes, and it was, I think you had been in the area of DOJ page 5094, or shortly thereafter, and then the transcript would show what that is. Okay, then, and 329, there was a sidebar, and I have a number of notes surrounding that, but essentially I think counsel agreed on how that would be approached. There was a concern, a request for a sidebar, a concern that Mr. Dufour was getting into something else, and this involved the incident that Matt Schreiner testified about, that Ms. McCandless was at Alex Woodworth's home and was in only a towel coming out of the shower and made a comment about breaking up with Alex Woodworth, but this was related to, I guess this was this string of questions, what Ms. Van de Zan had told Jason Mengel, that Jason Mengel then said that Jenna had told him about what had occurred, and then there was the phone call from the defendant to Jenna Van Zandt, and so it involved that. But I don't think that there was, I think Mr. Dufour agreed that he wasn't going to the area of concern by Ms. Vishney. Anything further either counsel would like to say about that sidebar?
Nothing, Your Honor.
No.
All right. All right, then, next one I have is 4:19 p.m., and Mr. Dufour was moving into the area of cross-examining Ms. McCandless about her previous statement about how she had gotten the knife away from Mr. Woodworth, and Mr. Dufour wished to use the exhibit that Dr. Tillotson had, I guess in the cross-examination, the way I saw it, was that Mr. Dufour was essentially trying to show that Ms. McCandless had changed her story after seeing these pictures of what happens when someone grabs a sharp knife. And so I overruled the objection, or maybe there was no objection. I can't remember, but go ahead, and anything you want to say about that, Ms. Vishney?
No, I don't believe I made it through.
Okay, all right, so,
I thought counsel was going to cross-examine Ms. McCandless with a learned treatise, like the content, not just a photograph, which was why I initially approached.
all right, well, that clears up the sidebars, I
Yeah.
believe. Anything further? Any I've missed, counsel?
Nothing else from the state, Your Honor.
Okay, then I would ask,
I missed.
pardon?
There's something I missed.
Okay,
And I didn't miss it today. I missed it last week, and I would beg the court and counsel's indulgence to allow me nunc-pro-tunc to make a motion for a directed verdict at the close of the state's case. I'll do so without argument, but I just want to preserve the record that the state, and I know it's in a light scene most favorable to the state, that the state has failed to put in, I think, essentially a prima facie case or adequate evidence of each and every element of the charged crime, first-degree intentional homicide. No further argument.
all right, well, I will just note that, I had anticipated the potential for that and had considered the evidence, and frankly, in the light most favorable to the state, and if the jury did not believe Ms. McCandless, the state had met its burden. And so I would have ruled against a motion for a directed verdict at that point in time.
And we have no problem with, the timeliness of it. We're not going to object to that.
All right. Okay.
And, Your Honor, there are a couple of exhibits. I'm not sure that I've moved 699, 700, 701, and 702. Did I move all those? I thought I had, but I just wanted to be sure. Okay.
And I guess I'll ask.
And some of those, I understand we're only admitted for certain parts of them, and that's fine.
And did I neglect to move any exhibits in?
Let's see, all of those were received.
Okay, thank you.
For the content that was referred to on the record, but not the entire, because some of them, 699 was the Instagram homepage copy, but when you get into 700 and 701, those were
Only portions.
packet of text. And, but so only those portions that were referred to on the record. Okay,
Judge, I just want to make sure that 697 was moved in. I'm pretty sure I did. And then there was also the notebook with the orange cover. I don't remember the number. 698, I moved that in as well. Okay.
yeah, I remember the orange binder was, 697 was received, and that was the table of contents, and, okay.
That's all the journals, not all of which were
That's
testified
this
to.
blue binder.
Yeah, I think the bottom line is,
It's prepared by the defense.
yeah, the court allowed all the journals of Mr. Woodworth that Ms. McCandless indicated she had read or could have read. So,
Thank you.
March 1st later, no, those before that?
Yes.
Are you going to address the sealing of 702?
Well, I wanted 702 to be sealed. The court has seen the exhibit, and I don't believe
Well-
that I need to make a further record, explain why I wanted to seal it, but it,
Or at least be treated.
All right, well, here's,
yes, or I'd like it to at least be treated as the same way the other sensitive photos in this case have been treated.
well, okay, here's the court's, I guess it's the court's position. It's an exhibit that's been received. It doesn't show any genitalia, it doesn't show breasts. It just shows someone in a position and, in an outfit, but she's clothed, it's not unclothed. So from the court's perspective, I don't believe that there would be a legitimate basis for the
I
court.
believe she is unclothed, Your Honor, however, you really can't see any private parts because of the pose.
She's unclothed, but she has paint, she's covered in paint.
Right.
Oh, okay. Well, again, I didn't see any in that picture what I would consider to be bare breasts or genitalia. So I'm not going to seal it, but again, we didn't put it up and publish it out of respect. But in any event, so it was requested, but the court, again, I have to consider, open records and public court and all of that, and I do not believe that there's a legitimate basis under these circumstances.
All right. So, I'm going to start. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Exhibit 701 and 700, counsel, what I'm going to be handing her.
Thank you.
I have handed you Exhibits 700 and 701. Those are the two exhibits that contain the text messages between yourself and Alex Woodworth. What I'd like you to do, Ms. McCandless, take a moment and can you show me any texts in there where Alex Woodworth says, love and do as you will, or anything to that effect?
No, not in these text messages.
And those text messages cover a time period between October of 2017 and the last one being February 23rd of 2018, correct?
Correct.
We also had some questions. About your wallet and the center console. Do you recall those?
Yes.
All right. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Excuse me, Mr. DeFore, is there an exhibit number for this?
What's that? That one is 704 and the other one is 703.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Showing you has been marked for identification as Exhibit 703. That is your wallet there on the seat?
That is correct.
All right. Your Honor, I'd move the admission of Exhibit 703. I'm going to ask to publish it in a moment.
No objection.
All right, Exhibit 703 will be received.
And Exhibit 704, that is your center console in your car, correct?
Correct.
All right. Move the admission of Exhibit 704, and I'll ask to publish that one as well.
Any objection to 704?
No.
704 will be received.
All right. And I'm also asking to publish 704.
All right, you may publish.
So we're clear, Ms. McCandless. I think we're better off with the lights on, actually. Thank you. This is your wallet right here, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then this is your center console, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. We had some questions yesterday, and you had testified yesterday about the position you were in when Alex first got into the car. Do you recall that?
Yes.
All right. And you recall being interviewed on March 23rd, 2018, correct? Or 24th, I'm sorry.
I don't have an independent memory of everything I said during those interviews, but
Okay.
yes, I do know I've been interviewed.
May I approach Your Honor?
You may.
We're looking at Exhibit 290, page 52. So,
Can you wait 1 minute, please?
sure, that's fine. Starting in line 2443, or 2343. Ready?
Yes, oh, I'm sorry.
Good, thank you. So I'm showing you, we're starting at line 2343. Interviewer 2, which was Investigator Conkey, states, asks you, describe to me when you were in the back seat prior to him attacking you, how were you positioned? And your answer is, I was facing down, moving things out of the car to look in my seats and stuff, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And you also, yesterday, your statement was that you took the blanket and the pillow out of the car while
Yes.
you were going through things?
Yes, that is correct.
May I approach again, Your Honor,
You
counsel,
may.
page 53, starting at line 2392. So then Detective Crock asked you, okay, so then you're in the back, did you throw anything outside the car when you were digging around for stuff? Your answer is, no, I didn't throw anything out. I was just moving things around and stuff, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
I want to talk to you for a short time about the journals and some of the entries that Alex wrote. Okay?
All right.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
697.
Which one are you doing?
I've got a couple questions in general, and then I will tell you as I get to them.
I'm sorry.
Okay?
Thank you.
I have handed to you what was previously marked and admitted as Exhibit 697. Do you have that?
Yes.
All right. And that is a document that, or a binder that contains quite a few pages, correct?
That is correct.
And if I understand it correctly, these are the originals plus typed pages of journal entries, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Right. And outside of one that we've talked about in a in a sidebar, you've read prior to the incidents on March 22nd, all of these entries, correct?
That is correct.
And these, in addition, these were items that were provided to your attorneys as part of discovery, correct?
That is correct.
And they provided them to you then, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you've had them in your possession for quite some time, correct?
Yes.
I want to start with one that your attorney did not ask you about, so could you turn to, it'd be tab 13.
I'm there.
All right, and that is an entry titled Desire and Will, correct?
Tab 13 is a written confession.
That looks like tab 12.
Sorry, I was previous tab. Actually, tab 14 is a desire to will maybe I'm not understanding the way
Okay,
it's.
the tab is in front of the
Okay, yes.
entry, not behind
Yes.
it?
Okay,
All right. Okay, so are we there? Desire and will?
yes, we are there.
All right. And starting on the first page, it would be it's a partial paragraph under where it says DOJ 2530. Do you see that? Paragraph starts as curious.
Yes,
All right. The last sentence in that paragraph reads as follows, does it not? Put in a clear way, need aims to possess, in desire aims to give, while erotic desire aims to share or partake. Correct?
correct.
All right. Turn to the next page in that. It'd be the first full sentence on that starts with love. Do you see where I'm at? There's a partial sentence and then a sentence that begins love becomes. Do you see that?
One moment, please.
Right at the top of page 41.
Yes.
All right. That sentence reads, love becomes love of the infinite. That is the good and the Okay, so are we there? Desire and will?
Yes, we are there.
All right. And starting on the first page, it would be it's a partial paragraph under where it says DOJ 2530. Do you see that? Paragraph starts as curious.
Yes,
All right. The last sentence in that paragraph reads as follows, does it not? Put in a clear way, need aims to possess, in desire aims to give, while erotic desire aims to share or partake. Correct?
correct.
All right. Turn to the next page in that. It'd be the first full sentence on that starts with love. Do you see where I'm at? There's a partial sentence and then a sentence that begins love becomes. Do you see that?
One moment, please.
Right at the top of page 41.
Yes.
All right. That sentence reads, love becomes love of the infinite. That is the good, and the G in good is capitalized, correct?
Correct.
And then continues, the next sentence reads, love and do as you desire becomes a principle of excellent morality, correct?
Correct.
All right. Skipping down a little bit to the paragraph directly under DOJ 2531. The first full sentence of that paragraph starts with love and do as you desire. Do you see that?
DOJ 2531.
Yes.
The first sentence
First full sentence.
starts with desire.
Love and do as you desire. Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. The next sentence after that. Love and do as you desire. Do you see that?
Yes,
All right. That sentence reads, love and do as you desire transforms into infinite obligation. It says if you actually love, you'll give and give. No matter what your love asks for, that is your desire, correct?
correct.
And actually, could you turn to the actual written portion of that, which would be the last page of tab 13. That actually isn't quite accurately transcribed, isn't it? That paragraph actually says, love and do as you desire transforms into infinite obligation. It says if you actually love, you will give and give and give. So there's three gives, is there not?
Finding it. Yes.
So there, at least the transcription is not actually 100% accurate, is it?
No, they're missing one give.
Right. And then finally, as it relates to that particular journal entry, let's move down towards the end of the next paragraph. It'd be 3 lines up from the bottom. Do you see a sentence that starts with "here"? It's right at the end of that third from the bottom line of that paragraph.
First.
I'm sorry, excuse me, Mr. DeBrey.
It's the paragraph right after the one that we just talked about.
Are you saying all self-love? Are you speaking of the one that says all self-love is shaken?
No, we're at the, in the paragraph right below the one that I just quoted from, okay? And 3 lines up from the bottom of that paragraph, it says "here." Do you see that right at the end of the, right at the end of the line? If I can approach Your Honor, I can
Yes,
still-
please.
You may approach.
Thank you.
We're speaking of 2531, yes.
So, right
Oh,
there.
thank you.
Not trying to trick you.
No,
All right, so that sentence reads, "Here the phrase becomes a challenge to give up both selfish need and selfless desire so that a future can become," correct?
correct.
And the phrase that's being referred to is "love and do as you will," correct?
Yes, it seems so.
Now, you also testified that Alex talked about cannibalism as having something to do with taking away someone's power. Do you recall that?
Yes, that was something we talked about during conversation.
There is never a reference to that in any of the journal entries that we have here, is there?
I don't exactly remember, but it is something we spoke about.
My question isn't if you spoke about it. My question is, there is never a single entry in any of these journal essays that refers to cannibalism as a way to take the power of someone else, is there?
I cannot give an exact answer, but I don't believe from my memory, no, I don't remember.
And you also talked about it in terms of cannibalism as a way to keep a lover with you after death, to paraphrase what your testimony was. You can't point to a single spot in these journals where Alex says that either, can you?
No, it's not in the journals, it was during conversation.
It's not in the journals, correct?
That is correct.
And just so that I have it clear in my mind, the first time you actually talked to Alex was in a bar, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And you had seen him writing in his journal, correct?
Yes,
And at that point in time, he shared his writings with you, correct?
that is correct.
And so the first writing he shared with you when he's first meeting you in a bar was related to cannibalism.
That is correct.
Okay. Let's turn to the item dead to me. It's in the first set of tabs, tab number 2. And again, remember, the tab is before the entry, not after.
Thank you.
All right. Are you there?
Yes,
All right. Now, you read a portion of the first or the last paragraph on that page that starts with "because you are dead to me." Do you recall that?
you said tab 2?
Tab 2 of the first section. There's 2 sets of tab numbers.
I'm sorry.
Right.
Yes,
It's a little confusing, I understand. All right. So we're on dead to me, right?
Yes, we are on dead to me.
All right, and so that last paragraph, you read that first sentence, which says, "Because you are dead to me, this love fails to be truly erotic now, though it may have been. Instead, we are speaking of cannibalism," correct? You read that?
Yes,
All right. The next sentence actually reads then, "The you I loved was consumed by me, incorporated back into a flesh heterogeneous to itself," correct?
correct.
All right. And obviously, earlier in that same passage, he's talking about the person still being clearly alive, correct?
Yes,
So he is not talking about cannibalism in any actual sense, is he, correct?
no, at this point it was philosophical, yes?
It's a metaphoric sense, correct?
Yes,
And there is not a single entry in there where in that particular essay, where Alex talks about consuming another individual literally, correct?
correct.
You turn to, it will be again in that first section of tabs, tab 5.
Violation?
Yes. Are you there?
Correct, I am there.
There quite yet.
Okay, when you're ready, let me know.
Sorry.
Sure. Ready, counsel?
Yes.
All right. In that section, which you talked about, a portion of it, he also writes, and this would be in the third paragraph, the last two sentences of that third paragraph, he states, "So I gave myself to you to attempt a healing love. Such an act is doomed from the start," correct?
Correct,
So he's indicating that his love is attempting to heal, correct?
I believe so.
That's what it says, right?
Yes,
Thank you. Let's move to, this would be the second set of tabs, tab 1.
extra scriver?
It should be come as you are, flaws and all.
That is correct.
All right. You ready, counsel?
Yes.
All right. In that, in the last paragraph there, the start of that paragraph states, "Only by you coming naked to my call, essentially my being naked first, can love fully be erotic," correct?
Correct,
So essentially, he's saying that both parties to the relationship need to be naked to the other to expose their own flaws, correct?
correct.
And you move to the next tab, tab 2 of the second section. And my Latin is not very good, so I'm not going to even try to pronounce that. But let's start with going to the second page of the typed portion of it. You read that first sentence about him being, those first two sentences about him being afraid.
Yes,
The rest of that paragraph, besides those first two sentences, reads, afraid I will use someone for redemption and self-mutilation. But I will love. I will love myself, forgive myself, and love you anyways. I am no longer myself. I don't know who I am. So let me apologize and forgive myself for becoming something new.
Correct.
And in the next paragraph, he talks, actually, never mind that. Let's go back to the first page. The second paragraph, the last sentence of that second paragraph states, I really do love you, but I am unworthy, correct?
I'm sorry, I don't see where that is.
That's the second paragraph
Second paragraph.
On the first page or the second page?
on the first page of that journal entry, first typewritten page, second paragraph. It's a paragraph that starts, this is old advice. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right. And the last sentence of that reads, I really do love you, but I am unworthy, correct?
Correct.
And you read a portion of the fourth paragraph there where that starts, I have half-heartedly. The sentence after the portion you read reads, yet I love you, correct?
Correct.
And then moving down to the second full paragraph under DOJ 2483, the first sentence of that reads, my gratitude is that my fear of myself taught me to love more than I am allowed to, correct?
Correct.
And then continuing to the second last line of that same paragraph, the first sentence of that line reads, I could follow you in your footsteps and give my life for whoever needed it, correct?
Correct.
Again, he's talking about giving his life for the one he loves, correct?
I can't say that, no.
Well, it says, I could follow in your footsteps and give my life for whoever needed it, correct?
Correct.
Would you turn to tab 4 in that section? That's from the past memories.
Yes.
All right. You read a part in there where it in the first full paragraph under 2485, the paragraph that starts in the face of all my anxiety. Do you recall reading the part that started with, I know you wanted to change me? Do you recall reading that?
Yes.
All right. Immediately after the part that you read, is it not true that he writes, quote, I was too Hegelian, or I call it such now. You were my master, correct?
Correct.
Indicating that the one he's talking about, the love he's talking about was his master, not the other way around, correct?
Yes, he wrote that.
Could you turn to tab 7?
When I lost myself?
Yes. That's another one that you read something of right at the very end of that passage. I want to talk about on the first page of that passage. Do you see it would be the first full paragraph under DOJ 2504? The paragraph that starts, "This is a naive result." Are you at that paragraph?
Yes, I am.
The last sentence of that paragraph reads, "In committing to a set of values, one formulates a naive ideal that one resolves, even if weakly, to strive toward." Correct?
Correct.
And going back to the last page of that section, or the page that you had read something from,
I'm sorry, what page are you on, Council?
we're on page, it's marked as page 30. Want to have you take a look at, under DOJ 2507, the last two lines of that, and then the part of the first two lines of the next page, which is DOJ 2508. It's a page, it starts with, "I've recently fallen." Do you see that?
Yes.
All right. And that reads, "I've recently fallen for a young man who is in a rather unhealthy relationship. I don't believe that I am doing evil. I suspect that I might even be doing good. But this means that even if only the former holds, I can really do whatever I will, so long as that is not evil." Correct?
Yes.
Would you turn to the next tab, tab 8 of that section, titled "Between Love and Obligation"?
Yes.
You there?
Yes, I am.
All right. In the second paragraph, you had read the first sentence of that. Move down about a few lines, it'd be the fourth line from the bottom. Do you see where it starts, "Do as you will"?
Yes.
All right. And "do as you will," it reads, "Do as you will, so long as you love," which gives far less freedom, as one cannot do anything when one loves, and love can cause quite limiting obligations, correct?
Yes.
And continuing down a little ways, under DOJ 2512, it'd be the first full paragraph under there, the third line down. Do you see where it starts, "Do as you will"?
Yes.
All right, it reads, do as you will, yes, but there are things you also ought do regardless of whether or not you want to," correct?
Correct.
And then finally on that, in the second last line on that page, it reads, "You love, so I ought not abuse," correct?
Yes.
Let's move to the next tab. Another entry that you didn't, your counsel did not have you reference, but that's the one titled "Letting It Be."
Yes.
Right. The third paragraph under there, the start of it reads, "That something is permissible does not mean one ought to do it, merely that one may." Correct?
Correct.
Let's move to tab 21. Tab entitled "Between Two Hands."
Yes.
All right. In the portion that you read, Alex writes that there is writes as if he has a severely damaged hand, correct?
That is correct.
He does not in fact have a severely damaged hand, does he?
I only know what he described to me about his hand.
He does not have a severely damaged hand, correct?
I can't say that, no. I'm not a doctor.
Well, he was able to use both his right and his left hand, correct?
Yes.
Never saw him have difficulty using either his right or his left hand to do something, correct?
He was just describing to me the feelings about his hand. That is correct.
You never saw him have difficulty using either his right or his left hand, correct?
I cannot remember that, no.
I'm sorry?
I can't remember that specifically, no.
You can't remember that he had difficulty or that he didn't have difficulty?
Yes.
Let's move finally to another one that your counsel did not ask you about, which would be the 25th tab on that page titled Authors and Others.
Yes.
All right. This is the tab immediately after the one titled Faith and Flesh, correct?
That is correct.
And take a look at the second paragraph of that entry. The second line down, you see where it starts, the author of Flesh and Faith?
Yes.
All right. That reads, from there to the end of that paragraph, the author of Flesh and Faith believed that to have any value or any worth at all, they must possess self-hatred as to willingly kill themselves for the sake of any other. Their notion of love was such that being loved was a detriment to their lovability. The final sentences show this clearly. Being loved for them is absolute proof that they are incapable of loving or being worthy of love. Now, I cannot help but think their view is untenable, because they can only be good insofar as they are the sole guilty, as far as they will ever know. For meeting another lover damns the whole project to failure, correct?
Correct.
And moving to the next page, the first full paragraph under DOJ 2566 starts, I love you all, each and every author, reader, writer, you. Know that whatever becomes of me, for this unconclusive postscript is my suicide note. It will only be found post-mortem, correct?
Correct.
And then finally, he concludes this entry with, quote, always prefer life and never stop affirming survival. I love you and am smiling at you from wherever I am, correct?
Correct.
Now, when you talked to Detective Prock on March 23rd, 2018, you did not once mention these journals to Detective Prock, correct?
I was answering his questions to the best of my ability at that time, but no, I did not.
You did not mention these journals to Detective Prock on March 23rd, correct?
No.
And you did not mention these journals to Detective Prock on March 24th either, did you?
No.
You also never once told Detective Prock on March 23rd anything about Alex and cannibalism, correct?
I don't have independent, strong memories about that conversation, but if I've seen the transcript and no, I have not.
And you never once on March 24th mentioned anything about cannibalism to Detective Prock, correct?
That is correct.
All right. Now you were on the stand yesterday, you said that Alex told you that he was going to have you one more time, correct?
That is correct.
However, when you talked to Detective Prock on may I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Counsel, we're going to be on page 61 of Exhibit 290. Detective Prock asks you, okay, was it
Wait,
any
I'm
time?
sorry. We don't have it yet.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
That's
When
okay.
you're ready, let me know. We're starting at line 2749.
21, I'm sorry, 27.
49.
Thank you.
You ready?
Yes.
Okay. It says, Detective Prock asks, okay, was it any time during your guys' conversation, their talk about sex today or sex that day, about him wanting to have sex with you or you wanting to have sex with him? Your response is, no, I didn't want to have sex at all. Question, did he? Answer, I don't think so. Question, why did he have the knife and why, and to cut your pants? And your answer was, I think he just wanted to look at me, correct?
I was answering the questions to the best of my ability at that time for Proc. But yes,
And
I
I
don't,
read that accurately, correct?
yes, I don't dispute that, no.
So you never told Detective Prock in that interview that Alex wanted to have sex with you one more time, did you?
In that interview, no, I did not.
When you met, when you went to Mr. Sippel's residence and he asked you, based on the 911 operator's request, what happened, you told him you could not remember, correct?
I could not remember, yes.
That's what you told him, correct?
Yes, I could not remember at that time.
You told Joe Wayne that you could not remember what happened, correct?
Yes, I could not remember at that time.
You told Joe Wayne that you could not remember what happened, correct?
That is correct.
You told Deputy Shields that you could not remember what happened, correct?
Correct.
You told Officer Reeves you could not remember what happened, correct?
Yes, I could not remember.
You told Officer Reeves you could not remember what happened, correct?
Yes,
You told the first nurse at the hospital that you met that you could not remember what happened, correct?
yes,
You told Dr. Tillotson you could not remember what happened, correct?
which doctor was Dr. Tillotson again,
Dr.
please?
Tillotson was the one who testified in court.
Yes,
You told Jennifer Morris you could not remember what happened, correct?
at that time, I don't have strong memories of who I talked to, but yes, I could not remember at that time.
You told Jennifer Morris you could not remember what happened, correct?
Yes,
You told Kelly Swartos you could not remember what happened, correct?
yes,
You told Detective Prock on March 23rd you could not remember what happened, correct?
yes,
And until Detective Prock confronted you about finding the car on that, at the end of that mud road, you told Detective Prock on March 24th you could not remember what happened, correct?
yes,
And then after Detective Prock confronted you with that, you told him what happened, correct?
I didn't believe he was confronting me, but I started to tell him what had
Ma'am,
happened, yes.
I didn't ask for an explanation. I asked you, you told Detective Prock after he confronted you what you claim happened, correct?
I told him what had happened to me, yes.
And in that same interview, you told Detective Prock you could not get it out of your head what happened, correct?
I couldn't get the fragmented images, the smells, the feelings out of my head, yes. But yes, I did say I could not remember or get it out of my head.
Okay, this looks like just a good spot. Just take a timeout, please. Okay, Madam Clerk, or Reporter, we're not getting real time. I don't know if you, it's something we can troubleshoot quick.
Range 2, I already have my program running, and so when I plug it in, it probably isn't reading from that, so then I can close it out and restart it, but it's gonna take a minute.
Okay, so that would be with that quick then.
Yeah, I can do that the next morning, yep.
Okay, I'm sorry, go ahead, continue.
approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Page 55, counsel. Line 2499.
One minute, I'm sorry, we're having a transcript issue. For some reason, that page is missing from our copy, so we're trying to find it on a different copy. So I apologize for the delay, I'll let you know as soon as we have find it. Okay, we found it, got you. Thank you, appreciate it.
So line 2499, you stated because it just was scary and I can't get out of my head, correct?
Correct.
All right. And Detective Prock says no, and we're sorry that you went through this. And then you respond, and it just keeps replaying and replaying and replaying, and I wish it would go away, correct?
Correct.
And you did not admit to Detective Prock that you cut Boy in your arm until he confronted you with the fact that the wording and the way it was oriented did not make sense, correct?
Yes.
You told Officer Reeves that the incident happened in Owen Park, correct?
I don't remember speaking very much with Officer Reeves.
Well, and if Officer Reeves testified that you told him it happened in Owen Park, you have no reason to dispute that, do you?
No.
Right. And you told the nurse at the hospital that it happened in Owen Park, correct?
If it's in the transcript, then yes.
And you told Ms. Swartos, Kelly Swartos, that it happened in Owen Park, correct?
I would have to refresh my memory from the transcript.
All right. Okay. Never mind, that's fine. But nothing actually happened in Owen Park on March 22nd with Alex Woodworth, did it?
That's correct.
You never, in fact, even went to Owen Park with Alex on March 22nd, did you?
That's correct.
And when you told these people that it happened at Owen Park, you knew that nothing had happened at Owen Park, didn't you?
At that time, everything was a mess.
Yes or no,
for me.
ma'am?
Objection. She has a right to answer the question, which she remembers.
The question,
Okay,
Excuse me,
if you can't answer the question yes or no, then indicate, I can't answer the question yes or no.
All right.
And then you have to answer it how you can answer it, okay?
I can't answer yes or no to that question.
that's fine. And you agree that when you talked to Detective Prock on March 24th of, actually, let's just do it this way. May I approach, Your Honor?
May.
Page 32, counsel, starting at line 1439, Exhibit 270.
270, okay, 1 minute, please. What page?
32.
2/7, no, this is 2/9. This is 1/7.
PTT.
Is it 270, or 290, I'm sorry. That's my
Thank you.
fault.
Okay,
I'm
I'm
sorry, I
sorry. No
apologize.
worries. What page number?
32. Starting at 1439. Ready?
Yes.
In that interview, Detective Prock asks you, okay, and where was the knife now after he carved that in your arm? Answer, I think he put it in his pocket, or he kept it, or had it by him, but I don't remember, correct?
Correct.
But you knew that you had the knife and had taken the knife and left it in the ditch near Mr. Sippel's house, correct?
Yes, I was answering his questions to the best of my ability at the time.
Well, in fact, later in that interview, you admit that you had dropped the knife in the ditch somewhere, correct?
Yes.
You told Officer Reeves that you went to Lacy's first on March 22nd before you went to Alex's residence, correct?
Judge, this was reviewed yesterday, what
Okay.
you told Officer Reeves, so that's an answer.
I may have. If I asked it already, I will not.
Very well, go ahead and move on.
That's fine, I'll just continue with another area. Ma'am, when you met with Detective Prock on March 23rd, 2018, you knew you were safe, correct?
Yes.
And when you met with Detective Prock on March 24th, 2018, you knew you were safe, correct?
Yes, I knew I was safe.
And you had met with Detective Prock before those two dates, correct?
Yes.
They met with him, in fact, on March 1st of 2018, correct?
Yes,
And talked to him about the John Hanson situation, correct?
that is correct.
And you answered all of his questions that he asked you about the John Hanson situation, correct?
Yes.
With no problems, correct?
Yes.
Yet on March 23rd, 2018, you told Detective Prock you could not remember anything about what happened on March 22nd after you left Alex Woodworth's residence, correct?
The interviews, the 23rd and the 24th for me are one interview.
Well, the start of those that one interview now that you consider it as, actually, let's put it this way. You were in court when we played those two interviews, correct?
Correct.
All right. And in the first one, which we played just before the end of a day, you recall that you told Detective Prock repeatedly in that you could not remember what happened after you left Alex's residence, correct?
Correct.
And you were present when we played the next day with Detective Prock, the interview of March 24th, correct?
Yes.
And you agree that you repeatedly, again until Detective Prock confronted you about finding the car, told Detective Prock you couldn't remember what happened, correct?
I wasn't
Judge,
ready.
this is repetitive. This question has been asked and answered numerous times already.
I don't recall the specific question. Perhaps it has been, but again, because of the not finishing in one day, I'm going to give a little latitude. So go ahead and you can answer that question if you can. Overruled.
And at that point in time when you
Mr. DeFore,
talked to,
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but could you repeat the question for me?
I thought it was answered already, so, oh, it wasn't? Okay. On March 24th, until Detective Prock confronted you about finding the car, you repeatedly told him you could not remember what happened, correct?
Yes, I had said that.
And Detective Prock eventually asked you why didn't you tell me about what happened, correct?
Would it be all right if I seen the transcript?
All right, we'll get there. Yep, okay, 55. All right, may I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you. Page 55, line 2491, starting at 2491.
Judge, I hate to interrupt counsel, but he's done exactly the same part before me. If you want to let him do it again, it's okay, but I just wanted to point out.
I'm not, this is a different section, I'm not at.
Going through a different section?
Of page 55,
Oh, I'm sorry, what line number?
2491.
Oh, okay.
Ready? So, starting at 2491, Detective Prock, and you're just now, how come you didn't tell me this yesterday when we talked, Ezra? Answer, because I didn't. It's too scary, correct?
Correct.
And Ms. McCandless, what's too scary is that you knew if you told the truth about what happened, that you'd be in fact charged with killing Alex. Isn't that correct?
That is not correct.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
All right, Counselor, redirect.
Can we have a short break, please?
All right, we'll take a 10-minute recess. Excuse the jury. After a morning break, it's 10:06 a.m. Mr. Nelson, go ahead.
Judge, I understand this is Ms. Vishnu's witness in the sense that she's been conducting the direct exam. However, plan is for me to do the closing argument. And so Exhibit 697, which is the blue 2-ring binder regarding the journals, obviously that has been entered into evidence. There's been talk by both in direct and redirect, or excuse me, direct and cross regarding certain entries in the journal. What I want to know from an evidentiary standpoint is, since Exhibit 697 is into evidence, other than the March 1st entry, which we all agree is not part of that, does the witness now need to make specific reference to a line for either side to make reference to a writing that's in that journal that's already been marked in evidence? Or since it's already in evidence, do we need to go through line by line and have a witness read each line that we want to make reference to in closing? That's my evidentiary question. I understand that the state has a position that we need to go through every line, and I'll let Mr. DeFore speak to that, but that's my question, because that's going to control what and how much we do in redirect, if that makes sense.
Well, it does to some extent, but I'm not sure I understand the whole question. So, Mr. DeFore.
Your Honor, essentially, counsel wants to know if he can basically rebut what my cross-examination is in closing by referencing portions of the journals that have not been read to the jury and shown to the jury, and/or shown to the jury. And my position is it's the same as any of these other extensive exhibits. I mean, for example, all of the texts between the defendant and Alex Woodworth have been admitted. They're part of an exhibit that's been admitted, but the court has said, no, we only talk about, you can only discuss, and the only parts that are really in front of the jury are those portions that have been referred to. The same with Instagram. I mean, we've got a 568-page exhibit, Exhibit 420, that has Instagram exchanges, involving the defendant. But again, the court has said, no, only the ones that have been referred to are part of the record that can be referred to in closing. It should be the same with this. If counsel is able to do that, essentially it allows them to do redirect without giving me a chance to recross, and that's not appropriate.
All right. Well, in fairness, and again, counsel, Mr. Nelson, please turn your microphone on if you want to respond to that.
Yes, Judge, just briefly, I certainly appreciate that there are other exhibits that there's been limited rulings as far as the content of those exhibits. However, my understanding of Ms. McCandless's testimony is that she testified that the table of contents regarding Exhibit 697, she had knowledge and awareness of all of the writings that are listed here, other than the one from March 1st of 2018. So there is evidence in the record, without her having read it, that she's essentially aware and has knowledge of all of these items. And the question then is, do you have to read each one of those items? Because again, that's my understanding of what her testimony was, is she had knowledge and awareness of all of those writings. I don't expect to stand up in my closing and talk about these journals. I just want to make sure that we're not limited in a way.
Well, here's how I see it, is that that pretrial order was entered in order to make sure that, again, that we boil it down to what you're actually intended to use, so the state can reasonably respond to that. If it, again, with these larger exhibits, there's so much information that hasn't been brought to the attention of the jury, and I think it would be, particularly in this circumstance, it would be unfair to the state to refer to passages or writings in those journals that Mr. DeFore has not had a chance to, I guess, recross on if you bring it back on redirect. So, again, each party was given, an amount of time. Nobody's exceeded that time, but certainly anything outside of what has been given to the state in terms of what you intend to use from those exhibits.
So
I don't know if I'm answering your question.
I don't know if it might be on my end as well, Judge. And so Exhibit 697 is what we intend to use. We've entered that, we've offered that. All of those journals are in. Ms. Vishny has referenced certain of those journals, right? And I certainly agree that if that entry itself wasn't entered into, wasn't discussed, that entry, I'm just randomly saying, and I don't know if this is true or not, but randomly,
Just pick love and do as you will.
the number 16, the innocent choice to consume. I don't think anybody talked about that, right?
Right.
And so I don't think that is something that can be discussed in closing by either side unless it comes up in redirect or recross. However, something like come as you are, flaws and all, that's been discussed. Portions of that have been read to the jury. Not every line of that entry has been read to the jury. So is that entry, the entire entry, under the rule of completeness, something that either side can talk about, or do we have to read every word within that entry before we can talk about it? That's my question.
Well,
I hate to interrupt.
Go
but
ahead.
I'd like to just point out that there have been plenty of lines that I didn't ask to have read that were shown on the Elmo. Now, I don't know what the jury saw, but I didn't have two pieces of paper covering it. So there's certainly, although not been something a court reporter took down, that parts of those actual entries have been shown to the jury even though they weren't talked about. Just like journals of Ms. McCandless were shown to the jury. I mean, they were passed around, but I have had it on the Elmo. So we're only talking about specific entries that have been discussed in court.
Like the entry itself, as opposed to each particular word. That's what I guess, and maybe I'm getting micromanaging it too much, but I think, is my question clear?
well, if the excerpts that you specifically advised the state were what you intended to use at trial, as far as I'm concerned, you can use that, they're in evidence, okay? Where you have a transcript and you've each had an opportunity to review that. The state has had an opportunity to cross-examine on that. But I believe that if it's in evidence and it's something that
So again,
Ms.
I'm just,
McCandless is aware of, that's the thing. This evidence is only admissible to the extent that she was aware of it.
Judge, I don't think we're being clear enough. So if
Go
you
ahead,
will allow me. I'm just going to take an example, okay? Love and do what you will. Both sides used that essay while Ms. McCandless was testifying, okay? We used it and the state used different portions. Our question is this: when Mr. Nelson gives his closing argument, can he use lines from Love and Do What You Will, that essay that neither I asked about or Mr. DeFore asked about? We're not asking, and we don't think it's appropriate to use parts of the journal that nobody asked her about, only the essays that have been asked about in the courtroom. We just need to know, do we need to read, if Mr. Nelson wants to use a line from that, do I have to ask her about it right now on redirect? Or can he just talk about that particular essay, not the whole book? Am I making this more clear?
Yeah, it's a little bit more clear. I don't have a problem with that, but the state, I think,
Yes, Your
objects to
Honor,
that.
the state does. First off, counsel referenced the rule of completeness. That doesn't have anything to do at all with what we're talking about. The rule of completeness just allows one witness or one party to bring in additional parts of a document or a statement that wouldn't otherwise be admissible. That's not what we're dealing with here. Our position is, Your Honor, if it has not been specifically referenced, read to by counsel in direct or redirect, or by me in cross or recross, it shouldn't be discussed, it shouldn't be mentioned in closing. The same as additional texts that may be in the same time frame as ones that have been referenced. They may even be part of the same text exchange. But if they weren't actually read, they shouldn't be discussed by anybody. If they want to, if the court allows them to then do that, essentially the court is allowing them to have redirect of the defendant without giving me a chance to recross by saying, well, in cross-examination they asked about this, but ladies and gentlemen of the jury, during closing, there's also this on that. Well, that doesn't give me a chance to then rebut that with the defendant, and first off, to determine whether that was in her mind at the time, and secondly, to point out other portions of it, except possibly in rebuttal, which is, a much, much more limited opportunity to discuss it, and especially considering the amount of evidence that there is, it would be extremely difficult to be able to effectively respond to that in rebuttal. It's easy to do it. It's much easier to do it now when they do it on redirect and I have a chance to recross it to deal with it because I have more time to do it. But if you're trying to listen to closing arguments and then trying to read, journal entries at the same time and find responses to that to give in a rebuttal afterwards, that would be from the amount of paperwork that there is with this, that would be extraordinarily difficult and unfair. So we just believe that it's an opportunity. They're asking to be able to do redirect without doing redirect and giving me a chance to recross.
All right, well, okay.
We're ready for you to rule.
All right.
That's all I want to say.
So on this, as it relates to, again, the voluminous data extractions from disks, phones, the cloud, all of that, as well as these journal entries, because again, it is, there's an enormous amount. I think that is the only way to manage it, because if there's objections that this is fact, not in evidence, and so on and so forth, it's going to make closing arguments messy. So if you do want to, if there are specific journal entries you want to refer to in your closing, then you need to take them up on redirect if you haven't already.
All right, thank you.
Okay?
EZRA, the first thing I'm going to ask you about, the prosecutor asked you some questions regarding Mr. Sipple and if he seemed familiar to you. Do you remember those questions?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And I'm going to play very briefly the part of this discussion with Detective Prock where you were asked that, the same area that the prosecutor asked you, okay? This would be L, DOJ-L, right? From, do you have the exhibit number? We need to say the exhibit number for it, right? Okay. And that's at 50 seconds, Mr. DeFord.
Okay.
45 seconds, excuse me.
If you want it with the text on it, I have
289,
it.
okay.
I
that's
have it
fine.
available if you'd rather do that.
No, we don't, we have the tape. If it's not Exhibit 289, Judge, we'll clarify the record later. Okay, it is Exhibit 289, I'm sorry. All right, so we're going to play this very short, roughly 15-second portion for you.
From the 45-second mark to the 65-second mark, Your Honor.
Right.
20 seconds.
Thank you.
Okay, and I'm going to ask you to listen very carefully,
Yes,
and if you need it to us to replay it again, we'll do that, okay?
yes.
Are you ready?
Go ahead.
Press and play.
He's here as well to try to figure out what in the world happened. I mean, how you ended up at Don. I met Don.
What's his last name?
Spiegel. Spiegel?
Simple.
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 Sounded familiar to me because
Yeah.
I had a teacher with the last name Simple.
Yeah, so that's,
Stopped it at the 105-minute mark.
Were you able to hear what you said?
Yes.
What did you say on that tape? Because it's very difficult to hear.
Quietly, I said, Sipple is a familiar last name to me. I had a teacher with that name.
Okay, so it had nothing to do with actually being out in that area or knowing the
No,
farmer,
I
Mr.
had no
Sipple.
idea where I was or who he was.
Okay, thank you. All right, my next question is about this. The prosecutor asked you about one particular text that you sent to Jason Mangle where you said Alex was afraid of you,
Yes.
right? And what did you mean by that when you texted Jason?
During those messages, it was at a time when I was very frustrated with the situation and things Alex might have been saying at Racy's. And out of frustration, I just said, Alex is afraid of me. And what I meant by that is that I know Alex very intimately. And like anyone else, he spoke a lot about his coworkers. I didn't mean he was physically afraid of me in any sense, just that if I had to, I could expose him for all of the things he was saying about others.
Okay, so it was kind of afraid of that you would gossip?
Yes.
Would that be kind of a reasonable explanation?
Yes.
All right, then I just have a few questions I'm going to ask you about the journals, and I'm going to have counsel help me put it on the Elmo while I'm asking you the questions, okay?
Yes.
And that way, I think it'll go a little quicker.
Tell me the entry, please.
From the past memories, November 2017, DOJ 2485.
I'm sorry, what tab?
I don't know what the tab number is.
It's on the
Tab
top.
4.
No, it's not.
Tab 4.
Tab 4. Oh, I see. I'm sorry, tab 4. No, that's not correct. That's the first tab 4. It's the second tab 4. Okay, I'll do this here so you don't have to look up at the screen.
Thank you.
Okay? All right, so I'm showing you what's been previously testified to from the past, okay?
Yes.
All right, now, can you please read to the jury the underlined part at the end of DOJ 2485 before it says again DOJ 85?
Yes. Yet as much as I lost it, I got my flesh back. I found death in another, and it was so incarnated in my power. My hands ran over her skin, pushing, pulling, groping for her, desperate to make her as mine as I was hers. I could pull her close.
Was this written about you?
Yes.
Okay. And then later on that page, I believe that I already asked you this part. I saw cannibalism where you asked to be seen erotically, and then you were asked by the prosecution, the next line, I was too Hegelian, or I call it such now, you were my master. But I would like for you to also, after you said you were my master, I was your slave, can you please read the last line that completes the thought in that paragraph?
Yes. You ask for the reverse to prevent the fear of death that took hold of me. You asked not to be death, but tomorrow.
Okay, so that concludes that. The next one will be from Delige et Quo vi fac, tab 2 in the second set of tabs, or in other words, what we call love and do as you will.
Can you give that spelling to the court reporter?
Yes, it's Dilige, comma, ETQUODVISFAC.
Thank you.
Okay, sure. So, I think you did this before, but let's just read the first 2 paragraphs, okay? That begin
Yes.
that essay.
Love and do what you will. This is old advice passed down by St. Augustine. Rare have I obsessed over a phrase as I am now. It haunts me. I find an uncomfortable kinship with the saint. My life fits into a confession of sin, of belief, and of limitation. Every word, every breath, every sigh, and every laugh is a letter of love to you. I weep and pray, begging for forgiveness, because I really do love you, but I am unworthy.
All right, and then going down the page, right where it says DOJ 2483,
Yes.
can you please read that first paragraph that we didn't read before?
Yes. Over time, our monsters become us. The abyss spreads, contaminating all. Is it perhaps funny that this very guilty of being is what I am most grateful for? I thought I was born a monstrosity, unholy revenant. But that is only half true. I have met monsters, humans possessed like me, albeit in their own way. I continue to seek redemption, but no longer believe I am evil. I feel guilty, but no, I am not wrong.
Okay, thank you. Then the next essay, well, let me ask you this before I get to the next essay.
Yes?
Okay, wait a minute. I just want to clarify. The prosecutor asked you
Yes?
about a bunch of questions about cannibalism and power, right?
Yes.
And I think what he asked you, and I'm paraphrasing, so it's not going to be the exact words, is he said that Alex never connected cannibalism with having power over you, correct?
Correct.
And he questioned you about Alex not saying in his journals or his text anything about cannibalism, right?
Yes.
And about not saying anything about having power over you, correct?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to turn your attention to an essay written on January 10th, 2018 called Giving Space.
Yes. I'm familiar with that one.
DOJ 2546,
Yes.
counsel, page 50, second to last sentence to the bottom.
Just give me a second here.
Sure.
This one.
Second last, yes.
Second to last line. Can you read the second to the last line? Or actually, start with the one before with the word say.
Say that I come to absolutely know you, but you do not know me. This I gain complete power over you, and you will lack the ability to resist me. Would you like
The
me to
next
continue?
sentence, please. Just
This,
the next sentence.
this is the case even if absolute knowing was reciprocal.
Thank you. Was that about you?
Yes.
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
Did Alex discuss this passage with you?
Yes, of course.
And the particular passage that he wrote, what did he tell you about it?
The name of the passage, what was that again?
It's called Giving Space.
Yes, we spoke about this one often. He titled it Giving Space in particular because I was still in a relationship with Jason at the time, and as he writes in this passage and a few others, he writes about how he necessarily didn't want to give me space, but he was willing to do so, and at times he did give me space.
Did he express at all that he wanted to have power over you so he didn't have to give you space?
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
to be thanked.
All right.
Okay. And that's dated November 24th.
Yes.
Okay. In to be thanked, on the second paragraph.
Yes.
Okay, can you just write, you might as well just read the whole second paragraph.
All right.
I think it's easier to set in context.
So, imagine my surprise at being thanked for a gift I didn't even know I had gave. Thank you for loving me. What an odd kind of gratitude. It wasn't as if I had gave you love in altruistic hopes of helping you, nor was it like I had put off any effort or lost anything by
Actually,
loving
that's
you.
Had put any effort, right?
No, yes, I had
just
put any effort or lost anything by loving you. I am not even sure that I do love you, yet I feel that I can do what I want, which is, I suppose, a sort of indication that love is occurring.
Okay, and then later down that page,
Yes,
at DOJ 2501, as he comes and talks to can you just read the line that is in the middle paragraph that begins with the word I?
yes. I insist on this. I was only doing what I wanted. That you got something out of it was a plus, and this, I swear, is at least half of the truth.
All right, and then finally, going to the bottom of that page, at GOJ 2502, the sentence that begins again with the word I.
Yes, I am caught between doing as I want and obeying what another, responding to another's desires. Would you like me to finish?
Sure.
And so, quod vis fact is only half the answer. I may be doing what I want for my own sake, but part of this is doing what you want for your sake.
Okay. That's all. I'm going to ask you about the journals. I just have one other brief question, okay?
Yes,
When you were talking to Detective Prock, and I know you have no independent memory, so I'll just
Yes.
show you the transcript in order to assist you, all right?
Thank you.
That would be Exhibit 290, Counsel, and we are looking at page, oops, I lost the page.
16.
Page 16, I'm sorry.
Wait, what page?
Page, let me ask this, do you, and I will show you this.
yes.
What page, Counsel?
I'm going to start actually at page 15, line
15?
272.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Do you see here that Detective Prock said, when you see the things that have happened in the past, what do you mean? Do you
Yes,
see that he asked you about that?
yes.
Okay, and can you just read the jury what your answer was?
Respondent, in the past, I've felt kind of uneasy about certain things he's talked about and stuff like that.
And then you were asked, like, by Detective Prock, like, what he has talked about?
Yes.
And what did you say?
Respondent, just kind of his way of thinking
Okay, and he says, okay, and then what do you say then? You're continuing your sentence.
and stuff because he likes to think about philosophy a lot.
And Detective Prock again says, okay, and then what did you say?
I said, and I don't really agree with the philosophies that much because they're just they're very negative philosophies. It's a kind of like take as much as you want kind of philosophies and stuff like that.
All right, so you did bring up his philosophies.
Yes.
And what's more in your mind, his written words or your discussions with Alex?
Our discussions,
Were the discussions much lengthier than just reading what he wrote?
of course, after we would read something together, then we would have a long hours, sometimes early into the morning discussions about what certain things meant or just our views on these things.
Okay, I have no further questions.
All right, Counselor, ready for redirect?
Yes, you're,
I think you've been recrossed.
Let me recross, you're right, thank you.
yep. Let's actually start with, do you still have Exhibit 697 up there, or did you ever have that? You didn't have?
No, I brought it back.
Okay,
and
that's all right.
Judge, I'm gonna, I'm going to object to anything that's not within the scope of the selections that were,
I don't intend to ask anything that's not in the scope of what was asked. Thank you.
okay.
Very good. Thank you.
I've given you Exhibit 697.
Thank you.
Let's start at tab 8, to be thanked. When you're there, let me know.
Sorry. To be thanked is tab 6 in mine.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right.
Thank you.
Tab 6.
Yes.
All right. So you read this part of this paragraph that starts, or that has, "I am caught between doing." You recall that?
One moment, please.
That's towards the bottom of page 25.
Yes.
All right. So let's just continue on. I'm going to read the remainder of that paragraph.
Yes.
Reads, "Indeed, the mix produces a series of odd formulas.
Yes.
1, I do what I want for my sake.
Correct.
2, I do what you want for my sake.
Correct.
3, I do what I want for I don't do what I want for my sake, correct?
Correct.
I don't do what you want for my sake.
Correct.
I do what I want for your sake.
Correct.
I do what you want for your sake.
Correct.
I don't do what I want for your sake.
Correct.
I don't do what you want for your sake."
Correct.
And then it continues, "At least 8 combinations of what you or I want for your or my own sake. And to be transparent, I am not quite sure I can tell them all apart. I have
Correct.
relapsed to do what I want by convincing myself that I really don't want to do it. And I have done things for myself possessed by the notion that it was for your sake. Too
Correct.
often, we confuse our own desires with another's, but the reverse is just as true." Correct?
Correct.
All right. Let's go to from the past, which would be tab 4 of the second set of tabs. This, when you're there, let me know.
I'm there.
All right. The full title of that is, by the way, "From the Past, quote, memories, close quote, / November 2017, and then paren, reworked from July 24, 2017, close paren," correct?
Yes.
And you did not know the defendant, or, I'm sorry, you did not know Alex on July 24th of 2017, correct?
Yes.
In fact, I think your testimony was you met him in August of 2017, correct?
I don't know if that is correct. I'm sorry, I don't remember at this point.
Well, you testified you met him the day he wrote an entry that was dated August 6th of 2017, right?
Yes, I had read that at that time.
And that's the day you said you met him, correct?
Yes.
All right. And didn't you testify yesterday that this one was about someone else, someone he knew before you?
Yes.
And in fact, the first or the third paragraph of that said, "When I had my first partner," correct?
Yes.
And you were not his first partner, correct?
No.
Is that no, or that?
She said no.
disagree, or no?
Oh,
Is it correct? Is it, yes, was he correct or not? I'm not
no,
sure.
I was not his first partner.
Okay, thank you.
let's move to giving space. Which is tab 19.
I'm there.
You read a portion of what is the last paragraph on page 50. What I just want to do is I'm going to continue on from there. Alex writes, "We'd become utterly powerless before one another, and our flaws would be utterly vulnerable. We would cease to see one another and merely see the facts."
Correct.
Two is would, correct?
Correct.
Two is would dissolve into a we without hope of liberation. No distance is needed ethically, correct?
Correct.
You were asked some questions about Exhibit 290 and your statements where you talked about Alex's philosophies, correct?
Yes, was that the
Right.
transcript?
All right. And you never mentioned in that time anything about his journals, correct?
His journals were his philosophies to me.
You didn't say he wrote essays, he wrote journals. You really need to take a look at those. They're really weird.
No.
I want to talk to you about the Instagram where you
Judge,
said,
that's not within the scope.
if council would let me complete my question,
complete
it
your
clearly is. The Instagram where you said that Alex was scared of you.
Yes.
Clearly council within the scope. Thank
If
you.
that's all you're gonna cover is that line, I
No, I'm going to
apologize.
talk about it in context. Could I have Exhibit 420?
No, Judge, then I am
It's
gonna
over here.
object. I am gonna object.
420.
So we need to approach the bench.
All right, just give me a moment. All right, the objection is overruled with some qualification provisions.
So we're at DOJ 51.
So wait, we need to get our copy of the exhibit. So we need, okay.
That's right.
Well, we're gonna use it in here.
You may or may not.
Oh,
Now, you said that that Alex was afraid of you because would be concerned about, or because you could expose things about him to his coworkers. That was your testimony on redirect?
Yes.
You never said that in that Instagram conversation, did you?
I assumed it was implied.
I'm sorry?
I assumed at the time it was
You didn't
implied.
say it in your Instagram.
I directly did not say that.
In fact, what you said was you wanted your last word, correct?
Yes.
You said you wanted to return a book he gave you because it just pisses you off, correct?
May I see the texts?
You said you were afraid you might punch him in the face if he gave you a look, correct?
Out of frustration, I said that, yes.
And you told Jason in this, you might punch him in the face if he did his sarcastic, "you're dumb" voice, correct?
Yes, I said that out of frustration.
And you told Jason that you wanted to tell him to stay out of your life, correct?
Yes, I was very angry in that conversation.
And you wanted to tell him how much you regretted meeting him, correct?
If it's in the text, then yes, I said that.
And then you said, he's scared of me, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing else.
Okay, is that it for recross?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and Ms. Vishney, again, the court, as part of the overruling your objection was to give you an opportunity for a short additional
Yes.
redirect limited to that exchange.
Okay, as far as that exchange, let me ask you this. When you were alone with Alex for 45 minutes in his house, did you punch him in the face?
No.
Nothing further.
Okay, all right. Ms. McCandless, you may step down and
Thank you.
return to council table.
A minute.
Your Honor, yes, we're ready to go. We have a recording that, believes there's no objection to our playing.
All right, is this the recording of the Trooper Timothy, or Trooper Knudsen, I don't know what his first name is. Trooper Knudsen's squad recording?
Yes, Your Honor,
Or,
this is.
I guess for the State Patrol, we say cruiser recording.
Fair enough. This
All
is
right.
the recording from State Trooper Timothy Knudsen. I'll be downloading the digital version of that to provide to the clerk over the lunch break. But the next exhibit number is? 705. So this will be Exhibit 705 is this recording, and I will cue it up and play it then, Your Honor. The intent, Your Honor, is to play it from the 6-minute and 50-second mark until the 42-minute and 35-second mark, for reasons I believe will be obvious once we begin watching the video. It's a video and audio recording, Your Honor.
Oh, 10, yeah, because he's playing it, okay.
Judge, just for context, if it wasn't clear, this is again, State Trooper Timothy Knudsen's squad cam recording from March 22nd, 2018, the initial response to Farmer Don Sippel's residence after the farmer's call to 911.
All right, and the council agrees to accommodation, there's not an objection.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I'm a Trooper Knudsen with Wisconsin State Patrol. Okay. Where are all you heard from right now?
Everywhere.
Everywhere? Okay. Alright, ambulance is on their way out too, alright? You bleeding heavily from anywhere? No? Yeah? Good. I don't know. Get to my door. There's something around here. Can you find that? Everybody else can slow down. You did that. She said she walked a lot later. She don't know she Let's say you're in a car accident? No? Can you give me your first name at least? You don't know your first name?
No, I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, we're here. Is this okay? No, just go on. It's okay. We're all checking on him. We'll clear him. Optional say? I don't know if you walk. He's from over.
I don't know.
All right. You know which way she came from? I just saw her come here to be back. Yeah, which way did you walk from?
I don't
Just take it back a little bit, okay? The whole issue was a test. Okay. So, telling her out one. Okay. Ma'am, do you know how far you walked? Are you talking a mile, 2 miles? Is this the first house that you came to? You have a cell phone on here? Do you have any ID on here? Okay. Do you know if you have anything else in your pockets, like any credit cards or ID or driver's license or anything like that? I'll hold those for you.
I can't.
Okay. In your pocket? That's it.
No.
Okay. Mind if I just lift up your sleeve here a little bit? Is that okay? Okay. I know I've got some scratches on here. Nothing else in your pocket that you know? Okay. Lived here 8 years, strangest thing I've done. Say you're from Eau Claire? Yeah. Do you know what your address in Eau Claire is?
No.
Okay. 1106 Monotony Street?
No.
Do you live there?
No.
You know how you got over here from Eau Claire? Did you drive? Did you drive here? So, did you ingest anything? Okay. What's less than you remember? How about we do that? Getting him. Okay, so, are we talking like a man? More than one man? You don't know? Did somebody throw you out of a car or anything like that? Do you work anywhere? Do you know what your first name is, man? Sounds like the ambulance is here to check you out, okay? Check you out, at least you got some scratches and injuries, and make sure it's okay, all right? I'm not getting anything other than that, just, we couldn't have walked through before we stopped in the feet. It's cold out, so. Angel? Is it Angel Nelson?
No.
Is that your name?
No.
Your name is an Angel? Do you know who Angel is? Is it a friend, family member? Can you tell me your name now? What's the ambulance? You hurt anywhere? Okay. I can't. You think we can take you out to the ambulance to check you out? Yeah? You want to walk or you want to do a car? Can you look at that? We're going to have to investigate through this house. Do you remember anything that happened? I don't know what I'm understanding. Yeah, I just... Her name is Monica. If you want to stay with her, you walk into the house, right? Oh, and you're able to walk and move? Is your pain any worse than when you're walking and moving? Okay. I happen to be home. She was down in the abdominal area? Down in the dental division? Okay. Okay. And you don't remember anything of that? Okay. All right. Well, we'll take you into this house and we'll probably look at trying to, get you cleaned up a little bit, check the vitals and check you out a bit, okay? And we'll take you into the hospital. Are you from the area? No? Are you familiar with Menominee? She told me that she's from Alberta. Okay. Well, would you rather us take you to the hospital in Alberta? Is that where maybe you've got family? Yeah? We can definitely do that. Once we get some vitals on you there, we can definitely look at giving you some medicine for pain too if you should like that, We can look at starting ID, maybe to give you fluids. I don't know how long you've been out. If you're shivering and cold, we're going to give you some warm fluids to try to warm you up a little bit, okay? Just take some nice deep easy breaths for me. We're going to be all right. Your family at all times? No. You got parents there? How old are you? 18. 18? Yeah. You still live with your mom and dad, or are you on your own?
I live with my dad.
Do you have a name that maybe we can give the deputies so they can contact them? Or is that okay? You know if you have any family elsewhere? Anybody that we can call for you? Jason? You know Jason's phone number? No. Do you know Jason's last name? What's Jason's last name?
Mango.
Mendel? Yeah, I saw that. Okay. Yes, ma'am. You say you live in Alberta? How long have you lived in Alberta?
A couple months. I don't know.
Where did you live before that? Remember? Minnesota or?
No.
Would it help if we got you on the cot and got you wrapped up in some warm blankets? At least we can get you warm. So maybe that'll help. Yeah, we're not going here in the back of the ambulance. Okay? Does that sound okay? Yeah, all right. Do you need help walking to the cot over here? I'm welcome to use that chair. You can have it. You carry it up. You just sit on the chair and we carry it? Where do you want to walk? Yeah. Feel good. Is that your blanket? Is that your blanket? Yeah. Get your second blanket. Yep. Yeah, it's kind of more, right? Get some nice, put some warm blankets on you. I'm going to put the seatbelts on here so you don't slip off the cot and get you in the warm ambulance, right? We have a heater that'll get you warm, okay? Real fast. Alright? Okay? Good luck to you. Here we go. Hold up a little bit. Alright. Good, good. Get you going through your road here, okay? Here we go. Go back a bit. Get you warmed up. take you there. That's a good idea, especially if you have family in the area. I know where you live. She was telling me she had a lot of stuff in the gallery. I got her there for the first thing. Probably sexual assault. With her memory and stuff, suspected something on board too. We'll see what we got for vitals here. Either have one of you guys follow us in or ride with us like we could out because I don't know how much is going to happen. Yep, here he is with this. Right here, okay? Monica, this is our monitor, okay? This is what we're going to use to check your vitals, okay? Get some of these notes off you. If we can, I'd like to take the shirt off just so we can make sure you're not hurting anywhere indoors and check you out a little bit, okay? I'm going to take this blanket from behind you, alright? Your toes are pretty cut up, so it's kind of like to make sure that you're not bleeding somewhere or anything like that, alright? You sure I'm underneath this or check it bleeding? We should be happy with you. We'll keep that one. Alright. Just put the blood pressure cuff on there right there, okay? Do you have any allergies? Do you want my ask that already? I'm sorry. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. You put the finger on there? Alright. Are you warming up? Excellent. It's right there, guys. Yep. So this is just to take our time, so we're going to use the tongue, okay? Way in the back of your mouth. Almost is going to choke you in here. Under your tongue, doing good, doing good. Doing good. There we go. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, Monica, your vitals are good. That's good news, okay? Something's good. So we just got to warm you up a little bit. You mentioned, coming in your general region. You rate that first hit thing on a scale 0 to 10. 10 being worse than ever. 9? Okay. That's generally not an area that we really check out. We let the hospital staff do that. But my next question would be if you want us to start an IV and possibly give you some pain medication. Okay. Your vitals are good, so I don't think we need to give you any fluids, otherwise I'd be a little more insistent with that IV. If you don't want any pain meds, sorry with you, we can go ahead and get going to the hospital no further. Do you have a preference? Take the car to a mailman out the mail car? Okay. They're both good hospitals, so I'd say we just go to Mayo Car. And then once you get there, you can get checked out. We can help you from there. Maybe contact your family. Okay? Do you happen to remember their names at all yet? Can I ask you again about the Jason? Do you remember how to spell his last name? He's a medic?
Yeah.
Or is he a medic at the Army? But he lives in Eau Claire with you? Does he live at the same address as you, or does he live somewhere else? No. Do you know what his last name is? Mengo? Do you know how to spell that? Take your time. You're not in any hurry. Or anything to get from there. ENGDL. Looks like you got a little scratch on there, but nothing's bleeding right now, okay? I'll talk to him. He's one in charge here, so. Yeah, that's what he wants. We tried to see if we get this blanket down. We can do that. Okay, put those blankets out. Okay. Just slide that out from underneath you here. And then boost up your bottom a little bit. You don't want to just pull it. You don't want to pull it anymore discomfort. Okay. Run up the side and down like that. We got it on the foot. Turn in the front of it. Right back up here, alright? You're able to walk good. You didn't have any increased pain in your walking legs or anything, right? Yeah, you got a little abrasion and scrape there. Nothing big, it's just a little bitty, that little guy right there, okay? I'm just going to put these bolts back on you, just so you see you don't have to roll off the top while we're doing. And we can get going, it's just when everybody's ready, okay? Are you okay just riding with me, or do you want one of the deputies to ride with us? It's totally up to you, Monica. You want me to ride with you? Absolutely, I can do that. I'm just going to go under your arm here, dear. Right back. Yep. Wait for the other deputy here. And then we'll be going. He's coming. He'll do that in your spot, For an IV to help with that too. Would you like us to look for an IV? Well, then we can give you some medicine to help with that too. I don't want you to do anymore until you do and we're going to take this cuff off though, okay? And I just wanted to take a look here. Kind of looks like it's a little bit dark. I don't want to make sure you're not having any blood in your vomit or anything. No, okay. You're going to need to take this off the middle. Alright, so we can connect your arms, okay? Yeah, you know. Let's see if we can flip an arm off. slip an arm out. Just go faster. Take a tight band here just around your arms, just let your vein pop out, okay? There's a lot, that's in the 20. Alright, IDs with that? Alright. Alright, you can do a full over here now. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Very well done. Even out, just a little straw in your vein there that we can give medicine through. I'm going to have a little pressure here. Just make sure we feed the veins, we won't leave. And this is just normal saline. This is just to make sure we get a good patent ID, which we do. Stick it down. Then we'll get that medicine to help with your nausea here in just a second, okay? This is just Zofran. Have you ever had this before? Sometimes you're going to see in a pill form too with a doctor. This is just to help with your nausea, like I said. Antiemetic, it's pretty benign. Now you're just going to flush out the IV again. That's normal. Stop on it. Now you hold one up your arm. Do you have any medical conditions at all that I should be aware of? No? Just a healthy young girl, huh? Keep your arm down. Put the blood pressure cuff on the other side, and then as soon as she's ready, you can rock and roll. Now, let's switch this arm out. Are you warm enough now? Are you warm enough now? Yeah, that's so cool. Alright, keep right on there. Why don't we flip this shirt out? And then we'll get our blood pressure cuff on that arm, and then we'll put a nice one up. Lift this arm up to the sleeve. Thank you. There you go. Perfect. There you go. Hey, relax there. I'm just going to put this sensor back on the finger over here, okay? Can you help me tell me your birthday? Do you know what your birthday is, dear? October 6th. Okay, yeah, October 6th, right here. That sounds great. The end of the year? Like 1998, 1999? 97? Okay. You said you were like 19, so... DOB of October 6, 97. you happen to remember your home address? No? Jason, you remember earlier you were telling me about Jason? His last name started with an M or an E? An M? So Mengel? There's that folder. 6 is fine. I know. How's your tummy feeling? That medicine should help you with your nausea at least. And I understand if you don't want any pain medication, but if you do decide you do want some, you can take some anytime, okay? We can give you some medicine to help with that pain, we can give you some medicine to help you calm down a little bit too if you want that. I don't like seeing people uncomfortable. Would you do some help? Here? It's not back there. You won't feel the phone. You got muscle moving and shapes all over you, so I'm sure you don't feel it. I think if you want something to kind of take the edge off, it'll be totally fine. I'm going to check the mic, right, okay? I just move to here and put your hair a little bit, right? You got your head down. Clear them all the way down to yourself, okay? Just let me know that, right? I'll make you feel kind of stuck in the knees. Am I close to the shoulder? Down farther? Like right in the neck of the wood? Alright, so good. Yeah, I don't see any cuts or anything, okay? No bleeding. That means I see you from my eye, okay? You've been talking with him, okay? So, because of our manpower issue right now, I need Emma to follow you. Okay? So you won't be sitting right here, but you'll be right behind you this last part. Okay? Alright? And we're going to make sure that you're taken good care of. We'll figure out exactly what happened. We're going to keep you safe, okay? You're safe right now. We're not going to let anything happen, okay? There's nothing that was in or out of this anything. So I want to see it. There will be another car behind you. Right out that window. All right? So you'll be able to see him right out the back window, okay? So we're not going to far away. We'll only be about 15 minutes or so.
Judge, per the previous agreement, I stopped it at 42:36, and that's the portion that we intended to play.
All right. And do you have any additional evidence?
No, Judge, our next witness is scheduled to be here at 1 o'clock.
All right.
I believe there's some other matters we probably need to take up as well between now and then.
All right. Let's put the lights back up. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to give you a noon recess. I understand one of you has to be out of here by 5 tonight. I think that should be not a problem today. In fact, we're going to have maybe a few spots here where we're going to have larger breaks, but we're moving along, and again, the parties have worked well together to try and pare things down to actually shorten the overall time. But as a result of that, there may be some witnesses who had to travel and weren't available, just to be here right when the last witness was done. So that's why we scheduled the next witness for 1 p.m. today, and so we're a half an hour ahead of schedule on that, so that means you're going to get a little bit of a longer lunch break. I hope that isn't too hard, okay? All right, and we'll kind of, I think once we have a chance to talk here, then we can fill you in a little bit to give you maybe a little bit better idea, of when things will be coming to a conclusion and the case going to you. So we're still a little ways out to give you some real hard days and times, but I'm feeling confident it will be this week. And so we have to do some things and see how some witnesses go to give you a better idea. So it's as hard to forecast as the weather, let's put it that way. So with that, we're going to excuse you for lunch. All rise. Okay. Anything the council would like to put on the record, other than we'll go back and take care of the sidebars?
Judge, at some point, we're going to want to talk about Dr. Benson's report. The state has given me, I gave them a redacted version, they gave me a redacted version, I gave one back. We're still in the process of working that out. I haven't had a chance to talk with that with Ms. Vishny. If I'd probably need it, whenever we're done here, a 10-minute break, whether we want to do that before lunch or after lunch, I'll defer to Your Honor, but I just need a 10-minute break before we can go on the record with that. That's the only matter that I have.
All right. I don't know who is part of the state who wishes to address that.
I will be, Judge, and I have the most updated redacted version that has gone back and forth and then back again that I can provide to the court if you want to start reviewing that. There are blacked out areas which the parties agree should be redacted. There are yellow highlighted with a red line through them areas which are also portions the parties agree should be redacted. There are some additional just yellow highlighted areas that the state believes should be redacted, and those are the areas we'll have to be that we'll have to address with the court, as well as just the use of the defendant's statements to Mr. Benson or Dr. Benson in general. So I can provide the court this copy now if you want to do it before we come back in.
All right.
Just so we may agree, I just wasn't in a position yet to agree on the yellow highlighted portions. I wanted to think and discuss those matters, so it may be that we're in agreement.
All right. Okay, well, let's, just before we forget, just go back. Okay, I think there's just really one sidebar we have to address, and this was approximately 10:44 a.m. And the defense objection was that the questions that Mr. Dufour wanted to ask about the Instagram thread, particularly, and I can't remember the date of that thread, but it was where Ms. McCandless was communicating with Mr. Mengel about wanting to tell Alex off or what have you, and discuss punching him in the face. And we had a sidebar. Mr. Dufour, his position was you should be able to go into that because on redirect, Ms. Vishny had asked Ms. McCandless about why Alex would be afraid of him, and elicited testimony that essentially he would be afraid of him because she had information about what he talked about other co-workers at Lacy's that he wouldn't want her to disclose, or he was afraid of that. The court allowed Mr. Dufour to go ahead and to revisit that particular thread where she told Mr. Mango that Alex was afraid of her. And so now I give, it's your objection, Ms. Vishney, so go ahead and make the record you'd like to make with respect to that.
Yeah, Judge, that was not within the scope of the redirect. The redirect simply asked why she said that Alex would be afraid of her. That did not answer the question that she had made some remarks earlier in the conversation. That clearly was not within the scope, and it should not have been permitted by this court.
All right, thank you. Mr.
Your
DeFore?
Honor, just to make clear, our response is essentially, it was in fact, she said why she's now saying it, why he should be afraid of her. We were trying to introduce an alternative reason that he would be afraid of her that she specifically wrote in writing, and that included that she'd punch him in the face and punch him in the, so it was impeaching what she claimed on her redirect.
All right, so again, that's the record on that. So now, because we may have to take up this matter related to Dr. Benson, I guess I would ask that council be back at 12:50. We'll break now for lunch, and so you'll have a little over an hour and 10 minutes or so. And then we'll, if hopefully you reach an agreement, but if not, then we can address that before we have Dr. Benson. Plan on Dr. Benson right at 1 o'clock then. Okay?
Thank you.
All right, then we'll be in recess.
Judge, I've got I'm giving the clerk.
Inclined to reconsider the first part of the sentence, but the state's position would be that the entire sentence should be removed. Clearly experienced a traumatizing event. I don't think that's really all that in dispute, but I think the opinion can be that she suffered from post-traumatic stress disorder. That's the ultimate opinion. So I would just ask that the whole thing be removed, but I understand the court's.
Okay, well, I'm gonna leave it at that. I think that's fair. I don't like the language. I prefer that it was her, I guess her behavior was consistent with, but we don't have that, but I don't think anyone disputes that it would be a traumatizing event, no matter whether the state's version is correct or the defense version is correct, frankly. Okay, what's the next part?
Page 3, I know in Your Honor's version, it appears as if there's not agreements, but on the version that we've now come to, there is an agreement, and so there's the version that will eventually be submitted, we're in agreement as to page 3.
Okay.
Judge, and I did provide the court a second copy. I don't know if
Yes.
you have two different versions.
I do have that. Thank you.
Same on page 5, Judge, there's an agreement as to the couple of words that are redacted there. And then
So there's an agreement on that?
Correct, so the sentence should read, I am really good at distracting myself during the week, but there have been times I was reliving the event. And so the reference to where she was, that is her being in jail at that time, has been redacted.
Okay. Okay, then page 6.
And then on page 6, Judge, the words that Ms. McCandless said to Dr. Benson, we have agreed, I don't know what version Your Honor has, but what she has said we're in agreement on. It's the sentence that reads, there is no doubt that during the events of March 22nd, Ms. McCandless's sympathetic nervous system was activated by the presence of a perceived threat. That is the sentence that we are arguing about. The state wants that out. The defense believes that that is appropriate opinion testimony. As well as at the end of that paragraph, the sentence begins, this is a concise and expected description of her experience. Both sides agree that portion of the sentence stays in. The state would like excluded the second part, which reads, in response to a perceived threat of physical injury and sexual assault, if not both. The state is asking that that be excluded.
And just on that last sentence, I I don't think, I highlighted the second part of that last sentence because that's the objectionable part, but the first part of that sentence doesn't make any sense because the statement that is referring to has been redacted. So I think the whole sentence should come out.
You know, and in fact, Judge, I agree to that whole sentence coming out. It does not make sense with the portion that I agreed upon before, and so that last sentence, we agree, can be redacted. Should have read that clear before, but we still are in disagreement about the sentence regarding there is no doubt.
Well, again, that sounds like the language in Hazelton. And what's the state's argument on that?
Same thing, Judge, it's Hazelton, it's going to, the no doubt is the language that's concerning, but it also, it says she had a perceived threat, and that's the whole crux of the case.
So if Your Honor is asking, the defense would concede, based upon Your Honor's prior ruling, that the phrase, "there is no doubt that," be excluded. The defense is asking that the rest of the sentence, his opinion essentially, quote, "during the events of March 22nd, Ms. McCandless's sympathetic nervous system was activated by the presence of a perceived threat," that stay in.
Okay, well, the court's ruling is going to be that there is no doubt that will be removed. You may leave in the sentence, "during the events of March 22nd, Ms. McCandless's sympathetic nervous system was activated," and then the court's going to order that by the presence of a perceived threat. That goes to the ultimate issue in this case.
So I understand by the presence of a perceived threat is excluded is what
Yes.
I'm hearing. Okay.
Yes.
Then I believe with those rulings, we are in agreement. The defense is not intending to elicit any hearsay testimony from Dr. Benson regarding statements that Ms. McCandless made to Dr. Benson about childhood trauma in any way, her relationship with Alex in any way, or her description of the event in question, that is, what happened on that muddy road or in the backseat of that car. So I agree, I'm not going to ask him for the content. It's my understanding that I do get to ask him, did you talk to her? Did she make statements? Just not get into the content of that. And so I'm not trying to elicit the hearsay, but I do intend to say, did you rely upon things that she said? That.
All right, I don't think we completed that, though, on page 6. I think that sentence, which is the last sentence of the blacked-out paragraph.
My understanding, I agree to take that out.
Okay, that's all right. All right. Okay, then, anything further the state would like to say in response to the last thing that Mr. Nelson said?
No, Judge, if I could just have maybe 5 minutes to have a updated redacted version drafted and printed?
Sure.
Thank you.
That's fine. I think I will then just go in recess for that.
Asked and reminded of what occurred on March 22nd. That was multiple times daily. With respect to the experiencing the physical reactions, that was multiple times daily.
And now you showed the different hard drives or thumb drives of additional information, is that right?
That is correct.
And then which included medical records surrounding Ms. McCandless on March 22nd through, I think it was the 27th, is that about right?
Yeah, Mayo Systems, yes.
As well as medical records from staff, including nurses here in Dunn County, is that right?
That is social worker and nurses here in Dunn County.
And is that something that you check to, are you looking for collateral sources of information other than just Ms. McCandless's reporting of this?
It's a rule of practice that whenever I do a forensic evaluation that I consult collateral sources, which could include past medical records. It also could include persons who have ongoing contacts with the defendant.
You did that in this case?
I did.
And did that confirm your opinion that those intrusive and distressing memory symptoms were present?
I have one technical issue here. The diagnosis of PTSD was referenced with what occurred, with the assessment that occurred at Mayo Health Systems. But by definition, the part that we did not get into is that you do not look at a diagnosis of PTSD until 30 days after the event.
So I want to follow up on that, and so let's put that to the side.
I understand, but I just wanted to get...
And I appreciate that, but putting that aside, and I think you're talking about Dr. Barthelow's opinion within those Mayo records, is that right?
His name was attached to it, but it wasn't, I believe that there were other names attached as well to those records.
And so, again, I don't want to get into the content of that now, so let's put that aside.
Understood.
The other collateral sources that you looked at, did that support, did you use or consult that to support your opinion?
It was, remember before I used that image of a funnel? That was all information that went into the funnel to see what was going to come out at the bottom. And so to answer your question, that would be information that went into my consideration in order to determine what I felt was the most accurate diagnosis given the experiences and perceptions that have been reported to me and the records that have been provided to me.
Okay. And now I do want to talk about this without getting into the content, but it sounds like you're critical of an opinion based upon the timing of when that opinion was given. Is that right?
Object relevance.
I think it goes to, well, I'll back up. I'll back up.
All right, well, sustain the objection.
When you're evaluating the criteria under DSM-5 for post-traumatic stress disorder, is there a timeline that you are to consider?
Yes.
What's that timeline?
When there's been a traumatic event, typically there is, if you look at the section of the DSM-5 that has to do with trauma, there are different diagnoses that are available. And so the first diagnosis that you would look at is that whenever there's been something which is defined as a disruptor, this is a very broad category diagnostic, but it's done this way because the belief is we need to gather information in order to understand what happened. So the first diagnosis would be an adjustment disorder, which means some disruption in personal, social, occupational, emotional functioning. The second fact that one would look at, or the second diagnostic category, would be an acute stress disorder. But one doesn't begin to look at that until after 3 days have passed. And that's a point of practice that's defined by the DSM-5. I mean, just as a legal professionals, you have points of law, we have points of practice. And then we begin to talk about PTSD after a lapse of 30 days or more.
So there's, in that first 72 hours, based on the DSM-5, there's only certain diagnoses that are even permissible. Is that fair to say?
With respect to a traumatic event, yes.
These stress disorders, which is all we're talking about, or the traumatic event stress disorder.
Correct.
Okay. And so within that category, there's limitations in that first 72 hours.
That is correct, but unfortunately, sometimes people tend to jump ahead instead of being mindful of the time limits that are imposed by the DSM.
Okay. And so why is that? Why is there this limit, that 72 hours to say, look, don't go do something too quick in that first 72 hours? Why?
Because the reality is that not everybody who's exposed to a traumatic event necessarily develops PTSD. There can be other responses as well that are equally valid. A person can become depressed in response to a traumatic event. They can become anxious in response to the event. They can become dissociative, and by dissociative, what I mean is that they, in a sense, block any remembrance or awareness of that event so it's not accessible by memory. And they can also have what we would call a somatic disorder, and again, I apologize, this is the language that I have to use, but what it means is that certain physical parts of the body are seen as being highly distressed, but it's the kind of thing where that distress is seen as being or interpreted as being indicative of some type of underlying psychological difficulty. So for example, if a person were to have an unremitting headache, that would be an example of a somatic symptom that could be reflective of an underlying psychological issue. If a person were to have some type of GI distress, one of the explanations for that can be that that's indicative of an underlying psychological issue. Or we know from the research studies that have been done that fully 1/3 of all presentations at emergency rooms for cardiac problems are actually due to anxiety, where the anxiety is so intense that it mimics the person having a heart attack.
So why does the DSM-5 say wait 72 hours?
Because I think it's reflecting that there needs to be time to gather information. It also reflects that when you have a traumatic event, it's kind of like it takes the experience, what could I compare it to? It's kind of like taking an experience and ripping up a piece of paper and throwing it up in the air so that it no longer is a coherent piece of paper, it's no longer a whole piece of paper, and then trying to gather it all back together again. Or it's like taking a deck of cards and flipping them, and so they all scatter across. Because a traumatizing event is one of those things that by the very nature of the event is that the person's ability to understand, to comprehend, or to perceive what just happened is compromised by the very intensity of the event.
So the DSM-5 recognizes that and says you shouldn't start an evaluation or come to a conclusion in those first 72 hours at all.
Well,
At least as regards to post-traumatic stress disorder.
what I would say, I'm going to pick on you a little bit here. What I would say is that it's saying that when there's been a traumatic event, the biggest mistake that's made from a treatment perspective is people treating professionals, try to rush the person through to get better as quickly as possible. Or they try to rush to judgment as far as this is what we're dealing with. But in fact, you need to allow enough time to pass in order to know fully how is the person responding to the trauma? What is the diagnosis that's specific to that trauma? Because diagnosis drives treatment.
So this piece of paper that's torn up and thrown in the air and scattered around, does that need time before that can get put back together in a cohesive manner?
The way that the literature, the research literature that has been developed with respect to the issue of PTSD is that, again, the biggest mistake, as I said earlier, that's made is trying to push a person too quickly to recall what occurred. So
Tell me more about that. What do you mean by push a person too quickly to recall?
trying to ask them to recall events prematurely before they're ready to describe them in their totality. And the danger in doing that is that there's something called secondary traumatization. And so if you push them to recall the event too quickly, you actually, from a professional, from a treatment point of view, run the risk of re-traumatizing them. Because as you heard from that first set of symptoms, without even taking into account the second two sets, is that one of those things that's happening is that there are episodes of reliving the incident as if it's happening all over again. But then as a treating professional, you then ask them to recall the event. To me, that borders on malpractice, especially if they're not ready to recall it, because that's the part where you're pushing the mind when it's already dampened down the emotion associated with this terrible event. You're pushing the mind to say, we don't care if you're dampening it down. We don't care if you're trying to suppress it or repress it more accurately. Tell us all about it, which is just another form of re-traumatization.
Okay.
That's not acceptable.
And so that's this, I want to come back out of that, I guess.
Sure.
What we were talking about regarding this different diagnoses, and you had to wait until 30 days to, according to the DSM-4, before you can get to a post-traumatic stress disorder.
Correct.
Okay. And so part of what you had looked at is reports, and you were critical about whether or not those guidelines had been followed within some of the records that you reviewed regarding some of the treating professionals.
Objection relevance.
The sustained relevance. This is not about treatment, Mr. Nelson. So
Okay, I'll move on.
It's not relevant
I appreciate
for the
that.
purpose for which this witness has been called to give testimony.
Okay. You reviewed some records. Well, I'll just move on.
Mm-hmm.
The second set you talked about was, I labeled as persistence avoidance.
Is that a fair title for the second set of symptoms regarding post-traumatic stress disorder?
Yes, the sense that there is a persistent sense of avoiding reminders, yes.
Tell me more about that.
So that one is composed of 6 different sets of symptoms. One is trying not to talk about it. And this takes something which, most people tend to use as far as normal psychological functioning. It's what I tongue-in-cheek call the golden rule of Midwestern living, which is that if we don't talk about it, it'll go away.
Okay.
And so, but what happens when there's been a trauma is that this issue becomes intensified. So instead of it just being, a bad thing happened, I got a bad grade in a test, I don't want to talk about it, or I didn't pass my course, I don't want to talk about it, or I broke up with my boyfriend, I don't want to talk about it. This is the kind of event where you cannot suppress an awareness of it, because it's continually breaking into your consciousness. You're continually see flashbacks. From my point of view, it's what we call Polaroid moments. For those, maybe I'm too old at this point. We still had Polaroid cameras when I was younger, but they're Polaroid moments were like these photographs that would develop within 2 minutes.
You mean like an image flashes in someone's mind?
Image flashes and you see everything that happened, and then you have all the physiological recollections that go along with it.
So you were listing the persistence avoidance. I think you listed the first one.
Yep, and then you try to avoid activities or people or surroundings that remind you of the event. And then you try not to remember it, which is basically just a way of saying, I don't want to think about this.
Okay.
I can't contemplate it. It's terrible.
So what's the fourth?
Fourth one is having less interest in participating activities. There's a loss of pleasure in things that have been previously enjoyed. Fifth has to do with feeling numb, emotionally numb, and cut off from other people. And the last one is a sense of, fifth is feeling distant or cut off. The last one is feeling emotionally numb.
Okay. And do you have an opinion that you put in your report of March 18th as to whether those avoidance symptoms existed as part of your diagnosis in this case?
Yes, I do.
What's that?
Again, in my report, I documented the frequency of their occurrence, and I listed the frequencies in my report, and if you wish for me to review those again, I can do so.
And the report, I think, speaks for itself, and maybe this is a good time where we go through those. I can put that up again. So just page 4 of the report. Just so we can, I'm going to go quickly here, but on page 4, you listed, to begin with, the intrusive symptoms. That's what we went through before. Is that right?
That's correct.
Oops, let's go there. And then you also got this avoidance symptoms that you just talked about now, and those are what's listed in your report. Is that right?
That's correct, except there's number 7, which is on my next page, and that's the one that you can see there as far as the sense of the future plans are not going to be, or dreams are not going to be realized.
Okay. And so now again, in your report, in coming to this diagnosis, did you consider collateral information as well as your interview with Ms. McCandless?
I did consider it, but what I'm focusing mostly on here is repeated interviews with her. That's the purpose for doing the 3 different interviews on the date specified in my March 18th report. And it's also looking at it in terms of the psychological testing that I performed relative to diagnostic formulation. And the purpose in doing that is because of the materials that I had reviewed, nobody had done that type of comprehensive assessment.
Now, you'd also, I'm sure, do you have Exhibit 290? And 176, I believe it is. When you had been marked and admitted in evidence here as Exhibit 290 is a transcript of interview 2 of Ms. McCandless on March 24th. I know you don't know it by line, but you've seen that before? If not that exact copy, you've certainly had a transcript of her interview with Investigator Prock from the 24th?
Yes.
Okay.
And conclusions from the, yes.
All right. I want to turn to page
believe it's 55. And on line 2491, I want to ask you some questions about that. Excuse me. And on line 2491, there's a question that's asked of Ms. McCandless, why she didn't ask Mr. Prock about it, and her answer was, it was too scary. Would that be something that would fit into one of the categories that you just talked about?
It would.
How so?
Judge, I just ask for an accurate reading of her response, please.
Sure, I summarized, but the exact words, the exact question as it shows up there and as part of Exhibit 290 is, the exact question was, you're just now, how come you didn't tell me this yesterday when we talked, Ezra, question, and her exact response was, because I didn't, it was too scary.
Judge, again, it says it's too scary.
Agreed, it's an exhibit.
Okay. But it's up there, the jury can see it.
Thank you.
But it's sustained or noted.
Okay. Is the answer that you see up on the screen, is that something that would fall into one of those categories?
Sure.
How so?
Well, two ways. One is it's reflective of the fact that she does not want to, in a sense, re-experience the trauma. It's an avoidance. But the other aspect has to do with what we know about trauma, which is that when a person is first traumatized, which is when this interview occurred, within the first 72 hours, that the way that trauma is incorporated into memory is that it's not immediately available for conscious recall. Now, over the course of time, more and more elements of that experience will be recalled, but it doesn't happen that quickly.
Okay. I want to come back to that, but I want to follow down on the transcript here. She's then gives another response that's up on the screen, and her response is because it just was scary and I can't get it out of my head. Do you see that on the screen?
Yes,
Does that also fit into any of these categories?
it does.
How so?
Well, it's a fact that the scariness refers to the avoidance aspect. When you're scared of something, you typically don't want to move toward it. Also, is that what occurs is that when you can't get something out of your head, I mean, that's the very definition of the intrusive set of symptoms. I mean, you can't get it out of your head.
Okay. And then I believe I want to, and on page 61 of that same transcript, Ms. McCandless makes a statement at line 2771 that I'm putting up on the screen. Do you see that, sir?
Yes.
And can you just read that? Because apparently I'm having trouble reading. So can you read that for us?
2771.
Yes, please. What shows on the screen?
And it was just so scary. Everything was just so scary, and I don't know what to do about it. Did you want me to continue to?
Yes, please.
I don't. It's just so scary, and I can't get anything out of my mind.
How, if at all, does that fall into any of the categories that you've been talking about?
Well, I think it simply reinforces what I've already stated.
This intrusive memory matter that you've been talking about?
That's correct.
On page 55, it was right back where we started, sorry. Line 2504, can you again read what Ms. McCandless says in that transcript?
And it just keeps replaying and replaying and replaying, and I wish it would go away.
How, if at all, does that fit into any of the categories that you've been discussing?
Again, it'd be evidence of the intrusiveness of the event. Push back into her awareness, or at least the visual scene of it.
Now, the third set of symptoms you talked about was this, I believe, marked alterations in her physiological arousal and activity. Is that
Sure. It's, or hyperarousal.
Tell me about that.
What that has to do with is that what is examined or what is asked about is sleep pattern, whether or not there is insomnia where it's difficult to fall asleep or stay asleep, or to have a satisfying night's rest, or hypersomnia where the person is sleeping much of the day, far beyond 7 or 8 hours that we would normally expect. The second symptom would be a heightened sense of irritability or anger. Third is having trouble concentrating to the point where this is the executive function piece where there's evidence of having difficulty with focus, sustained focus, and being able to inhibit getting distracted. The fourth part is being overly alert. It's what we would call an exaggerated startle response. Someone comes around a corner and it's not just a matter of jumping as would obviously happen with most people, but it's like a huge response, much more than what one would predict. And then the fifth one has to do with, again, at that being easily startled or jumping.
So again, in your report, you list on page 4 those 5 categories and the information that you'd received from Ms. McCandless. Is that right?
That is correct.
And again, did you consider collateral sources at all for those?
I have to say I don't recall that because that was something which had more to do with this is a month after, well over a month after the event. And so as it became apparent that I was looking at PTSD at this point, the collateral sources did not have the kind of information that I needed.
And so we have listed here, as you can see, this is all information you'd obtained during your May 8th clinical interview. Is that right?
Yes, that part there is correct, yes.
And we went through those 3. And then on page 5, you do a similar listing of these based upon your December 15th meeting with her. Is that right?
That is correct.
And then again, you go through the intrusive symptoms, the avoidance symptoms, and the hyperarousal symptoms, and those are all included in your report.
And I'm trying to show a consistency of response here. It's not everything is exact, but I'm trying to show that there's a consistent set of responses, and that what I'm looking for at that point as I ask for details, I'm trying to see, is there again a convergence of the narrative about how the defendant perceives these different aspects that are indicative of PTSD.
Okay. What, if any, impact or effect does a person's past trauma have in regards to a diagnosis of PTSD other than the perhaps what I'll call main event?
The implication of past trauma is such that what occurs with that, from what we understand from the research literature, is that the more traumas that have occurred previously, the more easily it is to become re-traumatized with future or trauma that follow after the previous ones.
Okay.
And so this is something which has been well established. The whole notion of re-traumatization is problematic because there's no guarantee that when someone's been through one trauma, like say for example, if they've been through a sexual assault, if they've been through a second sexual assault, it's going to bring memories flooding back, not just from the second assault, but also from the previous assault. Likewise, if it was a motor vehicle accident and they're involved in a second accident where, say, somebody was seriously injured or killed, they recall not just the immediate accident, but also the accident that occurred previously to that. So when you start stacking these up on top of each other, when you start putting more and more of these out on the table, basically what happens in terms of neurochemistry is that the person becomes much more easily traumatized.
So let me ask you about the depersonalization and derealization aspects of your diagnoses, okay?
Okay.
You talked a little bit about it before. Is what you're talking about, is this an altered state of consciousness?
What happens with that is that you are not processing what's going on around you as if you're currently grounded in reality. That's correct.
Tell me a little, what do you mean by not currently grounded in reality?
It means that basically what's happening is that when we talk about the depersonalization aspect, it feels as if you're observing yourself or you're removed from yourself. Would be, to keep it in down-to-earth terms here, I mean, there's a sense of being beside yourself. You're observing yourself as if you're outside of your body. It feels like you're not currently present or being able to operate. It's as if you're distant from yourself.
And is there, depending upon, just in general, is there an awareness of this at times? I mean, is somebody aware of their depersonalization or aware of their derealization?
Typically, it's something which there's not always an awareness of it. I can tell you in terms of treating individuals with this condition that there can be a developing awareness the further out from the traumatic event treatment is occurring. But typically, there is not an awareness of it happening, and this is referred to as losing time or losing awareness. Or it's like someone says, well, you were doing this at this particular time, and the person responds, I have no memory of that. I'm losing time. Okay. And that's literally what they mean. They're losing blocks of time where they have no recall.
Does this altered state of consciousness, is this a voluntary response, an involuntary response? Is that the wrong way to categorize it?
It's not necessarily the wrong way to categorize it. It's basically, this is the response that's imposed by the exposure to the trauma, that there is this huge dampening of awareness. And again, this is meant to be a protective factor in order to give the person time to sort of reassemble what happened.
What do you mean by protective factor?
Trauma by its definition is something that's viewed as being so intense that it's overwhelming. It's so overwhelming that it makes you question whether you should oftentimes even consider living. It's so overwhelming that it makes you feel as if you may not want to go on living. It can be so overwhelming that it makes you feel as if, this whole thing just seems unreal. I can't believe what just happened.
I've heard you use the term before, and I don't know if this is the right place to put it. I've heard you use the term regress under stress.
Yes.
Does that have anything to do with what you're talking about here, about this response to trauma?
It does.
Tell me about that.
Well, the example that I saw, at least in the records that I reviewed, is that very shortly after the trauma occurred, is that Ms. McCandless referred to herself by her previous first name. She did not use her current name. And so it's oftentimes the case that when you put a person into a very traumatic or highly stressful situation, that they're not able to function appropriately because it's usually something that they've never encountered before, or something that they've never contemplated before, or something that they've never had any practice with addressing before. And at that point in time, again, the mind's response is to basically shut down because it's overwhelming, it's so intense. And that's where it goes back to either earlier memories or earlier ways of functioning. The recall of the previous first name is an example of that.
And so that's what you mean by the term regress, is to kind of fall back to some previous default?
It's to fall back not just to a previous default, but it's a fallback in terms of not being able to respond adaptively in the moment.
Okay. So now this is probably a horrible analogy, but regressing, I'm not even going to go there.
Mr. Nelson, I don't know how much more time you're planning on, but I don't believe that Dr. Benson's planning to come back tomorrow. And we have a time limit here, and you have to have enough time for the state to cross-examine. So as interesting as it is, we've got to get to it. I'm going to either that or put a time limit on you. So, okay, let's move it along.
How would a prior depersonalization or derealization experience impact or affect somebody's response to trauma?
Well, it's going to make them more susceptible to it.
How so?
By virtue of the fact that whenever a person is traumatized, it becomes much more quickly available to them. They're reminded of all the prior traumas. So it's not just the immediate trauma that they're reminded of past traumas as well. or past events when they felt overwhelmed. The experience was just so intense that it was difficult to conceptualize or to put into words.
The phrase well-worn pathway, does that have anything to do with a prior derealization experience?
Well, that's what we talk about from a neurochemistry standpoint, is that when we talk about these pathways that are associated with trauma, with the trauma response, we know that there are areas of the brain that are basically going to respond each and every time there's exposure to trauma. But I have to probably say that, again, I'm a clinician who treats patients, and I think you have somebody coming up, Dr. Hopper, I believe, who is more of an academician who can talk about those neural pathways.
You know who Dr. Hopper is?
I do.
Is he a recognized expert?
Objection relevance.
Sustained. We don't have time for extras.
You do have time, Judge.
Well, let me ask you this. Mr. Hunt, how much time do you need for cross-examination?
I guess it depends on how much longer defense counsel goes.
All right.
I don't think it'll be all that long, to be honest with you, but it depends on where we go from here.
Okay. I mean, you can continue. We don't have time for extras that are not relevant to this witness. Okay, so let's go.
Can I ask the question? I mean, it was the
Well, the last question was about Dr. Hopper, and I don't think, he'll be here as a witness, so we don't need to talk about Dr. Hopper.
I apologize, but can we approach on the side, Judge? Staying on the depersonalization, derealization, I believe you put in your report a sentence talking about a causal perspective. Do you remember that?
I do.
Can you tell us about that?
Basically, that dissociation occurs as a result of exposure to traumatic events that are overwhelmingly distressing, and it serves as what is termed a psychological dampener of the intensity of those emotions in order to protect that person from that intense distress.
And so what you're talking about now is what I think I have on page 6, the paragraph that the causal connection between, whoops, I'm on the wrong one there.
I think you're right.
Here's the one I wanted to ask you about, I apologize. The sentence talking about the more severe the trauma.
Yes.
Can you read that sentence and tell us about that?
The more severe the trauma, the greater the likelihood that the person will be driven by the experience into an altered state of consciousness.
So what do you mean by that?
So if you were to look at different kinds of trauma that a person could face, I mean, one type of trauma might be an involvement in a motor vehicle accident. I mean, certainly it could overwhelm some people's defenses, where they feel overwhelmed by being involved in an accident, having their car totaled. But that would be very much in contrast with the kind of trauma that would be faced by a soldier in combat who's faced with imminent death, or by a person who's being sexually assaulted, or a person who's being assaulted violently in a physical manner. There are degrees of trauma. I mean, that's simply the way it is. And so, depending upon the degree of trauma experienced, that is correlated with the amount of traumatization that occurs. I mean, that's just the working understanding that we have, and that's what the research is bearing out.
Now, is everyone's response to trauma the same, or is it unique? Does it depend?
There are differing responses to trauma, and as I mentioned earlier, not everyone is exposed to trauma develops a diagnosis of PTSD. There can be other diagnoses that apply as well. But the part that we don't know, I mean, we have to be realistic. There are some things that we don't know scientifically. We don't know what's the difference with respect to why one person develops PTSD in response to trauma and someone else develops a depressive disorder or a somatization disorder or dissociative identity disorder.
Can you categorize any particular response as normal or abnormal when it's in response to trauma?
The response that I can say is normal is the one that occurs immediately after the trauma, which has to do with the fact that the person needs to collect themselves, to appraise what happened, and just to give time. I mean, again, when you think about the very nature of trauma is so intense that it's overwhelming. And so what is needed most particularly at that moment is that you need to have a sense of safety. You need to have a sense of sanctuary, or you need to feel like you're surrounded by the love of people in your family or your close friends. That's what's most important immediately afterwards. Later, we'll pick the pieces up. But the mind has to be given time to recollect those pieces. This is what we call trauma-informed care, which has only now become more popular and more used within the delivery system in the past few years.
So would you agree that individuals' response to trauma is unique?
It is it's unique, although there are some things that we know are likely to happen, but we can't tell which path they're going to go down.
Okay, and some of the things that are likely to happen, or what you've already talked about, the three sets of symptoms, those are likely?
Correct.
Okay. How about self-cutting?
That can also occur. That's been well established in the research literature as a response to basically, as odd as it may seem, one of the things that I do as a psychologist is I look at what's the protective nature of symptoms. And if you're feeling overwhelmed by something, and if you cut on yourself, and again, a cut may be a very superficial cut, just enough to cause pain. If cutting actually produces a sense of feeling in control of your body at that moment, that is adaptive. So that's a different way of thinking about normal functioning, but this is one of the ways in which the person begins to take back a sense of control.
Okay. Now I want to move on to what I was talking about before, where you'd, were you talking about? Yes, thank you. The sentence here, beginning with the concept of disassociation, is described as the disruption or discontinuity in the normal integration of one or more aspects of psychological functioning, including recall, memory, identity, and consciousness. What does that mean?
Well, this is in response to an article that was published by Spiegel and his colleagues back in 2013. And it's a little bit wordy. I don't always like the way other people write. I prefer it be a little bit more down to earth. But the basic part of that means that there can be altered states of consciousness where they're not aware of immediate events or experience. It means that there can be difficulties with recall memory, or recall memory is not reliably available. And the third part that you see up there is that there can be identity disturbances where a person feels as if they don't know who they are. That's the whole notion of depersonalization.
Okay. Tell me more about that. You don't know who you are.
It's simply a matter at that point in time that this is a sense that something has happened to me that I never fathomed could happen to me. How could this have occurred? How do I make sense out of this? Because it's so totally outside the realm of experience up to that point in time that there's no framework for understanding it, or for being able to appraise it, or what do I do in response to this?
And that could result, from the causal perspective, into this altered state of consciousness.
That's correct.
Okay. You talked about an exhibit 713, what I think of it as an intelligence scale.
Intelligence test, yes.
Some people think of it as an IQ test. Is that what
Yes.
So on Exhibit 713, as I'm putting up on the screen, are these the results of that test that you administered to Ms. McCandless?
Those are the results as administered on May 8th of 2018.
So, and I know it's up on the screen, we can see it. Can you just walk us through, you don't have to read line by line, but just the four parts at the bottom: verbal comprehension, and on from there. Tell us about that and what each of those means.
Okay, so the first thing I have to say here is that there's not an overall IQ that's listed there. It actually is up in the first paragraph, but the problem with that is that there's so much variability when you look at the factor scores that make up the overall IQ, ranging from a standard score of 69 on working memory up to a score of 110 on verbal comprehension. And so what verbal comprehension, how we interpret that.
Let me do this. Before we get to the overall, and I know you wanted to do that, can we go verbal comprehension and then go down and then we'll kind of sum it up at the end and you can tell us what 84 means or doesn't mean in this context?
Will do. Verbal comprehension is a measure of a person's range of vocabulary, their ability to engage in abstract thinking, and also looking at range of information available to them.
And her score there was a 110.
And a 75th percentile, so a percentile simply means that if we were to take a random sample of 100 people, she would fall within the top quartile, the top 25%. Perceptual reasoning looks at basically puzzle solving, being able to see how things fit together, looking at eye-hand coordination. And what we see here is that her score is at a 79. And this is at the 8th percentile. So again, taking that supposed sample, random sample of 100 people, she would be 8th from the bottom. Working memory, this has to do with executive functions, prefrontal cortex. This has to do with making decisions, being able to recall relevant experiences when faced with a problem. And what we see here is a standard score of 69, 2nd percentile. Again, that random sample means she's 2nd from the bottom of those 100 people at that point, when I measured her back on May 8th of 2018. Cognitive processing speed just simply indicates how quickly and efficiently she's able to process information, how sharp she is in her thinking, and where she falls in that sample of 100 people is she's 14th from the bottom. So this is low average ability. These are not good scores with the exception of the verbal comprehension.
So I'm going to come back to that, but I know in your report you make mention of the connection between post-traumatic stress disorder and the scores on this scale. Is that right?
That is correct.
Tell us about that. What's the connection?
Basically, what's happening here is that the working memory has relationship to this notion of recall. It's talking about, it's not giving me specific information, but it's telling me how well is this functioning right now when faced with a unique problem-solving event. And so what this information tells me is that it's not functioning. Now, that's a part where it's concerning to me because when you look at this is consistent with the research literature, that we talk about a trauma happening, the ability to think in the moment is compromised significantly.
And that's reflected, was that reflected in the test scores that you saw from Ms. McCandless?
That is correct.
How so?
Because of the fact that we're looking at the sense that on verbal comprehension, that's relatively immune to the effects of trauma, and she scored in the high average area, 75th percentile. That's great. But then we look at the working memory piece, which is the part you would think would be most affected by her exposure to trauma, and it fits beautifully that this part became, in a sense, incapacitated. It became almost, well, I would say disabled, not knowing how to respond, and there's a carryover effect to that continues forward.
And this was done on May 8th.
Of 2018, correct.
So approximately 45 days after the event that we're here talking about.
Yes.
How is, maybe I'm using the wrong terms here, and maybe we'll talk about it tomorrow with somebody else, but is working memory the same as like a person's memory about past experiences? Is that different? Is it the same? Is there a distinction?
It's different.
How so?
And the way it's different is that we talk about working memory, which is, again, like I said before, problem-solving memory. When you're faced with an immediate problem, what do you access in order to solve the problem? On the other hand, episodic and remote memory are experiences that we've had in the past that are simply there and available for use, but that's its own kind of memory. So if you were just sitting down saying, I remember when, that would be an example of accessing episodic remote memory. There's a connection, though, between the two, between working and episodic or remote memory. Working memory pulls from that episodic memory when it needs it, when things are working properly.
So is working memory, again, this is my layperson's, the ability to hold certain information in your head at one time while you're processing and having a conversation and worried about what other people think and all of that? Is that?
Or you have to solve a problem and you want to come up with a solution and be effective in doing so.
Okay, and that might be different than what you call episodic memory.
Correct.
The person remembering about what they did in an event.
I remember when my first child was born.
Okay, and that might have, that's not necessarily related to your working memory.
Correct.
Unless perhaps there was trauma involved in some way.
Unless I was having a second child and I was taking my wife to the hospital and she's delivering in the back seat and I stopped the car and proceed to deliver the baby.
Okay,
That would be working memory,
all right.
based on what I saw the first time.
Now, cycling back to what your initial, we're talking about the overall, what I think of as overall IQ when somebody is presented with a score like this on 713. Is this, are you able, do you think, to give an overall IQ based upon these results?
No.
Why not?
Because one of the things that we talk about, and this is again, not only a warning from the test publisher, but this is a very objective test. It has thousands of people that's been normed upon. And the warning from the publisher essentially is that when you have this much variability, so you take the highest score of 110, subtract the slowest score of 69, and so, we're looking at that point of basically 41 points difference between the lowest and highest score. The overall IQ becomes suspect when the difference is 18 points. So we're at 41 points. This is a huge difference. And so what the warning is at that point is that you cannot interpret an overall IQ when you've got that much variability. I mean, we're almost, I'll use a statistical term, but it may not have meaning. It's the 3 standard deviations. It's a huge difference. I mean, this isn't just a little bit of difference. This is like this much difference between that high score and low score. So overall IQ does not make sense in terms of talking about the defendant's intellectual functioning.
Okay. Now, this was done on May 8th, after whatever happened on March 22nd.
Yes.
Would you or anybody else be able to say, well, what somebody's IQ would have been on March 1st or March 15th or March 20th?
Because I'm going to object relevance.
Sustained irrelevance.
You've talked about how, I believe, at least a little bit, how trauma may impact memory.
Mm-hmm.
Could trauma impact behavior as well?
Yes.
How so?
Well, if you go through and look at, I think that this is why I went through and specified the frequencies. In terms of looking at the post-traumatic distress scale, is that many of those things that are on there are behaviorally specified. And so you can see what the changes are in behavior following a trauma, because all of those events are indicators of trauma. And so we're looking at the behaviors would be a sense of this, when you're going through, if you've ever witnessed somebody go through the traumatic event right in front of you, I've had I won't call it a privilege, it's actually quite scary. But if you've seen somebody reliving a trauma as if it's happening right in that moment, it's something you'll never forget. I mean, it changes them in terms of who they are as a person, and you can't see them in the same way. I really think that it's difficult to imagine that if you haven't ever witnessed it personally. In terms of the other behaviors under avoidance, I mean, again...
Judge, I'm going to object to cumulative. We've gone through this list in detail.
And I didn't mean to...
Sustained and cumulative. And again, if the testimony we anticipate tomorrow will be cumulative to what we're hearing now, then... So how much more time do you need? I'll give you that time, and then clock is up. So how much time you need left? You said a little while ago, we're past that point.
I believe I said at 22 that I needed 20 minutes.
Okay, to 4 o'clock then, however you want to use it.
Do you, what's the term inter-evaluator reliability?
Inter-rater,
Inter-evaluator reliability.
where are you at?
It's not in your report, I'm just asking you about that term.
Oh.
Have you heard of such a term?
Not inter-evaluator typically. The phrase that's usually used that I've ever come across is inter-rater reliability.
Okay. What is that?
Reliability is looking at the issue of that when you measure something, are you likely to get a similar or the same measure the next time you measure it?
Okay,
So it's asking the question, how reliable are your measures?
okay. Is it well, do you have an opinion whether the information that you've reviewed regarding Ms. McCandless's behavior on March 22nd, 2018, post-traumatic event is consistent with your diagnosis?
It's listed in the conclusions section of my report, and that is to the requisite degree of professional certainty.
And just so we can do that, then let me just finish up with the conclusion then. Your conclusion was, is listed on here. To a reasonable degree of psychological certainty, it's your opinion that Ms. McCandless's difficulties with PTSD, depressed mood, impaired executive skills, poor recall memory, following the events of March 22nd are most likely the result of what?
The traumatic circumstances associated with the death of Alex Woodward.
I'm going to have to repeat that, if you can read a little louder in the microphone.
I'm sorry. Are most likely the result of the traumatic circumstances associated with the death of Alex Woodworth and the historical presence of prior traumatic events.
And how is this type of traumatic stress demonstrated to impact brain functions? Is that what you put in there?
I did. And so what ends up happening, again, I'll defer to Dr. Hopper on this because he will talk much more extensively about hippocampal functioning post-trauma.
So let's do that then. I don't want to.
I think that would be fair.
Okay. And then you talk about studies indicating extreme psychological or physiological stress. Is that the same, what you're talking about here is how trauma impacts the brain?
That's correct.
And then again, you go on to talk about how that may impact somebody's ability to do all the things listed there, plan, read, learn, or even recall information. Is that right?
Especially when triggered by reminders of or behaviors that resemble past trauma, yes.
Those are the only questions I have for this witness, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Hahn, you ready for cross-examination?
Yes, Judge, thank you. Dr. Benson, I want to clear something up for the jury before we really dive into a few things. So post-traumatic stress disorder, you talked about the different criteria, so exposure to actual or threatened death, serious injury, or sexual violence in one or more of the following ways. That doesn't have to be occurring on the person or to the person that is suffering from the post-traumatic stress disorder, correct? Do you need me to rephrase since you...
I do not need you to rephrase.
Okay.
What it states explicitly in the DSM-5.
Is that a correct statement, what I said?
No, it's not.
Okay, please explain.
Is that there has to be exposure to actual or threatened death, exposure to serious injury, or exposure to sexual violence. And then it lists 4 different ways in which the exposure has to occur.
And that's what I said, right?
You left out the part about sexual violence.
Okay, I apologize, that was unintentional. My point is that doesn't have to be directed at the person who is suffering from PTSD, one of those different categories, correct?
They could be observing it happen with someone else or something else, yes.
Okay, so it doesn't have to be directed at that person, could be something they're seeing in real life, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, your diagnosis of PTSD with depersonalization and derealization has a, I don't want to say a caveat, but an additional component. It says childhood onset, correct?
What's happening there is that you're in the wrong.
I'm sorry, I'm just, page 8 of your report, that was, I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. That was part of your diagnoses, right?
Just a minute, please.
Sure.
That's, yeah, I see,
Okay.
I see where you're at now. I thought you were still back in the DSM.
No, I'm sorry, I wasn't clear. Now, childhood onset, what does that mean in the context of this diagnosis?
It simply means that there was something that occurred in childhood that was traumatic.
Okay. Now, different things could constitute traumatic events. I think that's pretty clear, correct?
Yes.
So you could be a wartime traumatic event, right?
Combat veteran, yes.
Could be a sexual assault traumatic event, correct?
Yes.
It could also be an unprovoked stabbing of another person that could cause the stabber to have PTSD, correct?
You know, that's the difficult part. I went back and I looked at the research literature on this, and I cannot, I mean, I looked at what's out there, and there's a very very little about that particular event.
Would you agree, I'm sorry, would you agree that?
May I finish? So the research studies that looked at that indicate that they cannot make that association. Because I raised the same question, and that's what I was intrigued by that.
Now, PTSD in and of itself isn't going to cause somebody to lie, correct? That's not one of the things listed in the DSM-5. It's not going to, in and of itself, make somebody lie, correct?
No, that's not quite accurate, because you have to look at lies as being lies of commission, which are voluntary, and lies of omission.
So let me rephrase it then. PTSD in and of itself isn't going to cause somebody to say something to somebody else that's a lie, correct?
I'm having difficulty with the form of your question because it doesn't quite fit the experience of PTSD.
Well, you just said that you're drawing a distinction between lies of commission, which would be an active lie, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And is it just for the court reporter, that's a yes?
I'm sorry.
Just for the court reporter?
Yes.
And a lie of omission, which would be withholding information, correct?
Again, it'd be involuntary withholding of information.
Okay. But what my question is, so you drew a distinction there for a reason, right?
For a reason, because there's that one part with omission where they don't have access to it just because of repression of the memory.
But if somebody has access to it and they tell somebody that's not true, that's not explained by PTSD in the DSM-5 or what you've testified to about today, correct?
I appreciate you pushing on this because I think it's an important point. And the best way I can answer you is to say that I think that there are difficulties with this diagnosis with variable recall. Sometimes I remember one thing, sometimes I remember another, but it's not intentional. That's why I'm trying to be as clear as I can with you about the nature of the diagnosis, because most people don't get that.
If it is intentional, if somebody acknowledges, yes, I told somebody something that's a lie, that's not explained by PTSD, correct?
you're pushing for a distinction here that I think is not warranted by the clinical picture. Is the
And let me
best
just,
I can put it.
I believe that you just said there's a difference between somebody intentionally and unintentionally telling somebody a lie, correct?
That's one part of it. But then when it comes to the commission part, where there's an actual lie that occurs, what I'm saying is that there may be a part where that's intentional, but there may also be a part where where they say one thing because they believe that's what the case was based on what they can recall now.
Is it fair to say that, well, let me step back. PTSD can be caused by, as we established, all different types of circumstances, correct?
Correct.
And that includes observing violent things, correct?
It can, yes.
And in wartime, there are people who, combat veterans who have PTSD based on what they've seen and not necessarily what's happened to them, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So in a domestic violence situation, there are children who have suffered PTSD or suffer from PTSD based on seeing their mother or father strike the other parent, correct?
That is correct. There is ample research evidence for that.
I want to go back to the lie situation again, because I think we got on a little bit different pages, and I interrupted you during a couple answers because I want to make sure we're all understanding the hypothetical. So if somebody has information that they know to be untrue, and they intentionally tell somebody else that information that they know to be untrue, and at the time that they tell it, they know it to be untrue. If they're not actively in the PTSD, the event that caused the PTSD, is that something, the lie, an intentional lie of information they know to be untrue, is that explained by PTSD?
It can be.
Okay.
And that goes back to that part I was saying earlier that, we're picking those pieces back up, and the further we get away from the event, the better the recall is. But the difficulty is that the closer we are to the event, the more problematic the recall is. And that's just the basic research that's involved with PTSD at this point. I mean, if I were going to hang my hat on anything, I'd hang it on that, because there's solid research basis for that.
Now, we talked about, or on direct examination, you talked about a couple specific passages from the transcripts. Do you remember those passages?
Yes.
And if you need to see the transcript again, I can bring that to you. But the gist of those, I'm going to go to, Council, I'm going to refer to Exhibit 290, page 55. Starting on line 2491. Do you still have the transcript up there?
I do not have the transcript.
Okay, I'll bring that to you. Martin, if I may approach?
You may.
Just have you go to page 55. Line 2491, do you see that?
Yes.
Now the question is, and you're just now, how come you didn't tell me this yesterday when we talked, Ezra? Right, that's the 2491 and 2492?
That is correct.
And the response is on 2494, because I didn't, it's too scary, correct?
That's
the line.
Yeah, that's exact.
And you said that could be consistent with I think it was termed intrusive memory, correct?
Intrusive recollections could be, but what we're looking at there is that there's that sense of terror, being terrified.
Okay. That also could be, and I'm not looking for a broader explanation, but just a consistent or inconsistent, that also could be consistent with somebody concealing information intentionally, correct?
So this goes back to that.
And is it consistent or is it inconsistent, sir?
Restate the question, please.
The line that was stated, the response, because I didn't, it was too scary, or it's too scary, that could be consistent with somebody intentionally withholding information, correct?
If that's all we're looking at is just that, with no other context, correct.
Okay. Now, even in the context of this case, that could be consistent with somebody intentionally withholding information, correct?
That's not my opinion.
I didn't ask what your opinion was. I said, could it be consistent with?
I would disagree with that.
Now, 2499, because it was just scary, because it just was scary and I can't get it out of my head. Again, that could be consistent with somebody intentionally withholding information, correct?
I would disagree with that.
Now, Dr. Benson, you were asked to be here by defense, correct?
That is correct.
And you were asked to meet with the defendant by the defense counsel, correct?
That is correct.
And you met with the defendant. Let me rephrase the question there. You were provided documents by the defense, correct?
Yes, the hard drives that I held up.
And the documentation that you had there was what, as far as you know, that's what you had access to because that's what the defense gave you, correct?
That is correct.
And you're actually hired by the defense as well, correct?
That is correct.
Hired to do the assessments as well as provide reports?
That is correct.
Okay. And to be here today as well?
That is correct.
Anything else, Dick? That's all I have, Judge. Thank you.
All right. Any redirect, Mr.
Yes,
Nelson?
please, thank
Go
you.
ahead.
Well, I'll just stay sitting, I'm tired. Dr. Benson, is your opinions that you've given today based in any way on money?
No. I'm not, I want to be very clear about that. I'm not a paid hired gun. I'm not a mercenary. Again, that would be very unethical. That's not why I do this.
Just a couple of questions. Following up, is it usual or typical or common, you pick the word, for people who have suffered from trauma to sometimes not want to talk about it?
That's very common.
Is it even, again, you pick the word usual, common, typical for someone suffering from trauma to perhaps even lie to get out of talking about it?
It's possible. And again, I want to put a caveat. It's the closer to the event.
And by the term lie, I meant to say, I don't remember when maybe they do remember, but they're saying I don't remember because they don't want to talk about it. Would that be common?
It happens with considerable frequency the closer to the event that they're being questioned about it.
And why is it, how is it related to the closer to the event?
Because what happens at that point, I mean, I hope I've made this clear, that when a person is traumatized and overwhelmed by such an intense experience, the ability to function normally goes out the window. It takes time to put the pieces back together again. And they need, more than anything, support, love, understanding, compassion, in order to put those pieces back together. Without those things, if they're just going to be questioned directly, I mean, I think it'd be fair to say that for most of us, somebody comes at us and says, I want that report in my desk, or I want this job done in 15 minutes, we might have a certain set of words that go through our head that are very short and to the point. But for a person who's been traumatized, that's exactly the wrong response. They don't want to be pushed or shoved or put into a corner. They want to have time to be able to feel, I have to put safety back together here. Safety is one of the most important human needs that we have, dating all the way back to infancy.
I have no other questions.
All right, any requests?
Just briefly, Dr. Benson, there's a difference between between treatment and gathering information for other purposes, correct?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Nothing further, thank you.
All right. Okay, well, thank you, Dr. Benson.
Thank you.
You may step down. And it doesn't look like you're going to have to come back tomorrow. For a while, I was worried you would.
So was I.
So, anyway, can Dr. Benson, is he free to leave?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir.
You want us to pack up?
Yeah, take your time and just have a couple questions here before we, you have any additional evidence that you want to put in?
Yes, Judge, through agreement, there are 5 photographs that the defense wants to enter into evidence. If you want to, I can do it now, I can do it tomorrow morning, sometime tomorrow, whenever Your Honor wants. I know time is, I'll defer to Your Honor.
Is there a stipulation where you don't need a witness to put them in?
There's an agreement, there's going to be no objection, we can just put them in, correct?
All right, well, then there's also one other thing that I wanted to tell the jury. There was I believe it was the Trooper Knudsen video that you saw, that has been put in a thumb drive, and it has been marked as exhibit, is it 733? I'm looking through my notes. In any event, I wanted to tell the jury that has been received in evidence.
I believe that was exhibit 705, Your Honor.
705?
Yes. That's how I have written down.
Yes, 705, and it is received. Okay, and then there's a stipulation related to those photographs?
Yes. (706) through 710.
And why don't we, if you would, just give us a brief description. Well, have counsel look at them first.
My request would be to put it on the Elmo, and I'm happy to give a description myself, but perhaps just, or Your Honor wants to give a description. I don't want to, however Your Honor wants to do it.
Okay, is the state stipulate to the introduction of those exhibits?
Yes.
Okay, so exhibits 706, 707, 708, 709, and 710 will be received. And I'll let Mr. Nelson, you can present them any way you wish. And I will make my notes as to what they are when you do that.
Judge, the state's preference would be just to show the photos and let them speak for themselves.
That's fine.
All right.
If Your Honor wants to describe them, I'll defer to Your Honor.
No, that's fine. I just wanted to describe them for myself.
I'm going to first publish Exhibit 708, and I believe there is an agreement that the photos that we're showing were taken by the crime lab as indicated on the bottom as part of the photographs of item B, a vehicle by Brooks Laxton of Ms. McCandless's vehicle. So that's the first photo is Exhibit 708, and I think it's fair to say that they're all photographs of the back seat, including the ceiling of the vehicle. Anything more on 708, Judge?
You're good.
And then putting up on the screen is Exhibit 709. And I just, from the glare, I'm putting certain portions, so I just want to show the rest of the photo. And then next up is Exhibit 710. Next up then, Judge, is Exhibit 706. That's, well, let me. And with permission of Ms. Nodolph, we'd agree this is another picture of the ceiling that I think is the same as the previous pictures. And then lastly, another picture of the same spot, Exhibit 707. Is there a better way to display that? What's that? Yeah. At some point, Judge, I'd ask, just because I think there's a glare on this, and whether it's today or tomorrow, permission to pass these 5 photos to the jurors if you want to.
It's fine, I think we have time now. I didn't know we were going to have a surplus of time. I thought we were going to be running short.
I appreciate that, but so can I pass these
You
up
may.
to them? Thank you. Judge, that's all the defense has for the day.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to very shortly excuse you for the evening. And we've rearranged schedules again, so we are going to begin at 8:30 tomorrow with testimony. So we want you to be back so you'd be ready to go into the courtroom at 8:30. I believe we do have a witness lined up at 8:30. I don't think I'm going to read this entire instruction to you again today. You had it yesterday a few times, and I think you understand you're not to discuss the case with anyone or listen to anyone talk about this case. Don't read about it. Don't watch any coverage of this case. And do not do any research on your own. Don't use your devices, whatever they may be, computers, cell phones, iPads, iPods, what have you, to research anything about the parties, witnesses. Don't visit the scene or any scenes that have been discussed. And anyone not recall the instruction that I read? I'll read the whole thing again tomorrow, but I don't want to have to put you through that if I don't have to, okay? All right. So, again, it's very important that you follow these rules. As, again, going to the end of this instruction, these rules are intended to assure that you remain impartial throughout the trial. If any juror has reason to believe that another juror has violated these rules, you should report that to me. If jurors do not comply with these rules, it could result in a new trial involving additional time and significant expense to the parties and the taxpayers. And again, you are to decide this case solely on the evidence offered and received at trial. Because you as a jurors are seeing the close-up, the admissible evidence that you decide this case on. The danger, you listen to somebody else or some coverage, you're going to hear half-baked opinions that haven't seen the evidence, they don't know the evidence. It can be very misleading. You know, people might see bits and pieces of it and have their own opinions. There's all sorts of reasons why it's important that you just base your decision solely on the evidence offered and received here at trial. Okay, thank you very much for your attentiveness. We're going to excuse you for the evening. All rise. All right. Doors closed. Okay, anyone need a break at the moment?
If I could, Your Honor, I know the sidebars aren't going to relate to me. Is it okay if I?
Yes, certainly.
Thank you.
All right, so I think we only have sidebars from this afternoon at this point. Let's see.
And for what it's worth, I believe the first sidebar was taken up then when we excused the jury and went through everything. So the defense has nothing to add to the first sidebar that happened prior to the voir dire of Dr. Benson. Everything that we wanted to say was then put on the record after that.
All right, was that about 1:29 p.m.?
Sounds about right.
And court had received Exhibit 712. That was his report. And-
That's a different one, I apologize. I think the one you're referring to now is something that Mr. Hahn probably wants to take up.
Well, there's one here I've checked off because I think we started talking about it on a sidebar and then excused. Let's see.
I apologize, Judge, but I believe there was a sidebar about the first sentence of Exhibit 712 on page
Oh, yes.
2 under the word clinical diagnosis. And I just agreed to not publish that portion of the report to the jury. I don't know if Your Honor wants to
Okay, well,
take that up now, but we essentially agreed to not show that, and if it becomes an issue later, we can argue about it later.
all right, well, yeah, I did have a first sidebar, but I think we did clear that up already, and that was just about the redaction instruction. I gave a redaction instruction, improvised basically, and asked counsel, I think that was related to both 712 and 713, so I've already marked that as checked off. Okay, 146 was a sidebar about Exhibit 712, and I have in quotations threatened death. And Mr. Hahn, anything else you want to say about that? I believe it was your request for a sidebar.
It was, I'm sorry, Judge, it's on page 2 of that exhibit. It's the first full sentence of the clinical findings at the bottom. As you recall, my report documented the presence of PTSD. I'm sorry. Presence of PTSD due to exposure to threatened death, serious injury, or sexual violence on March 22nd, 2018. I expressed that was similar to the types of statements that were previously redacted. It was something that I missed, and I think there's a little bit of an explanation because it falls into the category laid out in the DSM-5. But in the way it was written here made it seem as if it had to, at least the way I read it, had to be presented to or onto the person having PTSD or being assessed. So it was a little bit misleading, so that's why I wanted to approach before testimony was elicited about it. Attorney Nelson simply didn't publish that portion to the jury, and I think in line with that, it's something that shouldn't go to the jury later on as well.
All right, and Mr. Nelson, anything further you'd like to say about that at this time?
I think it was covered on cross-examination, not that line, but that idea was certainly covered on cross-examination by Mr. Hahn. I think there's no need to redact it because it accurately reports and it was covered on cross-examination. However, if Your Honor rules that needs to be redacted before it can be given to the jury, we object, but I don't need to be heard anymore on it.
All right, well, again, I do believe it was covered on cross-examination. It's listed as one of the criteria for, in the DSM-5 for post-traumatic stress disorder. And so again, we'll address it again if there's a request to see that exhibit at some point. Okay, at 2 p.m., we started with a sidebar. That's the one that ended up getting fairly lengthy. Court excused the jury, and we addressed everything after the jury was excused and before they came back. And there was a voir dire of Dr. Benson. And so that's addressed. I don't think anything else either counsel would like to say about that.
No.
Okay. Okay, and then the last sidebar, approximately 3:36 p.m. And there was an objection on relevance, court sustained. Mr. Nelson asked for a sidebar. It was following the question, follow-up question, because I think the witness, Dr. Benson, had said, well, you know, maybe you want to cover that with Dr. Hopper. He'll be coming, and he can maybe talk to that more than I can, essentially. And then the follow-up question by Mr. Nelson was, you know, is Dr. Hopper, is something to the effect that Dr. Hopper's renowned or recognized expert, something to that effect.
I believe my question was consistent with what I think the requirements, not that I'm trying to do that under 90308 sub 18 exception, is he a recognized authority in this field?
That sounds like the question. I sustained the objection, and we had a lengthy sidebar, and again, I don't know, anything else you want to put on the record regarding that? Before you do, I just want to say this. At the time, I was concerned about the fact that the way the time was going, that there wasn't going to be any time left for cross-examination today, let alone redirect. As it turned out, Mr. Nelson, you did a good job of getting moving after that, and there was plenty of time. I thought the state would probably cross-examine significantly longer, and I was concerned about time. And so anything else either council would like to say about that sidebar?
I think there's a legal basis, aside from the time consideration, to sustain the objection as well. It was a question to bolster the credibility of a future witness, and anything elicited after that would likely have been cumulative if it was in the ballpark of what Dr. Hopper would testify about anticipated tomorrow.
Okay, and I also believe that it was sustainable on a legal basis, but the other aspects of the discussion, again, I appreciate the seriousness of this for both parties, and I don't want to undercut you, Mr. Nelson, in front of the jury, as you'd indicated. It's not the intent of the court. It's just trying to keep this moving at a reasonable pace. And so, anyway, appreciate your patience, and we'll see you in the morning. Anything else? We're going to have you step out for a few minutes. Sorry for this, but it should only be 5 minutes more. Thank you. Please be seated. Anna? Yeah. Just when I rolled the...
Better, do we want to excuse Dr. Benson while we argue about it? You want him in here? Does he need to be instructed? I'm just...
Well, maybe we should excuse him. Sir, if you just wait in the corridor, just outside the door, I'd be fine. I certainly think we can begin. So, okay, Mr. Hahn, you made the objection, and I'd just like you to go ahead and express your concerns for the record.
Judge, I anticipated when there were questions about malingering that it was going to delve into really two different areas that I think are potentially off limits. One, I believe, based on some of the testimony Dr. Benson provided already, that part of any opinion he would have in that regard would be based on the two more recent evaluations he did of the defendant, which nothing from those evaluations, and the state didn't even have knowledge of those evaluations being done, has been turned over as part of the discovery process. And I know defense counsel said that because there wasn't a report provided to him, he doesn't have an obligation to turn that over. I disagree. If there's an expert opinion, there needs to be notice provided in an adequate time frame prior to trial, as well as mental health testing as required by statute. The secondary issue is that if Dr. Benson is in a position to say that the defendant was not malingering, that's essentially saying that that she is telling the truth about what happened, which again is, I believe, off limits. There's maybe a little wiggle room for him to say that she was, it's his opinion she suffered PTSD, and on cross-examination I'll get into the inability to distinguish whether it was unprovoked homicide or whether it was self-defense, but I still think that's tiptoeing up to that line of him vouching for the credibility of the defendant. So it's really a twofold objection that started with just the scope of what has been provided as discovery and kind of transformed into both of those things.
Mr. Nelson?
Briefly, Your Honor, we provided the state a copy of Dr. Benson's March 18th, 2019 report, which is the redacted version has now been marked as Exhibit 712. Within that report, he mentions these 5 psychological testing, some of which are scales, some of which are inventory, some of which are tests. The state has this report, and they have the fact that he did this testing. state has never done follow-up discovery requests to the defense saying, we want the results of any of that psychological testing. They've not asked for that. They've never asked us for that. They followed up to say, we want to know what his sources are for some of his articles, and we provided that. But they didn't ask for the rest of the stuff. His opinion today is the same as it is in the March 18th, 2019 report. I'm not asking him if he's changed his opinion. I'm not asking anything along those lines. We have met our discovery obligations. We've given him his written report. We've given them the subject matter. They've not followed up. For whatever reason, they've chosen not to follow up to ask for these specifics. I don't have those specifics. I understand if they asked, I would have a duty to go and get them, but they didn't ask. And so I didn't go and get them. I don't have anything more than what I've given them. And so beyond that, I think it's somewhat, they have to say, hey, now that we got this report, we want these other things. And when they did do that, we followed up and gave that to them. Second part, Judge, regarding malingering. Malingering is different than Hazeltine issues. This isn't about credibility. Malingering is my understanding, and perhaps Ms. Vishny's looking up, it's a medical, something that they consider, psychiatrists, psychologists consider in their medical diagnoses. And as I said at the sidebar, when my understanding of Dr. Benson's testimony is whenever he gives a diagnosis to anybody after an evaluation, he is always implicitly checking for malingering. And when he offers a diagnosis, it is based on the fact that he has concluded that there is not malingering. So it is in his initial report, because I cannot imagine Dr. Benson or any other professional ever issuing an opinion to say, I diagnosed this person with post-traumatic stress disorder, unless implicit in that is they're not malingering. And that's all I was going to ask him about. I'm not asking him to say in particular about Ms. McCandless, but that they check this out. It's not like he's got the wool pulled over his eyes. That's a consideration in their field. He has considered it, and despite that consideration, he has offered an opinion, and his opinion is in this report. And so I think that's much different than Hazeltine. I don't think there's been a discovery violation, and if Your Honor wants to instruct the witness how to answer those questions so that it's framed in the way that I've just described, I understand and I appreciate that. I'm not trying to get in some credibility backdoor, some Hazeltine backdoor, some character backdoor. I'm just, do you consider this?
Well, the problem lies in giving an opinion as to whether she was malingering or not. Because that is, so, I mean, you can ask about a diagnosis. I don't think that you need to get into the malingering part of this. This is not a personal injury case. It's a criminal case. And obviously the credibility of Ms. McCandless is a critical issue in this case. And to have a psychologist sit up here and to say, my opinion is she was telling the truth about this would be certainly impermissible. Okay, well, I'm just saying that would be, and that's what the state's objection is. So how do you get what is admissible without crossing that line? That's the concern I have. And Mr. Hahn, from the state's perspective, where is that line? Any suggestion from your perspective?
I think, well, really two things. It doesn't really matter if the test, everything I already said still stands. I think there's a discovery violation. The statute pretty clearly says mental examinations need to be turned over. There's no requirement that the state know that Dr. Benson went up and met with the defendant multiple times after reports were already provided. So the fact that we didn't continue to follow up weekly or daily or monthly with requests for those records, I think fails miserably. The line...
The statute section, what's the statute?
It's 971.23 sub 2M AM. And sub 7 discusses a continuing duty to disclose, which applies to both parties.
I have the statute if I'm prepared to respond, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead and respond.
It says, first regarding the discovery, any relevant written or recorded statements of a witness named on the list, Dr. Benson, including his reports or statements of experts. We gave them his report. And then after that, it says, or, if he doesn't provide a report, we need to do other things. And then at the end, there's the and, including the results of tests if we intend to offer that into evidence at trial. The only results that I'm offering are on 713, the addendum about the IQ testing, which was already provided to the state in the February 1st report. And so I'm not offering the results. I've asked, did you do these, again, tests, evals, other things, which the state has been made aware of. I'm not asking for the results. I'm not offering those into evidence in any way.
So what occurred on March 30th and October 5th of 2019 that then you would intend to offer a trial?
Well, those are the results of tests. He gets to talk about clinical interviews. There's nothing in there that says he can't talk about clinical interviews.
Well, hold on. His testimony was about, he likes to interview people on multiple occasions to see whether the facts change, because he said people can have a hard time remembering what lies are.
Right.
Or what lies they may have told. And so, what was the reason that he followed up after having prepared a report that was provided to the state without any additional? So that's what I'm concerned with there.
I'm not sure I don't follow Your Honor's question in relation to, are we talking about the discovery? What we're talking about from a discovery standpoint? I'm not following.
What occurred during those, maybe we have to bring in Dr. Benson to wire him on that, but why are those two meetings relevant to his testimony?
We'd have to ask him, but I believe he'd say that he did additional clinical interviews. My understanding was the reason that he did the additional ones was in his March 18th report. I believe he even makes reference to on page 8, the top line, when he's talking about self-cutting behavior in that paragraph, and then on 8, I'm currently unable to offer conclusions or draw inferences to a reasonable degree of professional certainty regarding this issue. In my opinion, further examination of this issue is warranted. So I believe he went there to do further examination based upon those issues. I am not offering opinions regarding the self-cutting behavior that he references in this here, in which he says he's going to do some follow-up on. It happens to be that when he's doing that follow-up, he's met with her. And that meeting supports his prior opinions that he's already disclosed and told them. It's not, I didn't tell him to go and take another test.
But to the extent that it goes to his continued opinion, implicit or otherwise, that she was not malingering, that, in the court's opinion, is not admissible.
Well, so, again, I'm lost, because I've never asked him his opinion if she's malingering.
Well, but you're getting into talking about malingering, which is the foundation that goes there.
As I said on the sidebar, I do not intend to ask him that opinion. I intend to ask, do you consider whether somebody is malingering when you offer a diagnosis?
Well, it's pretty much saying the same thing.
It's not the same. That is not the same. I'm not asking for his opinion. The state is going to be, if not their whole case has been, and I don't want to get into the credibility, that she's making this up, right? I mean, broad strokes, I understand. I think I'm able to ask, did you consider malingering, this medical concept, when he met with her?
Yeah, but the problem with that is that it is going to invade, in the court's opinion, the province of the jury to decide. And so, implicit is what you're saying, is that Dr. Benson believes Ms. McCandless.
I didn't ask that question. I don't.
No, you didn't ask that question, but as you said, in the diagnosis, it's implicit. So then you don't need to ask him about that. You don't need to ask him about malingering, and here's how we're going to handle it. There's going to be no more testimony or talk about malingering, and then we're going to ask him about the March 30th and October 5th examinations, see what it is that he did, what was the purpose of those, and before we bring the jury in, and if it was, again, to see whether, she's giving me different, alternate facts, or...
That's not a test.
Well, it's not a test, but if it's part of his opinion as to whether she's malingering or not, in a sense...
if we're not allowing the malingering, I'm not going to ask him about whether on March 30th or October 5th he tested her for malingering. I mean, if Your Honor's ruling is he can't get into malingering, then I don't get into malingering, but I still get to talk about the fact that he's met with her. So, I mean,
What would be the point of that?
Because it's part of his basis for his opinion is he's met with her 5 times. As far as PTSD goes, I won't mention malingering. I disagree with Your Honor's ruling respectfully, but I heard it, I get it, I'm not going to persuade Your Honor, I'm moving on. However, I still get to ask him about those because those meanings support his diagnoses about post-traumatic stress disorder. And he'll talk about post-traumatic stress disorder. Not malingering.
All right, Mr. Hahn, do you want to be heard on that limitation?
Just briefly, it's either irrelevant because he didn't provide any examination of the defendant, or it's a discovery violation because the statute says a written summary, if a report's not done and his previous report doesn't excuse him from providing a report or the defense from providing a report or summary for all future examinations, but it says if a report was not done, a written summary of the expert's findings or the subject matter of his or her testimony and including the results of any physical or mental examination, scientific test. He's already testified that he administered mental examinations on those dates, and if those are at all the basis of his opinion, then he doesn't get to talk about those things because they haven't been provided to the state as required by the statute.
I disagree. I understand Your Honor's ruling about malingering. This is not a discovery violation. We gave them his report. We're not offering into evidence test results. These were
what I need to do is,
examinations.
I need to hear from Dr. Benson before I can make a ruling. So,
Do you want me to go get him?
yes, let's go get him. All right, I'm going to, Mr. Hahn, do you wish to voir dire the witness related to those 2 meetings subsequent to his report?
Yes.
Provided.
Dr. Benson, there were 2, your report mentions May 8th, December 15th, and December 16th, all in 2018, correct?
That's correct.
And what was there was one October 5th, 2019, what was the other date that you met with the defendant?
I believe it was March 30th. 1 minute, please.
And while you're checking that, whatever the exact date is, that was 2019?
That's correct.
Okay. And that's my recollection as well, but if you want to confirm that.
Sure. March 30th.
Thank you. Now let's look first at March 30th, 2019. What was the purpose of that meeting with the defendant?
Can I pull up my note here on my computer?
Absolutely.
All right. I was looking at the types of cutting that she had engaged in the past in order to understand the psychological dynamics behind the reasons for cutting previously.
Were there any other additional reasons for that meeting, or was that the sole purpose?
That was the purpose of the meeting.
Did it, at any point during that initial meeting, evolve into any other examinations or inquiry?
During the March,
The March 30th meeting?
just going to scroll through my note here and make sure that there's nothing else that occurred. There were two other issues that were discussed.
What were those issues, if you could go through them first one first?
The first issue was the high conflict divorce between her mother and stepfather.
What was done to address that? Were there any examinations involved or simply conversation?
That was well, I would submit that it was an examination by virtue of conversation. What I was looking for in particular, because one of the incidents of self-cutting was tied to the divorce itself. And then, if you're ready for the second one?
Yes, please.
The second one had to do with the second issue had to do with a person that she identified as being a positive influence in her life, a teacher in the Stanley School District. And what I was looking for at that point were characteristics of resilience, how she handled conflict, how she handled stress.
Is it fair to say, I'm sorry, is that all the topics that were covered?
Those are the two additional ones. The primary topic that was covered was to examine the number of incidents involving self-cutting, and then to talk about the dynamics involved with those particular incidents.
Now, as you sit here today, do any or all of those three categories impact your diagnosis of PTSD?
I would say that the cutting is not a primary determinant, but it is a reflection of an attempt to deal with the PTSD.
And what about the other two categories you discussed? Do those impact your diagnosis of PTSD as you sit here today?
My diagnosis was rendered only with respect to the incident of March 22nd of 2018. I did not speculate at any point in my report about possible diagnoses preceding that event.
Is it fair to say that that background information may make somebody more susceptible to PTSD?
The background, what information are you, I'm not sure.
The two categories, the high conflict divorce as well as the positive influence you're looking for resiliency, are those things that...
The resiliency does not make a person more susceptible. And I would say that without going into detail, there are aspects of the divorce which I think were causative in the sense that they laid a groundwork for what came later.
So that, I just want to make sure I understand, the cutting is a reflection of dealing with PTSD?
It can be, yes, it can be one of those things in terms of addressing the experience of highly intense negative emotions.
And the positive influence, that really didn't have an impact on PTSD diagnoses?
Are you asking my intent in asking about that? Is that what you're
I'm asking you if, as you sit here today, you'll eventually you'll be asked what your opinion was.
Right.
Does this background information in any of these categories, we've talked about the cutting, the resiliency determination based on the positive influence, does that factor into your opinion as it relates to
the relationship with the teacher was not a primary factor.
Was it a secondary or a peripheral factor?
I would say it was not that.
Okay. A factor at all?
So what I'm looking at here is that I'm looking to do an assessment. But I'm also a person who, by virtue of my code of ethics, is sworn to help. And I was looking for something that I could provide to Ms. McCandless in terms of her ability to work through difficult events and what she had done previously to make that happen.
Okay. So let's move to the high conflict divorce. Does that background information affect I think you said it lays the groundwork or framework, I forget which term you used, and I apologize if I misstated, for potential PTSD later, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
And in specific, it's not the high conflict divorce per se. It is behaviors associated with one of the parties as part of the divorce.
And in that meeting, did you learn specific, without getting into the content, specific information about that divorce that made it, as you described it, high conflict?
I learned about it in the previous meeting that I'd had with Ms. McCandless, but I felt a need to go back and clarify some things to make sure I understood it fully.
And those were all the three topics, correct? For that first meeting we talked.
I take verbatim notes, and those are the topics that were covered, yes.
Okay. Now let's move to the October 5th, 2019 meeting. What was the purpose of that meeting?
Again, I'm just going to my note here.
That's fine, thank you.
And so what I did at that point is I was looking back at the notion of recall memory, because one of the things that occurs with post-traumatic stress disorder is that the ability to recall events tends to coalesce over time. So in other words, the closer we are to the actual traumatic event, the more fragmented the memories. And I was looking to what degree Ms. McCandless had been able to recall aspects of her past behaviors relative to the event in question. I was still trying to see where there were parts that she could not recall what had happened. And I was also going through and wanting to do a re-administration of the post-traumatic distress scale to see to what degree of consistency was there, because again, I'm always looking for veracity. I'm looking to see, is this following an expected course of development that I would typically see with a person who has been diagnosed with PTSD?
So you're looking for something to either help confirm or help not help call into question, but potentially call into question the truthfulness of her initial assessment?
Well, it's not just a matter of that. It's also looking at to what degree she was continuing to report the clinical signs of PTSD. Now, if I would have seen wildly different reports during the times that I administered the PDS, that would tell me something about her approach to the examination.
Can you explain that?
Yes, there are 37 different items that are on the post-traumatic distress scale. And then what occurs is that we review each of those items, and then we talk about the frequency with which she's experiencing those things. And based on that frequency, I assign a rating in terms of an overall score as far as what the degree of impairment is. And so what happens at that point is I'm trying to see to what degree her memories are coalescing or to what degree she's continuing to experience a sense of distress. Because typically, one of the things that I had also talked about with her during that time was whether or not she was getting any mental health assistance while incarcerated. And the purpose in doing that was to basically to see what's happening with how she's processing this event. Because one of the things that occurs from a diagnostic standpoint in terms of trauma and addressing the residual effects and ongoing effects of trauma is that at some point we want to make sure that there's treatment. Because the sooner we're able to start providing treatment, the better the prognosis is for recovery. And so that's more of a clinically driven issue, I appreciate, but I also I am not here solely as an officer of the court who's been appointed to do an evaluation. I'm also a clinician who's looking at the necessity of saying, where do we go from here? What do you need?
Now, let me just make sure I'm understanding, that was the PDS exam, the test that you gave, or?
It's not
inventory?
A test. Thank you.
I'm learning to be a
psychologist.
Psychologist, yes.
University of Nebraska is a JD PhD program. It's actually a protocol for going through that mirrors the diagnostic criteria in the DSM-5.
but it gives you a result of some sort, correct?
Yes, it's based on some research that was done by Edna Foa, F-O-A, who looked at PTSD and then was able to qualify different severities of PTSD based on what the person was experiencing.
So sitting here today testifying, is it accurate to say that that examination as well as your meeting on October 5th, 2019 is part of the things you consider in diagnosing or in testifying about a diagnosis of PTSD for the defendant?
It would provide me information that, yes, I would take into account.
Were there any other areas of inquiry or examinations administered on October 5th?
I'm just going to scroll through my note here. The other part that also occurred at that time is that I had Ms. McCandless review the documents that I had produced that were summaries of our meetings. And the purpose of that was to have her offer me what changed, if anything. And then the second purpose of that meeting was to administer it's not up on the screen anymore, but if you remember, one of the inventories was called the MCMI-4, which looks at personality characteristics. And that inventory also has a set of validity indicators on it. Validity indicators. Do you want me to spell that? Okay. Has a set of validity indicators, and I wanted to make sure that her orientation to the assessment process was still reflective of a sincere demeanor.
So in a different terminology, is that a potential assessment for malingering?
I'm always looking at that. But it's not just about that. I mean, that's one of many things that I look for when I conduct an assessment.
What else, maybe I'll ask it a different way, I assume there are results that come from that MCMI-4?
There are.
Is the administration of that inventory something that you would rely on if you were to testify today that you are of the opinion the defendant suffered from PTSD?
Yes, it is.
Now, were there any other examinations or areas of inquiry that I'm missing as it relates to the October 5th meeting?
There was discussion relative to the police interviews. There was also discussion of what occurred at Mr. Sippel's house. And that completed the time I spent with her.
Were there any inventories or tests administered or just discussion in that area?
No, that was just discussion at that point. I was just trying to see what she had access to consciously.
Now, does that conversation about those two areas, the police interviews as well as the events at Mr. Sippel's house, are those part of the things that you would consider if you to testify today about an opinion that the defendant has PTSD?
Absolutely.
Okay. That's all I have, Doctor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Nelson, do you have any questions?
In your March 18th report, you opined, as we talked about, that you gave her a diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder with aspects of depersonalization and derealization. Is that right?
That is correct.
And you had that opinion at the time that you wrote that report, correct?
Yes.
And anything about these additional meetings that would change or influence your original opinion?
The follow-up meetings confirmed my original opinion.
Would you, and I'm not asking that you do, but you still stand by your March 18th, 2019 report, agreed?
I do.
And it sounds like, again, in broad strokes, these additional meetings gave you, for lack of a better term, additional assurance in your original opinion.
They provided confirmation for what I had developed over the first 3 meetings with Ms. McCandless, yes.
But if you never met with her on March 30th, 2019, or October 5th, 2019, you'd still stand by your report and the opinion that you've offered?
I would stand by the report, but I would have to make a qualification at that point that my report would be indicative of her psychological status and functioning as of that date, as of the last date that I saw her.
Okay. That's all. Those are the only questions I have.
Okay. Anything further? And I don't know that we have to have Dr. Benson leave. Mr. Hahn, anything further?
No, Judge, thank you.
Okay. Well, the court's,
Judge, I'd
Yes.
like to argue a point of law.
go ahead.
Since I've been busily legally researching, what is the definition of rebuttal evidence? Because rebuttal evidence does not have to be disclosed to either party. That makes it very clear. If you look at section 971.23, what the defense must disclose and what the prosecutor must disclose in the subsequent case law, it makes it clear that reports, even names of witnesses, don't need to be given to opposing counsel when it constitutes rebuttal evidence. And in fact, there are 2 Wisconsin cases to that effect, State v. Novy, N-O-V-Y, and I'll have to go back to get you those sites, and State v. Sandoval. State v. Novy is from 2009. It's a case I'm very familiar with because what happened in that particular case was that the prosecution had an expert witness. It was I believe it was a homicide by intoxicated use or injury by intoxicated use of a motor vehicle. What happened in that case was the prosecution had an expert who had declined to disclose to the defense. However, the prosecutor was able, once the defendant testified as to what their theory was about what occurred, the prosecutor was able, notwithstanding the fact that the witness had never been disclosed, to put it on as part of its rebuttal case. The prosecutor had actually planned, I think, on using that witness in its original case in chief, unless I'm conflating the Novy case with State v. Sandoval, which is a 2011 Wisconsin case. But the ultimate result in both of those cases was the same, which is that it doesn't matter if somebody planned to call, if a party planned to call a witness or held a witness out for rebuttal, even though it could have called that witness in its case in chief, if the prosecutor could have, if it was what the court called bona fide rebuttal evidence, there was no need for discovery to be provided to the other counsel. So then the issue becomes this: is the testimony and the opinions of Dr. Benson bona fide rebuttal evidence when the defense is putting it in its case? And so what I did was research Wisconsin law on this issue on whether or not the defense case can be considered quote unquote rebuttal evidence. Wisconsin case law is silent as far as I have been able to determine. However, I was able to find 2 cases from other states that I think are instructive as to this point, particularly the latter case. The first case is People versus Parker, found at 65 Michigan Appellate 592, a 1975 State of Michigan Court of Appeals case, which says, rebuttal evidence is limited to the refutation of relevant and material evidence hearing on an issue properly raised in a case either in the prosecutor's case in chief or by way of defense. What our argument is, and then I'll read you the second case, is that in the prosecutor's case in chief, the prosecution has clearly, even before Ms. McCandless testified, but from the moment of its opening statement, argued that Ms. McCandless has been a liar, that Ms. McCandless has essentially lied to the police about what has happened. It was basically discussed throughout its case. She was called a liar. She was called a faker. They were talking about her lying and faking. And our evidence, as it concerns Dr. Benson, is basically to rebut this proposition, which has clearly been put forward both in the opening statement and in the evidence put forth by the state. If we look at the case of Ford versus State, a Court of Appeals Maryland case, 462 Maryland 3, which is much more recent. It's from October 26 of 2018. And what I think is really instructive is it cites Black's Law Dictionary. And what that case says is Black's Law Dictionary defines rebuttal evidence as evidence that is offered to disprove or contradict the evidence that is presented by an opposing party, and states rebuttal evidence is introduced in the rebutting party's answering case. It is not adduced, for example, through cross-examination during the case in chief of the party that is to be rebutted. Rebuttal evidence is also, the court goes on to say, defined as evidence that tends to refute or discredit an opponent's evidence, and there it is citing Merriam-Webster 2018. These definitions demonstrate that the very concept of rebuttal is that procedural matters limited admissibility, that's got a footnote, the very concept of rebuttal evidence is to disprove or contradict evidence that was presented by the opposing party. In other words, first there has to be evidence provided by the other party. In this particular case, factually, what has occurred here is the state has produced this evidence. We are, in essence, rebutting it. Now, because of the order of the way trials play out, there would be no need for us to call Dr. Benson if it were not to rebut the state's assertions that Ms. McCandless is a faker, a liar, and that came out in several different ways, both in argument and the case in chief. To not allow this witness to testify as to his opinions as to the diagnoses would be essentially to deprive Ms. McCandless of effective assistance of counsel. And while the basic report that turned over his diagnoses was done by the defense, the fact that he went to go confirm his diagnoses by meeting with Ms. McCandless on a subsequent occasion basically just enhances the defense's rebuttal case. So therefore, we have no legal duty to have advised the state of the fact that he subsequently went and met with Ms. McCandless, spoke with Ms. McCandless. He had no written reports that he created, which there, of course, would have been a duty to turn over to the state because it's a prior written report of a witness. So this cannot be excluded simply because he did not draft a report which, according to his testimony, has simply reconfirmed or reaffirmed for him what his previous diagnosis was. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Hahn, do you want to respond to that as briefly as possible?
Judge, I just direct the court to State versus Gribble, Gribble.
Mr. Maxey has been so good as to give me the citations to Novi and Sandoval. Judge.
Let's go ahead with Novi.
Novi is, do you want the Wisconsin second or the open site?
Wisconsin second.
That would be 346, Wis second 289. And, oh, so that is actually 2013. I'm sorry, I got the case of the years backwards. State v. Sandoval is 318, Wis second 126. Now, I hope I've not conflated the facts in these, and if I did make a mistake, I just want to advise the court was good faith. But the basic proposition of law, I know I've cited accurately. And I would also argue that the Gribble case cited by counsel is an opposite to what we're talking about. I have read the case before, and this is refreshing my memory, but basically just to tell you the overview, it says defendant's conviction arose out of the death of a 21-month-old child who died as a result of severe head injuries. At trial, the defense attacked the credibility of the child's mother. The Court of Appeals affirmed on all issues except one. It held the defendant's rights weren't violated by the trial court's questioning protective jurors on hardship. Testimony, well, that has nothing to do with this. Testimony from a private investigator was properly stricken because the defendant had failed to turn over a
fast.
recording.
You went too fast.
I'm sorry. Testimony from a private investigator was properly stricken because defendant failed to turn over a recording made by that investigator as required by 971-23-2M. So that's quite a bit different than the situation we have here, than where this is in fact bona fide rebuttal testimony, and this doctor has simply gone and reaffirmed his original opinion by a subsequent follow-up visit. I'm limiting that to visit because it really appears that only the October visit even played a role in that at all. The second visit was really about other issues. Thank you.
Judge, and perhaps it helps the court if I inform the court of what the state believes is the appropriate remedy. There was an evaluation done. The report had been provided March 18, 2019 is the date of the report. I would ask that any portions of an opinion that are based on anything beyond that, so if there's a confirmation of that opinion or a different facet of that opinion that stems from the two subsequent examinations and meetings, then those be, the witness be prohibited from talking about those. I don't have an issue with him as it relates to his initial diagnoses with the limitations we've already discussed about malingering and other sorts of information.
Okay, no, well, I've heard enough for now. First of all, I don't necessarily see it as bona fide rebuttal evidence. I appreciate your quick research and your argument. However, there are facts that Dr. Nelson is not aware of. He hasn't, Benson, I'm sorry.
I'd appreciate
Attorney Nelson, Dr. Benson. It's not what's happening to me. Okay, in any event, and to just have him testify, again, that based upon her facts being consistent with him every time he met with her, I mean, there's nobody there cross-examining, you don't have other information, being put to him and so forth, as this jury has. This jury is, they're the ones who will decide whether the defendant was telling the truth or not. Now, I understand that Dr. Benson, is mindful of his ethics and all of that, and that's terrific. But I am going to, again, because of all of the circumstances, these follow-ups, we're not allowing him to testify about what she told him. He can testify as to what his diagnosis is, but we're going to stay away from the whole topic of malingering or not. Because otherwise, what you're really trying to do is to say, look, the state accuses Ms. McCandless of being a liar, but this fine psychologist, he says she's not a liar. That's really what you're trying to do, and they can't allow you to do that because that's invading the province of the jury. So he can testify as to his diagnosis, but we're not going to, counsel will not go into the area of malingering. Understood?
I understand your ruling.
As well as anything, again, that confirms or strengthens or his opinion from information he learned after the report turned over to the defense on March 18. Okay, so you follow that, Dr. Benson?
I do.
Okay, so that's what we'll do. Are we ready for the jury? Or do we now, anyone need a restroom break, or can we get through this?
I would love to do that if that's okay, for like 2 minutes. Do you
Well,
want
if Ms. McCandless needs a break, then we have to do a recess, and we're going to need 10 minutes, right?
I'm fine.
Okay, so
I'll just
I'll give you 5 minutes, but please,
I won't even be 5 minutes, Judge.
okay, all right.
Can we start without him?
You could start without me too if you want.
Okay, I prefer to bring the jury in because they've been out. I hate to keep them waiting. Okay, let's bring the jury in.
It doesn't roll, I just figured that out.
Okay, thank you.
Learning new things every day. Dr. Thomas, would you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Lindsay, Lindsey, Thomas, Thomas.
Can you tell us what your profession is?
I'm a forensic pathologist.
What training did you have to prepare you to become a forensic pathologist?
I have a bachelor's degree from Oberlin College in Ohio. Then I have a medical degree from the University of Michigan in Ann Arbor. Then I did a residency in anatomic and clinical pathology, also at the University of Michigan, and that was a 4-year training program. And then I did a 1-year fellowship in forensic pathology at the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's Office in Minneapolis.
Do you have any board certifications?
Yes, I'm board certified in anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, and forensic pathology.
What year did you begin working as a forensic pathologist?
Well, I finished my fellowship in 1988, so 31 years.
Can you tell the jury where you have worked as a forensic pathologist?
After I finished my fellowship, I worked at the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's Office. And then in 1997, I started working at the Minnesota Regional Medical Examiner's Office, which is also in Minnesota, south of the Twin Cities. And I was the chief medical examiner for 8 counties in Minnesota. And then in 2013, that office merged with Hennepin County, and so then I worked back at Hennepin County. And then I retired from Hennepin County in 2017. And since then, I've worked part-time in various places around the country.
Where are you licensed?
Wisconsin, Minnesota, Nevada, Utah, and Tennessee.
Do you belong to any professional organizations related to your field?
Yes.
What are those?
The National Association of Medical Examiners, the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, College of American Pathologists, Minnesota Coroners and Medical Examiners Association, Minnesota Medical Association, American Medical Association. There may be some others, but those are the main ones.
Have you done any teaching at the university or medical school level?
Yes, I've taught at, I've taught forensic pathology fellows. I've taught pathology residents at both of those at Hennepin County. And then I've taught at also pathology residents at the University of Minnesota.
Have you published any articles in your field?
Yes.
Do you know how many?
10 or 11, something like that.
I'm sure you it's been marked as Exhibit 714. I just gave a copy to the prosecutor. Is that a copy of your curriculum vitae?
Yes. Let me just check here.
What is that number again?
Pardon me?
What is that exhibit number?
714.
714. Thank you.
So I've been to a couple of more conferences since then, but it's pretty much up to date.
Judge, I would move Exhibit 714.
Any objection?
No.
All right, exhibit 714 will be received.
Have you given presentations and lectures?
Yes.
Do you know about how many?
I really don't. I mean, I've talked to law enforcement and to other forensic pathologists, coroners, medical examiners, lots of student groups. So I'm sorry, I don't know.
Would it be fair to say that takes up several pages in your curriculum vitae?
It does,
The
yes.
listing that you haven't memorized?
Right.
Okay, and have you given any presentation and lectures specific to sharp force injuries?
Yes, I have.
Can you tell the jury what those are?
The most recent one was last year to the South Dakota Coroners Association. I gave a talk on interpreting and evaluating sharp force injuries.
Did you also do one in 2006 in Minnesota?
Yes.
Have you taken post-fellowship training?
Well,
Or gone to conferences?
right, yes, I've gone to lots of conferences since I finished my fellowship.
Have you received any awards in your field as a forensic pathologist?
Yes.
Can you tell us what those are?
Actually, I just got one last week, which was kind of a surprise, from the National Association of Medical Examiners for my service to their organization. I had previously gotten one also from the National Association of Medical Examiners, and I had gotten one from a police department in Minnesota for assisting with a particular case.
Have you, I'm going to ask you about testifying. You've had a long career, so I'm just going to limit it to the past 10 years. In the past 10 years, have you testified in court for regarding forensic pathology?
Yes.
And in those past 10 years, approximately how many times have you been called as a witness by the prosecution?
I think it's like 34 times, so it's about 60% of the time that I've testified has been for the prosecution.
How many times for the defense in a criminal case?
I think 6, so about 11% of the time.
Okay, well, those numbers don't add up to 100, so are there also civil cases?
Yes, so civil cases are like wrongful deaths or motor vehicle crashes, nursing home deaths, things like that. And that's the rest, like 30% of the cases.
Okay. I am going to ask you about questions pertaining to this case, and I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 715. Did you write a report in connection with what you reviewed in this case?
Yes.
Is that exhibit 715?
Yes.
Judge, I would move exhibit 715 in evidence.
Any objection?
No.
Exhibit 715 will be received.
All right. Were you, in your review of the case concerning the death of Alex Woodworth in the state of Wisconsin versus Ezra McCandless, can you please advise what you reviewed that's relevant to forensic pathology?
I reviewed the provisional and final autopsy protocols on Mr. Woodworth, autopsy photographs, Wisconsin State Crime Lab reports, Dr. Tovar's report, photographs of Ms. McCandless, Wisconsin State Patrol crime scene documentation report, scene photographs, the Dunn County Sheriff's Office reports and diagrams, Ramsey County Medical Examiner evidence and release forms.
Okay, did you also review, well, go ahead with the list.
Multiple statements by Ms. McCandless, photographs of a knife, photographs of the vehicle, medical records from Mayo Clinic, Eau Claire Police Department reports, and a chapter from a medicine textbook.
Thank you. So what I'm going to first ask you about are cuts to Ezra McCandless and other injuries. I'm going to show you a number of exhibits. All right, I'm showing you, I'm going to give them all to you, but I'm just going to put their numbers in the record. Number 636, 637, 638, and 174. Those pertain to Ms. McCandless, and then later I'll be asking you about exhibit number 4 and 4B, okay? But first I'm going to ask you about the first set. I'll ask about that a little bit later if I need to, so, but you do have it in front of you, just don't have the enlargement. All right, first let me ask you about Ms. McCandless. Have you examined all of the cuts to her in exhibit 174 and I think it's 260, I'm sorry, I forgot the numbers on the back of those blow-ups.
636, 637, 638.
Have you examined those injuries?
Yes.
And what would you call those injuries?
They're mostly sharp force injuries. They're incisions, meaning that they're superficial. But a couple of them I would consider puncture, meaning that they're a little deeper.
Where do you see the puncture wounds?
Those were on her leg. Let me describe it better. The outside or lateral aspect of her upper right leg.
Medically, are you able to determine whether or not these wounds are self-inflicted or inflicted by another person?
No.
Why not?
Well, all I can tell from looking at the photographs is that they're sharp force injuries. So it's the sort of injury that we consider to be inflicted by something like a knife or piece of glass or, anything that has a really sharp edge. But there's no way looking at a wound for me to tell whether it's self-inflicted or whether someone else did it. There's just no way to tell.
And would it be scientifically acceptable for another physician to make that determination?
Objection.
I'm going to overrule. Go ahead.
I don't think there's any way that anyone can tell how those injuries occurred.
Let me ask specifically, when you look in exhibit number 174, and particularly looking at the wounds in the first few pictures, the vaginal area, the inner thigh, would you say that those lines are all parallel or not?
No. Some of them are parallel and some of them are perpendicular, and then a little further along, they're more diagonal.
And in your opinion, can these be inflicted by another person if the person being cut is laying still?
Yes.
Do you know what defensive wounds are?
Well, defensive wounds are a term that we use as forensic pathologists to describe injuries that are in certain locations that are consistent with someone attempting to defend themselves. So it could be a gunshot wound through the hand when someone put their hand up. It could be a bruise in a certain location, but typically we use it with sharp force injuries. And most often we think of wounds to the hand because if someone is wielding a knife, we're likely to put up our hands to defend ourselves. But it can also be on the leg or whatever, an arm, whatever body part is being used to try and get the implement that's causing injury to go away. It doesn't mean that they are defensive wounds, it's just that we have, from experience, seen these in cases where someone was being injured with a knife, and so I would say they're consistent with defensive wounds.
Now, I'm going to ask you specifically about the wounds to the palm of Miss McCandless's hand. That's in exhibit number 638. Is that wound what you would call a defensive wound?
Yes, it's certainly consistent with a defensive wound.
In your professional experience, with all the years you've done autopsies, have you seen defensive wounds that are similar to that hand wound?
Yes.
And do defensive wounds to the hands have to be deep?
No, they can be deep or superficial, or, it totally depends on, how much pressure is being applied, how sharp the knife or implement is. There's lots of factors.
I'm going to ask you also specifically if you would look in exhibit number 174. There is a picture with a red mark to Miss McCandless's neck. Do you see that in there?
Yes.
Okay. And looking at the red mark that you see on her neck, what is that consistent with?
So it's along the right side of her neck, sort of just below the angle of the jaw, And to me, it looks like what we call an abrasion or a scrape, and it's where the superficial layer of skin has just been removed. So it could be from anything causing friction that scrapes the superficial layer of skin.
Is that wound consistent by being grabbed on that side of the neck by, if Ms. McCandless was grabbed on that side of the neck with somebody else?
Yes.
By somebody else, I'm sorry.
Oh, yes. Yes, it's consistent with, say, a fingernail scratch, sort of a large, not just a little cut, but more of a broad. It's consistent with some fabric perhaps being grabbed and rubbed. So, yeah, it's consistent with that.
Do you see in some of the photos also that she has some small injuries to her lips?
Yes.
And what are those consistent with?
Those could be either very superficial sharp force injuries, like with the tip of a knife or something sharp, or they could also be scrapes, like with a fingernail or something.
Let me ask you some questions about whether or not in your practice you have seen injuries in autopsies from sexual, well, first of all, do you know what BDSM is?
Yes.
What is it?
Bondage, dominance, sadomasochism, I think.
Okay. And in your practice, have you seen injuries from BDSM practices?
Yes, I have seen cases like that.
All right. Are you familiar from looking at medical literature of injuries that have occurred from BDSM practices that are seen with sharp force implements or knives?
Yes. I haven't seen any personally, but I'm familiar with that in the literature.
All right. I'm going to move to ask you now some questions about the injuries to Alexander Woodworth and the autopsy. First of all, what is the definition of homicide?
So, as forensic pathologists, we have 5 options for manner of death. It's natural, accident, suicide, homicide, or undetermined. And homicide is a term that we use when the death is at the hands of another. So, for example, we might use it if 2 people are out hunting and one inadvertently shoots the other person. We would consider that a homicide because it's death at the hands of another. Like, sort of the flip side is motor vehicle crashes we consider accidents, even though the person may be charged with criminal vehicular homicide. So the point about our terminology for homicide is it doesn't translate into a legal term. It could be, self-defense, it could be manslaughter, it could be murder, it could be any range of things. But from our perspective, it's just death at the hands of another person.
So it's fair to say that just because something's a homicide does not necessarily mean there's criminal responsibility. It could be, that depends on other factors.
Correct.
All right. Let me ask you about measuring a person's height at autopsy. When you measure a person's height at autopsy, is that necessarily the same as their height when they were alive?
No, I'd say more often than not, it's probably not the same height. The reason is when you're standing up, at least I don't know about you, but when I stand to be measured, I stand as tall as I can. Whereas when someone is lying on a table, we're measuring from the bottom of their foot to the top of their head. But if their knees are bent slightly, or if, they have really thick shoes and they get measured before the shoes are removed, there could be quite a bit of variability.
And would it be typical for somebody to measure shorter at autopsy than they are in real life?
Yes, because of the knees being bent, I would say it's probably more common.
And would it be consistent with what you've seen if somebody is 5'11" and they measure 5'8" at autopsy?
Yeah, that's certainly possible.
Thank you. All right, now I'm going to ask some questions as to Mr. Woodworth's injuries. What is your opinion as to what his cause of death was?
I agree that his cause of death was multiple sharp force injuries.
And in layperson's terms, would that be saying he bled to death?
Yes, he bled to death from the cuts and stab wounds that he got.
You've reviewed all of his wounds, right?
Correct.
Did you review all of the photographs from the Ramsey County Medical Examiner's office?
Yes.
And looking at the totality of the wounds, how many wounds were there to Mr. Woodworth?
I don't remember.
Okay. Does 16 sound familiar to you?
Yeah, that sounds about right. Mhm.
And looking at those wounds, how long could Mr. Woodworth survive after receiving all of these wounds?
So sometimes people get wounds that we can tell are pretty much immediately fatal. So, for example, if someone has their carotid artery cut, which is the main artery that takes blood into the brain, someone will bleed out very rapidly from that. Or if they have a wound to their aorta, which is the main vessel that takes blood from the heart, or some really major artery. Virtually everything else, like with Mr. Woodworth, there's really no way to tell exactly how long someone would have lived. Certainly, he had significant injuries, so I don't think he would have lived a long period of time, but none of his injuries were so immediately or instantly fatal that he would have died right away. So that's about the best I can do. You know, minutes, maybe several minutes, maybe, I don't know, maybe a half hour, but I don't think several hours, so
All right.
I can't really be more specific.
So you're giving a range of minutes at the low end to 30 minutes at the top end? Is that kind of where your belief is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, yes.
Now, and does that include, you're considering the wound to the head, correct?
Yes.
All right. After receiving these wounds, would Mr. Woodworth be able to walk?
Well, none of these wounds would be instantly incapacitating. So, you know, if someone had a wound to their spinal cord, they wouldn't be able to walk, but he didn't. So I would say yes, he would be able to walk after these.
What about talking?
Again, none of these wounds interfered with his vocal cords. So I would say yes, he would be able to talk.
Would Mr. Woodworth be able to, with these wounds, if he had suffered the majority of these wounds in a vehicle, would he be able to get out, walk for 10 to 15 feet, lay down, and then get back into a vehicle?
I would say yes. Again, none of these wounds would prevent him from doing those things.
Well, then you took my next question away, which
Oh.
is why you reached that conclusion, but that's
Sorry.
fine. Would he be able to take off his coat?
Yes, I would think so.
Would he be able to take off his shoes?
Yes.
I'm going to ask specifically about the injuries to his lungs, all right? First of all, I'm going to ask you about what a pneumothorax is. Could you please explain what that is?
Sure. The way our lungs work is they're kind of like bellows that when you take in a breath, it's the expansion of your rib cage that causes the lungs to expand. And so it's kind of a negative pressure, actually.